Welcome to the second hearing of the Committee's inquiry into Budget Estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Dr. Amanda Conn and I'm Chair of the Committee. I welcome Minister Jackson and accompanying officials to the hearing today. Today the Committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of water, housing, homelessness, mental health, youth and the North Coast. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to our witnesses today. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister Jackson, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind Ms Wilcox that you do not need to be sworn, as you've been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position, title and swear?
Chair. Also potentially Mr Tidball.
I appeared yesterday.
Oh, but does he need to be sworn before PC2?
It's a great question because it wasn't with PC2.
Right, thank you.
Doesn't need to be sworn. Thank you. The Secretariat advises me that you don't need to be sworn again.
I appreciate that.
For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, please starting with the first witness to my left.
Yep. Sorry, I'm actually sworn into another committee as well. So you're saying I don't need to be sworn in?
Yeah, that's what I understand on the advice of the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amanda Jones, DepSec Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I, James Toomey, Deputy Secretary, Housing, Disability, District Services and Disaster Welfare, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Hi, Anne Campbell, Deputy Secretary, Strategy, Policy and Commissioning in the Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Brendan Thomas, Deputy Secretary, Department of Communities and Justice. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
And will we just get them others up one by one into this reserve seat? Is that?
Yes, please.
Come up one by one here.
If I could ask witnesses who are seated in that second row, when you come up, I've had a request that you bring your nameplate with you so that Hansard is aware of who's speaking. Thanks.
Hmm?
I, Michael Wheatley, Acting Chief Executive for Land and Housing Corp, swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I, Zoe Robinson, the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Dr. Murray Wright, New South Wales Chief Psychiatrist. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Bryce Wild, Executive Director, New South Wales Natural Resources Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Amy Williams. I'm Chief Executive for the Aboriginal Housing Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, I'm Darren Cleary, Managing Director at Hunter Water Corporation. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, my name is Brendan Flynn, Executive Director of the Mental Health Branch at New South Wales Health. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. My name is Grant Barnes. I'm the Chief Regulatory Officer for the Natural Resources Access Regulator. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. My name is Rob Charoux. I'm the Managing Director of Sydney Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Rees-George. I am the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Water New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
With apologies to those witnesses who've already appeared before a different committee, the advice that I had received has just been corrected. You do need to be re-sworn as you're appearing before a different committee.
I think
So
that's
could we go back to those
Michael
witnesses, please?
and Jonathan. We'll go to Michael. No, because Deb's up here before
Michael Tipple, Secretary, Department of Communities and Justice. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Morning, Jonathan Wheaton, Acting Deputy Secretary, Regional Development and Programs in Department of Regional New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. We'll now move to questioning, starting with 20 minutes for the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister, and your many officials. Good to see you all today. Minister, I just want to start with some questions to you, just in relation firstly to your parliamentary disclosures. Do you believe that you've always put on those records what you've needed to declare?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I just want to raise a few examples with you. My understanding is that you, for a period of time, were a director at the Chifley Centre, is that correct?
Many years ago, yes.
Yeah. So the records that I have show that you were actually a director from the 6th of May 2011 to the 12th of September 2019. Is that correct?
Look, I have to take the exact dates on notice, but that sounds about right.
Okay, so you did a parliamentary disclosure from the 1st of July 2019 to the end of December 2019, but you didn't reference that position at all. Why did you leave that off your...
I suspect it's because I had resigned prior to then, but that the Chifley Research Centre had not updated their records, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, because as I said, they say that you ceased on the 12th of September, so there's a gap there.
Yeah, my recollection is that I had ceased to be a director of that organisation in some time, I think, prior to them, but they may not have updated their records, but I can take that on notice.
Okay, and did you ever get paid paid for that position?
No, it was an unpaid role.
Okay, thank you. If you could just check the date, because as I said, we have some official records here that would suggest otherwise. So if you could provide updates to the committee, that would be useful. And I just also want to take you now to your directorship with the Whitlam Institute at Western Sydney University. Do you know when you began that position?
I don't recall off the top of my head. It was prior to the recent anniversary of the 50th year of Gough Whitlam being elected Prime Minister.
Okay.
So prior to 2022, maybe 2021.
Okay. So again, we didn't see that appear on your disclosures until 2022. So again, there's another 6-month gap there.
Well, I mean, it may have been in 2022. I was not a director of the Whitlam Institute for very long. I came on around 2022 and then unfortunately had to resign when I was elected as a minister, and I did that almost immediately.
Sure. So I have an ASIC document here that indicates you're appointed on the 27th of July 2021 to that particular role, again, which would indicate there's about a 6-month gap where that wasn't disclosed. Can you...
I can take that on
respond to
notice, yeah.
Okay. Did you ever get paid for that position?
No, it's unpaid role.
Okay. Well, if you could just clarify, because obviously that's a couple of areas where the records don't match your disclosures, so it would be good to get that
absolutely.
rectified for the committee in terms of, I guess, the transparency and probity that is expected as members of Parliament and as ministers. I want to take you now to some of your travel. Minister, obviously you visit the North Coast a little bit, given that you are the Minister for North Coast. One particular trip I just wanted to ask you about, I understand you visited the North Coast. You went up on Friday the 21st of July to Ballina, and you came back to Sydney on Sunday the 23rd of July, and that was with a staff member. Do you recall that trip?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what you did on that trip?
So I met with a range of organisations. Off the top of my head, I met with the Byron Writers Festival. I met with the Northern Rivers or North Coast Performing Arts Academy. I think that's their title. Apologies if I've got the name of that organisation slightly wrong. They're a fantastic organisation that had their facility in Lismore impacted by flooding, and so they've sort of been unable to do their work properly since then, and they're looking for a new home. And I was trying to, I sort of see the role as Minister for the North Coast as kind of like a navigator within government. It doesn't really have a strict portfolio sort of responsibility in terms of an agency, but there are a range of different cross-cutting, whether it is arts or transport or health, education. I sort of try and help organisations navigate through government, and that organisation was having some difficulty just navigating through sort of flood response and finding a new home, so I met with them.
That's right. Was that on the Friday or the Saturday?
I recall that was on the Friday.
Okay. Did you organise those meetings and the timing of that weekend visit?
Me personally?
Well, your office, did you initiate that you'd meet on those dates?
I think, they requested to have a meeting with me, and I was going up there those dates, so that's why I met with them then.
Did you...
I then went to Fletcher Street Cottage, which is a sort of drop-in centre in Byron that has been experiencing really massive increased demand because, as people may well know, Byron Shire is in fact now the number one area in New South Wales that experiences homelessness, and that's not per capita, that's just overall, which is shocking in a way that it's higher
Minister,
in Sydney.
Would it be fair to say that you spent a fair bit of time in Byron Bay by the sound of it? You just mentioned Byron Writers Festival and that particular place.
So the meetings with the Byron Writers Festival and the Northern Rivers or North Coast Performing Arts Academy, whatever that's called, that they were at just outside of Byron, and then I went into Byron to meet Fletcher Street Cottage. Then I met with Byron Shire Council, who also wanted to talk to me about homelessness and their view that it was a significant issue in the area, which of course I agree with, and they were encouraging me to look at assertive outreach in the Byron Shire because it had previously existed in the Tweed, but Byron has an even more significant homelessness challenge than Tweed,
Thanks,
but yet
Minister.
was not.
We'll get to some more homeless questions later. So did you stay the Friday and the Saturday night
Yes,
up
I
there?
did, yeah.
Did you go to Splendour in the Grass?
I did, yes.
On the Saturday?
Yeah, on the Saturday afternoon.
Okay. Why did you not claim any accommodation for that
Because I
trip?
stayed with a friend.
Okay. So you just said before that your office set up those meetings and it was just a coincidence that it was on the weekend of Splendour in the Grass?
Oh no, I was invited to attend Splendour in the Grass.
With a staff member on taxpayer money?
Well, I was invited to attend Splendour in the Grass, which I have fully disclosed, as both the Minister for the North Coast and the Minister for Youth. And I do try and get up to the North Coast at least every month,
right,
if I can. And I thought, what a great opportunity to do a couple of really important things. One, check out an incredible, sort of tourist, arts, music, culture mecca on the North Coast.
Minister,
such an important part of the sort of North
With respect,
Coast.
Minister, you've used taxpayer money to go to a music festival, haven't you?
Well, no, I've used
But you did.
taxpayer money to visit the area for which I'm the Minister responsible.
Yes, but you've also just said that your office set up those visits over a weekend that purely out of coincidence has Splendour in the Grass, which you're also going to. You haven't claimed the accommodation, but you have claimed flights and car hire to go to a music festival on taxpayer money. Do you think that that's an appropriate use
I
of
absolutely
taxpayer
think
funding?
that my regular visits to the North
To go to
Coast-
music festivals.
I absolutely think
So
that my
we're going to see
regular
you,
visits-
you're going to go to Blues Fest, we're going to see you, you're going to be up there for, Falls Festival. Is this a regular occurrence that you and your staff are going to go up to music festivals on the North Coast?
I'll be visiting the North Coast as regularly as I can.
Did your staff member get gifted a ticket as well?
I understand that they did.
Was that disclosed through
I
the
understand it
appropriate
was, yes.
processes? Can you update or provide further clarification to the committee that that was the case?
I will do that.
My understanding is that there are a few of your other parliamentary colleagues who were also at that festival, some of whom didn't claim their travel. Did you give anyone a lift? Did anyone else travel with you who is in your in cabinet with you?
Did any of my colleagues travel with me? No.
There's been a point of order.
Not sure how other ministers obviously involved in other portfolios who might have travelled with the minister is relevant to the estimates for this portfolio.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, what I'm trying to clarify, we know that the Minister visited, we know that taxpayer money was used for that trip, we know that other ministers did not put in travel claims. I'm trying to work out a broader issue around government in terms of who actually funded at least 3 ministers going to a music festival.
To the point of order, I think the questions should stick to this minister and this ministry. That's the terms of reference for that.
I mean, no one travelled with me. As I said, one of the major areas of sort of economic activity in the North Coast is arts and culture. I mean, it's a huge part of their economic output and their contribution to the state. And I make no apologies for being an advocate for that and drawing attention to that and being a promoter of that. I want more of these types of things on the North Coast. This is a region that's been smashed. This is a region that's been kicked from pillar to post, and I want more of this kind of stuff. I think it's great for our state.
Thank you, Minister. So just to be completely clear, the cost for you to take that trip and your staff member was $1,726.28. You stand behind using that taxpayer money to go and visit a music festival. You think that that's completely above board and that there's no issues around that decision that you made?
Not only do I stand behind it, what a bargain. I funded Fletcher Street Cottage, I funded assertive outreach in Byron, I met with a number of major economic contributors to the region, and I'm
conveniently
promoting
on
this
the
great
same
part of
weekend
New South
that
Wales.
There's been a point of order.
To go to Splendour, call it what it is.
I need to hear the point of order, please.
I'd suggest that the witness is not being treated with courtesy in circumstances where the minister is attempting to answer. There's been 2 or 3 interjections in circumstances where we've now had 10 minutes questioning about an entirely unexceptional thing.
No, it's not.
And I note that I attend events regularly where colleagues of the Honourable Sarah Mitchell are there. Sporting events, cultural events, etc.
I'm not sure that's relevant to the point of order. I would just remind the members of the procedural fairness resolution.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, how many tickets did you have to Splendour in the Grass? How many did you receive?
I can't recall. One.
Was it more than 2? There was you and a staff member. Did you get more than 2?
Yes, my husband came as well.
Okay. So 3 or more than that?
I'll have to check how many were given to the
Right.
office.
Do you think you could check and come back to us?
Yes, I can.
Maybe after morning tea? and
I'll
let
have
us
a
know?
check, yes.
Can I clarify that your husband paid for his own flights up?
Yes, he did.
And just in relation to, you said that you were happy to have charged that, so we should expect to see you at more music festivals with staff and using taxpayer money to travel to those events?
I wouldn't actually expect that. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm not a huge fan of music festivals. I didn't go to any of the, for what it's worth, I didn't go to any of the performances.
Well,
I went to the
what
function.
did you do?
I went to the function. I went to the function that was attended by the Mayor of Byron, by
But you said you met the Mayor of Byron earlier that day. You need a second catch-up.
There's been a point of order.
Point of order. The minister's attempting to explain what occurred at the function that she's been asked about. These sort of functions regularly occur at these events. She's being interrupted.
As I recall, I disclosed all of the different sort of representative organisations, the Festival Association, the other organisations that were there. It was a big gathering of the New South Wales music scene. I turned up at Splendour, I went to the function, I chatted with and connected with a range of the really sort of prominent arts and cultural leaders in New South Wales. As I said, I think these are fantastic contributions to our state. I didn't attend any of the performances. I didn't attend any of the shows. I left. I'm actually not a big live music fan. I don't really like festivals. It's not really my scene, but I like to be part of promoting these kind of opportunities. I mean, I might go to something again or I might not, but it's not something that, you know, I would necessarily prioritise because of my own interest. My interest is how can we draw attention to these awesome events and gatherings that are, incredible tourist
It's so awesome that
opportunities.
you went briefly. Can I check, Minister? My understanding is you got 7 tickets to that festival. Would that be right?
Well, I mean, I will check. I don't have that.
And you don't, other than your staff member and your husband, you don't remember who else you might have given those tickets to, or who else was there with you in the group?
Apologies?
Do you remember who else was there with you in the group? If that 7 figure is correct?
Yeah, I mean, so my children came along. As I recall, I don't know if they needed tickets, but it may be that the tickets were for them.
Right.
But that's why I need to check, because I'm just not sure.
Okay, well, if you could check and come back to us, preferably in the hearing, that would be useful. I'll just hand over to my colleague now if he's got some questions.
Thank you very much, and welcome to your first estimates as well. Minister, how many full-time staff are employed in your ministerial office?
Again, I could try and take that on notice. I think it's 6, maybe. 7 if you include the SRA. But that's not in the ministerial office.
And do you have any part-time staff?
Yes, I do.
And how many part-time?
1. I think.
And of those 6, obviously you've got a chief of staff, executive assistant, so there's 4 advisors across.
Yep, so there's chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, policy, executive assistant, another policy advisor, and then a part-time admin in the ministerial office.
Yeah. And how many, do you have any department staff seconded to your office?
Yes, lots. I have.
How many?
Not all of these.
Well,
how many have actually been seconded?
so lucky.
Currently, how many staff?
Do you mean DLOs?
No. You have DLOs, and then have you got any staff that have been seconded to work in your office? Who have taken leave, who are working full-time in your office, or seconded into?
Yeah, so one of those staff that I just mentioned is seconded onto the ministerial office team.
And then you have one.
I recall one. Yes.
One, and then you have one DLO.
Oh, I have heaps of DLOs.
And how many DLOs?
Oh, I don't know if I have that figure in front of me, but I mean it's
only been 7 months. You should know who's in your office.
Yeah, so we have 2 from the Land and Housing Corporation, I think 2 from DCJ Housing, 2 from Water. Regional has someone in just 1 day a week. Sydney Water has someone, I think that's it. There may be 1 or 2 more. I mean, mental health. I have, a number of portfolios which are pretty big, and the departments provide teams to help me.
And at the moment, you can't remember if you've got 15 people in your office.
I have 11.3 DLOs.
11.3. Thank you very much. And are all these staff...
That's not even two per portfolio.
Are all these
more.
staff, ministerial and also DLOs, the same staff that were employed when you started as a minister, or has your staff changed?
My staff has changed.
How many people have either resigned or left your office?
Out of the DLOs, I mean, there's been various ons and offs. I could not recall exactly who's come on and off out of the DLO list. You know, people come in. There were people who came in when we first became ministers to help us get set up. I mean, it was unbelievable, you know, the sort of fire hose. And so there were more people who were in when we first got set up. Some of them have gone. And I had a temporary chief of staff, so she was in just for a few months, but, you know, was never a permanent appointment, so she's gone. I think that's it.
And, Minister, are you aware of any complaints that are made about you or your staff?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of any complaints that have been made to your departments about you or your staff and their employment?
No, I'm not.
Can I ask that same question of the officials? I might start with Ms Wilcox in relation to health. Are you aware of any complaints that have been made about the Minister or her staff?
I'm not aware of any. I have to take it on notice.
Take on a notice. Ms Jones?
I'm not aware of any.
Mr Tidball?
I'm not aware of any.
Are you happy to take that question on notice to clarify?
Yes.
Yep. Are there any other officials representing departments here?
These guys are from DCJ, but Land and Housing.
I'm not aware of any. Not aware?
Aboriginal Housing Office. No, I think they're all... I mean, the state-owned corporations, I don't know if you want to ask them.
No, that's okay. So I'm clarifying that the majority will be taking that on notice. If possible, if you could get back to me by the end of the hearing today, just to clarify if there is anything there. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Minister. How are you?
Good, good.
Minister, how much does it cost to build a three-bedroom home for social or affordable housing?
I think we normally use around $550,000 as the sort of ballpark. Obviously, as I'm sure you can understand, those costs vary depending on the cost of land, the kind of decisions that you're making around the materials for building a home. You know, like that's the ballpark figure that we use when we're trying to assess, you know, our bill going forward.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, you can see that Landcom can't build a home for $65,000.
Well, I mean, I'm actually not responsible for Landcom.
But you've made public statements before in terms of Landcom that they can build a home for $65,000. You can see that that's not the case, that they can't build a home for $65,000.
I don't recall that statement, but nonetheless, I'm not responsible for Landcom. Paul's on Friday, you can ask him.
Well, you said to James Willis on 2GB that it cost $65,000 for Landcom to build a home because they don't need to pay for the land. You can see that that isn't correct and they can't build a home for $65,000.
Yeah, ask Landcom how much it costs to build a home if you're interested in Landcom.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And Minister, with respect to the cost for building homes, how many homes can the Land and Housing Corporation build with their budget allocation for new supply?
I think that the pipeline at the moment is around, and I can get Michael up, but it's around 750 this year, and that jumps to 1,000. I mean, you know, roughly 1,000 next year. And, you know, then we're looking to bring on, obviously the HAF started today, which is incredibly exciting. So we have the Housing Australia Future Fund. So that's the kind of current pipeline.
Thank you, Minister.
Perfect timing.
Minister, earlier this week you tweeted, and I quote, "How do I even need to say this in 2023, but everyone deserves to go to their school formal with someone they love," rainbow emoji, end quote. I agree with you. Will your government act on this and protect kids from being discriminated against in private schools based on their sexuality?
Look, you'll have to ask those kind of questions about law reform to the Attorney General. You know, he's obviously responsible for that. Clearly my view, and it's obviously not just my view, the Premier, the Deputy Premier, echoed these views that in 2023, you know, it's not acceptable to see schools saying you can't go to the formal with someone you love. But in terms of the specifics of law reform, you'll have to put that to the Attorney General.
I understand it was Labor's position in 2013 to remove the ability of private schools to discriminate against children based on sexuality. Has that position changed?
Again, look, I'm not across our, law reform agenda. That's a matter for the Attorney General. My position is the same position as the Premier's and the Deputy Premier's, which is 2023. Kids should be able to go to the Year 12 formal with someone that they love. And, I just think that's common sense. And everyone sort of, I think, I would hope most people would understand that this is sort of just basic.
Thank you. And I just wanted to clarify, because you're the Minister for Youth, that your personal view is that you'd support changes to the Anti-Discrimination Act to make that.
Well, I'm not going to preempt any legislative proposals that, for the Parliament, haven't been through Cabinet. So my view is that people should be able to go to Year 12 formals with the person that they love. In terms of legislative reform agenda, well, there's a separate process for that, led by the Attorney General. And, those kind of discussions in the Cabinet, in the Parliament, I'm not going to preempt them.
Yesterday, the Premier announced that police trainees would be paid for their 4 months of training. When will we see paid placement for teaching, nursing, allied health, early childhood education, paramedic and dental students?
Wow, well, that was a long list of different trainees for which I have to say I'm not across dental students. In terms of the mental health workforce, perhaps that was, part of that long list that I can't recall every single occupation you just name checked. We really recognise that there are significant workforce challenges in mental health. It's a big topic of conversation between myself and the officials, and we are looking at opportunities to support trainees in mental health to come through the system and be part of, our great public health team. So on that one, we're actively working. On the rest of them, I have to say, I don't know what our plan is for dental assistants.
Within my long list, so nursing, social workers and psychology, I think would be critical to the mental health workforce and probably medical students as well. Student placement poverty is a significant issue in this cost of living crisis. I've heard from students in all of those professional training programs and more who are having to work second jobs while they study on extremely difficult and arduous placements. You're the Minister for Mental Health. Why weren't those mental health professional trainees given priority for paid placement?
We're working through a really comprehensive workforce plan for health and as part of that for mental health. So absolutely accept those kind of stories about how hard it is for a lot of our students to get the time that they need to obtain the qualifications. And, some of those, the time it takes to obtain some of those qualifications, particularly, say, for example, in psychology, is not insignificant. You're absolutely right. We're trying to do a whole workforce plan for health, and that's from beginning to end. It's getting people to want to be the students in the first place. When they are the students, supporting them through the cycle of their qualifications at university and at placements. Then when they are in the workforce, retaining them. And so that whole system, workforce reform in health, is significant. It's a big piece of work. It's a huge focus for the Health Minister and myself. And so, we will have more to say, absolutely, about what we can do on health workforce. I recall at the recent New South Wales Health Awards, the Health Minister said in no uncertain terms, the biggest issue in health is workforce. Deb, you were there, you can attest to the fact that was what his primary concern was. And so I agree with that, and we are looking at every single point in that constellation and what we can do to support people. And yes, that does include, Chair, conversations that we have had with representative organisations for psychologists and psychiatrists about placement support, about training, about the role that our public hospitals can play in supporting students on placements. We have had some of those conversations, but that bigger workforce piece is something that we're working on right now, and we will have more to say on.
I understand that you've committed to completing a gap analysis as recommended by the New South Wales Mental Health Alliance. How is it being conducted? Who's conducting it? When will its findings be known and made public?
So I might ask Dr. Flynn to come up as well to augment anything I have to say, but it's being conducted jointly between the Alliance of Mental Health Organisations that you've mentioned, the College of Psychiatrists being those guys, the Mental Health Branch and the Mental Health Commission. And they are actively working on that now. We are looking to do, I think, sort of 2 pieces of work as part of that. One is a shorter term priorities piece. You know, I think we need to get moving. We need to start the reform journey. And so I've asked in the shorter term for just a key look at the priority areas of reform. There is a longer term piece as well, though, which is what it is going to take to ensure that the system delivers the levels of care that I expect it to deliver. That's not something that can turn around quickly. I want both these pieces of work to be done comprehensively and properly. And so we've asked for the reform priorities. And when, Brendan, do you think we will expect that first piece of work?
So that's due by the end of November, Minister, and
yeah. So end of November for the first piece of work, reform priorities, and then the longer piece of work, really digging into the gaps and how we can have a plan to ensure that those gaps are minimised or reduced. Do we have a rough time frame for the longer term piece of work, Brendan?
We do. So the advice that I have, so that's a large quantitative piece of work using service planning tools, particularly including the National Mental Health Services Framework. We expect that could take somewhere around 6 months. It's a very technical task. We want to do it properly, and our view is that it's core work for the ministry to be looking at planning for future services. But as the Minister says, that's a different task to the immediate prioritisation of issues.
This committee, as you would know, is conducting an inquiry into community and outpatient mental health services, and the department was disappointingly unable to answer some of the questions about, for example, number of vacancies in community mental health services across the state. Is it concerning that the New South Wales Mental Health Branch doesn't have that kind of data analysis already?
I mean, look, I think that there are data gaps. I do. And I think, as part of the gaps analysis, that's what we're trying to identify. I mean, obviously, I want to make sure that we have every single piece of evidence that we can have and need to make decisions about how to prioritise precious resources, where to spend money, where people are falling through the cracks. And so, yes, to the extent that there is data that we could and should have and don't have, we will absolutely be identifying that gap as part of the gaps analysis, so that when we do make decisions going forward, it is based on the best available evidence and information.
How many people are currently on the wait list for community supported housing through the Housing and Accommodation Support Initiative and the Pathways to Community Living Initiative?
Deb or Brendan, do you have that? I could see if I've got that.
I would have to take that on notice. I know that it's a dynamic wait list, and that at times positions can become available quite quickly, and it's also if a position is available for an individual, for example, in one part of New South Wales, that's not going to necessarily work for people outside of that area. So I can take on notice, though, an absolute numerical.
Yeah,
we can try and get back to you by this afternoon session, or see if it's in the various sort of
I've got a few more
folders.
That might go into that batch.
Well, we will do our best. Yes. We are here to provide information, but
Thank you.
Go ahead.
How many young people are currently waiting for admission into a youth mental health inpatient unit, and how many are currently being inappropriately treated in an adult facility?
Okay. Well, we'll probably just take that one and see if we can get that information to you.
Thank you. And my last one before I go to Ms Higginson is which local health districts have the highest need for suicide aftercare and postvention services?
Okay. Do you know that one, Brendan? Or?
I don't, because I don't know that it's directly related to suicide rate, because our aftercare services are already working where there is significant need. But I can take that on notice in terms of if we have identified particular districts or networks that should be first in line for further aftercare investment.
Look, we've turned up to provide information, so we've noted that, and we'll get back to you with what information we have.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms Higginson.
Thank you. I've got a bunch of questions across your various portfolios. But first, thank you for attending Splendour in the Grass. It's a very important event to our community in the Northern Rivers. I can't support it because of the environmental constraints of the site, but I know how important it is when high-profile people do attend. Now, I didn't.
Thanks, Sue.
The New South Wales Government, you committed 610.1 mil into over 4 years to 1,500 new social housing dwellings under the Social Housing Acceleration Agreement. Given the overrepresentation of First Nations people in New South Wales social housing, what percentage of the 1,500 new social dwellings will be dedicated Aboriginal houses?
Look, I mean, I'll take the exact percentage on notice, but we have, it is around, what, 20 or... We'll just take it's around 20 or 25%. What we did was guarantee funding for the Aboriginal Housing Office and through them, Aboriginal community housing associations. Your point is a valid one. There is a desperate need for Aboriginal housing, and we did ring fence guarantee funding for Aboriginal housing.
Within that tranche?
Within the accelerator, yes, we did.
Okay, and that's different to the 38.4 mil to the Aboriginal Housing Office, or is that?
Yes, no, that's separate.
Okay.
So
Fantastic.
under the accelerator, the $610 million, we carved out a specific percentage of that and said this is for Aboriginal housing and must be spent by the Aboriginal Housing Office or Aboriginal community housing associations because of that particular need that you have rightly identified.
Thank you. What about, and I know this is probably for, transfers of government housing stock to Aboriginal community housing providers? Is there a commitment to that as well?
Absolutely. Not only is there a commitment to that, we want to grow the Aboriginal community housing sector, and we will continue to look at transfers to them. We are also looking to ensure that housing that is currently within the Land and Housing Corporation portfolio is transferred to the Aboriginal Housing Office. As part of that, we recognise the important principles of self-determination for Aboriginal housing, and we want to ensure that Aboriginal people who are housed within our portfolio are connected to those principles through an association with the Aboriginal Housing Office.
And are you working with your counterpart minister to make sure, from Land Corp, to make sure that that's happening?
I am the counterpart minister, so yes, I'm working with myself on that. Because yes, I'm responsible both for the Land and Housing Corporation and the Aboriginal Housing Office, and they absolutely have a program of identifying tenants who are living in Land and Housing Corporation houses that are First Nations, that should be with the Aboriginal Housing Office. Because as I said, the Aboriginal Housing Office, First Nations board, established on the principles of self-determination, it is deeply committed to housing outcomes for Aboriginal people, and we want to support them to do that work. And so where we can identify people who should be housed with them, we are actively undertaking a process to ensure that they are appropriately housed and then have access to all of the support services that the Aboriginal Housing Office provides and are obviously specialist for Aboriginal people.
And so with the 38.4 mil to the Aboriginal Housing Office, how many houses and upgrades do you anticipate? What has that kind of modelling been done on what it will deliver?
Yeah. Famie Williams, the CEO, is saying 220. But, we can take those exact figures on notice. But yes, sorry, in answer to your question, Ms Higginson, that modelling has been done.
Yeah.
We do have a clear line of sight on how many houses both the Aboriginal Housing Office and our Aboriginal community housing partners will be delivering as part of that commitment.
Thank you. On the 16th of September 2021, the former government released a New South Wales water strategy, and it included a priority to recognise First Nations people's rights and values to increase access to and ownership of water. Is that something that you're still working on?
Absolutely.
And can you tell me just briefly how that's kind of rolling out and what you're doing?
Sure. So part of the practical implementation of that recognition within the New South Wales water strategy was the creation of a dedicated Aboriginal water strategy. And
I think that was due in September.
The Aboriginal water strategy.
Has that been released?
No, it hasn't. And I'll tell you the reason why it hasn't, because prior to the election, the consultation and engagement on that piece of work had not met my expectations about genuine co-design and First Nations ownership of that piece of work. I am absolutely dedicated to the Aboriginal water strategy. I'm absolutely dedicated to 3% First Nations ownership of water by 2031 under the Closing the Gap targets. Unfortunately, an Aboriginal water strategy is not a worthwhile document if Aboriginal people don't feel ownership of it.
So I hear exactly what you're saying. Do you have a timeline in sight? Can you indicate what that might be?
Yes, we are looking to have it finalised next year. We are about to commence a new process of listening, essentially, re-engaging with organisations. Unfortunately, Ms Higginson, there's a little bit of a sort of trust deficit. A lot of these Aboriginal First Nation groups don't have a particularly positive view of the New South Wales government, to be honest, and I can understand that. I need to go out there and show them that we are listening, that it is worthwhile engaging, and that's about to kick off now.
Great. Well, on that then, what about, where's the money? Has that money been allocated?
Yes.
Is it in this budget?
It's $14 million, Amanda? Yes.
Over 2 years,
Yes,
so we do have funding.
There's a dedicated funding pool of $14 million over 2 years to produce the strategy.
Okay, great. And finally on that point for now, and I might put some questions on notice because I know how important and I can hear there's work happening, which is really good to hear. What about in the interim, and I know there's, I think, 222.4 mil to improvements for critical. How are we going with, I was in Walgett, and I know you've visited there. I couldn't believe the position of First Nations access to clean water when I was there in 2019. What are we doing for Wilcannia, Walgett and Cobar while we are working on a deeper strategy?
Yeah, well, I mean, in Wilcannia, the department is about to go out next week, I think, Amanda, to engage with the community on the updated work on the Wilcannia Weir. Again, unfortunately, this is a project that has been delayed for far too long. There is work happening on the stormwater system and other pieces of work in Wilcannia. But again, we know that we have to re-engage with that community to show them that we're serious about delivering for them, because there's been commitments made years ago and very little progress. In Walgett, we continue to engage with the Walgett Shire Council about trying to ensure that the water treatment plant and reverse osmosis facilities there, are well operated. I understand that they do have a new water technician who has come on, who is redoubling efforts to ensure that that is done correctly. There is absolutely a skills...
Are you confident, sorry to interrupt,
No,
I'm looking at the clock. Are you confident, Minister, that if we are to go into a quick drought, which is highly possible, that there would be access to clean water, drinkable water, not high in sodium water for the community of Walgett?
I am, because we will do everything to ensure that that is the case, although I should say Walgett, as you know, primary source of water is river water.
Yep.
Those rivers are sick.
Yep.
And the time it is going to take to bring them back to health is not going to be able to be achieved if we move into a short, sharp drought next year. But we're absolutely committed to that piece of work. And in the short term, we will ensure that that community has access to clean, safe, drinkable water.
Thank you. I've got 20 seconds. Can I just ask you about the Dunoon Dam? This is a dam, as you know, that has been on the books and off the books and on the books and off the books, and the division within our community has been pretty deep. We need leadership. What's your view on the Dunoon Dam?
I mean, as you probably noted in the Far North Coast Regional Water Strategy when I released it, I'm very unconvinced of the merits of the dam. But Sue, Ms Higginson, excuse me, we try and be respectful of the role and partnership with local water utilities. And so Rouse County Council, are an important partner in delivering the future water security of that region. And whilst they are still working through their position, I'm not going to come in and stomp all over the top of them. I don't think that's respectful of our local water utilities. But in that regional water strategy, you can see the New South Wales government indicating that for a range of reasons, that project is very problematic.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
the opposition.
Thanks, Minister. I just want to take you back to that visit to Byron Bay on the 21st of July. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned that your husband was travelling with you and he paid for himself and that your children were as well. Who paid for their travel?
I can't recall. I may have... it may be the case that Oscar, my son, travelled with me as a dependent, but I can't recall.
Okay. Could you provide advice? Because obviously if you're travelling for a legitimate function, there is entitlement for family to travel with you, which I'm curious as to why your husband didn't take that option if it was a legitimate work.
He was also working, so he went up, I think, a few days prior to me, or maybe a day prior to me, and was working on the ground as well.
Right.
So, you know, look, the reality is these jobs are really hard on families, and I try and get up to the North Coast as regularly as I can. Sometimes I have to combine that with, hey, hang out with mum at work, because that's the only way I can see my
Trust
kids.
me, I'm
so,
well aware of that as a regional member who was also a minister for 6 years. But I guess my question to you is around the legitimacy of the travel, whether or not you claimed your children going with you. If you could just provide that advice, that would be useful.
I will provide that advice.
Thank you. And just in terms of your staff member, did they not claim accommodation either because they stayed
I think they
privately as
stayed
well?
at Splendour, and so that, as I said, I mean, there was that because they were they had a ticket. My understanding is that that was fully disclosed, but I am checking that.
Okay.
And that they stayed on site.
Right. So you only went to the official function.
That's correct.
There were others who were in your party, but you can't remember who the 7 were, but you're hopefully going to get us that at some point today. Did your staff stay beyond the official function? It sounds like they did if they were stayed the night out there. So,
look, I mean, I'll have to check what they did, but yes, my understanding is that that's the case.
Right. So they stayed there, but travelling for taxpayer money, but they stayed for additional time without you, presumably. If you only went to the function and then left, they spent the rest of the weekend at the music festival.
Well, I mean, they came with me. They, you know, went to the meetings that I went to, and then they stayed on site.
Right. But then flew back with you the next day on a taxpayer flight.
That is my recollection, that they travelled with me.
But they weren't with you the entire time, by the sound of it, because you left the festival, you said.
No, they weren't with me the entire time.
Right. Well, as I said, if you could provide that, particularly who those other tickets went to.
I will confirm that.
That would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, just going back to your answers with respect to Land and Housing Corporation and New Social Homes, just with respect to those $750 for, I think, 23-24 financial year and $1,000 for the 24-25 financial year, does that include or exclude the Social Housing Accelerator program of the federal government?
I think it includes it, although most of the delivery of new homes under that program is outside those two timeframes. So what we're doing with the accelerator is we're trying to get as many homes back online as quickly as we can through vacant restorations, not building new homes, taking the homes that your government boarded up for years and left vacant, and we're pulling the boards off and we're restoring them, and families are moving in, and that's happening right now.
Like the 11 you announced recently.
That's happening. Well, no, that project is replacing 3 empty cottages with 11 new ones. In other areas such as Daceyville, we have identified, I think it's 11 or 12 properties that have been boarded up, vacant, empty for years. We've pulled the boards up, we're restoring them, families are moving in. So that is happening quite quickly. But under the accelerator, there's multiple streams of work. So there's that stream of work, there's the Aboriginal housing stream of work that I discussed with Ms Higginson, there's just straight up new building new social housing. That's obviously not coming online in the next 2 years, really. I mean, it takes about 2 to 3 years to build a home, unfortunately. I wish it was faster than that.
So this $750 and $1,000 are effectively the legacy funding that will be delivering those homes, not the new funding.
Well, I mean, some of those properties will be the accelerator funds. Some of the accelerator funds will deliver homes outside of that time period you've described.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. So given that the social housing new supply funding, if you were to exclude the funding in this financial year and the allocation for the last financial year and the allocation for the 23-24 financial year, we're looking at a remainder of $928 million, and that's out to 2033. Is that correct?
Under which?
Under your social housing new supply in the infrastructure budget. So in terms of those figures, would you agree that that's funding of around 103 million a year out to 2033?
Sure.
Okay. So in terms of that, and given that you're $550,000 per home, are we looking at the delivery of around 1,689 homes to 2033?
Yeah, I mean, we have absolutely not finalised our long-term planning in that way. I mean, we've come in, done one budget, which was essentially the delivery of election commitments and, you know, really kind of profound extreme risks. And one of the key tasks that Homes New South Wales is going to have when it gets off the ground in February 2024 is doing exactly what you have described, the long-term pipeline. But that work hasn't been done. I mean, for starters, when the budget was done, we didn't even know if the HAF would be in existence or not. There was a big question mark about that stream of funding. Now, thankfully, it is. So that's a bonus for New South Wales. We know we need to do more than just rely on the HAF. But that work that you have described, which I accept is important, is not baked in, is not finalised. We have not done our long-term plan of social housing delivery. And I'm keen to use that process that Homes New South Wales will undertake next year to lead into the next budget, and potentially even the one after that, to build on the foundations that we have set.
Minister, are you disappointed in terms of the allocation you received for new housing supply under LAC in particular?
No, I'm not disappointed because I think that there was a really strong recognition by the Treasurer in his speech that what we have done is lay the foundations and that we know that there's more to do. Sure, if the Treasurer had stood up in the budget speech and said, great, job done, tick, housing solved, I would have been extremely disappointed. But he literally said the exact opposite of that. He said, we've made contribution, emergency funding, $224 million for the next year, and we know we have to do more. He acknowledged that. And so far from being disappointed, I was very uplifted by the acknowledgement from the Treasurer that there's more to do and that I had a partner in him with making those contributions in the long term. I didn't take to this budget process, here's the list of everything that I want to do over the next 10 years. I didn't take that to him in this budget because the budget cycle did not allow for the time to do that work straight after the election. Now we have that time and we're doing that work, and I will be taking those long-term plans into future budgets.
But Minister, your new supply budget is a third of what was allocated last year under the coalition government.
The budget for this year was a emergency stopgap to do long-term planning. You know, the budget
An
cycle...
emergency stopgap to deliver less homes.
We're actually delivering more. As I just described, it's 750 this year and then 1,000. That sounds like more to me.
Dependent on the legacy funding from the coalition's last budget.
But I mean, your point was that we're delivering less. My point is the facts say we're delivering more. And I'm also being clear that I know there's more to do. And so
but you don't have the
Treasurer.
money to deliver more homes. You've got less than you've got 1,689 homes to be delivered after you've delivered these 1,750 based on your figures in the budget.
The only reason that the Land and Housing Corporation had any money to deliver any homes, the budgetary figures to which you were referring, is from the sale of other homes. That wasn't direct money into the budget, Mr. Farlow. That wasn't the Treasurer, the previous Treasurer's... a funding model based on privatisation that I fundamentally disagree with.
So how are you going to deliver more homes?
That funding model...
You don't have the money in the budget to deliver more homes.
Your funding model that you are promoting delivered less homes because you had to sell homes to deliver homes. A snake eating itself, Mr. Farlow. That is not a sustainable model for the long term. The source of funding to which you are describing is the privatisation of properties.
So how are you going to deliver more homes if you don't have the money in the budget to do it?
Well, we are delivering more homes, 750 and then 1,000 and
then 1,689 until 2033.
As I've said, I look forward to the budget next year and the delivery of our long-term plan. I didn't even take a long-term plan to this budget cycle. There wasn't time to deliver it. You can't rush these things, our partnerships with community housing providers. It is true that we are fundamentally changing the funding model for the delivery of social housing. That's true, because we've stopped the sale of the properties. And so the money that was coming in from the privatisation is no longer there. We need to provide a new, sustainable, comprehensive, long-term funding model, and that's exactly what Homes New South Wales is going to be delivering.
And this is leading you to stop housing developments like the Argyle Estate at Coffs Harbour?
No, it's absolutely not what led me to stop the housing development at Argyle Estate in Coffs Harbour. I stopped that development because for all of the time and energy and effort that was going into that proposal, it was in fact delivering less social housing bedrooms.
It was delivering more homes overall.
Once again, I appreciate the position of your government is deliver less social housing. I don't see that as my job. I don't see that as my job.
So what new funding streams have you investigated to accelerate the build of social housing in New South Wales?
I mean, we are exploring every single opportunity that we can. So we have the accelerator, $610 million. We have the
Federal
HAF
government money.
coming online today as well, another fantastic opportunity. We've got the audit of government land. Obviously, that critically sits alongside our commitment to deliver 30% social and affordable housing on government land. That is a major contribution to our long-term plans. As I said, we're in the process of developing our budget longer-term sustainable budget program for the Land and Housing Corporation, or what will be Homes New South Wales, as part of the next budget cycle.
So, Minister, you raised the land audit. What's your role in the land audit?
Champion of social and affordable housing.
Okay. Is that an official title?
I don't know. You'll have to ask.
Self-appointed.
You'll have to ask. You have to ask Minister Camper. Minister Camper is leading the land audit as the Minister for Lands and Property.
Okay, so Mr. Leon Walker, the Deputy Secretary of Property and Development New South Wales, told PC4 last week that with the creation of Homes New South Wales, there is also a new entity called the Land Asset Working Group that is considering the residential opportunities for allocation between LAC, Landcom and AHO. Does that sit under you?
Yes, the LORG.
The LORG. Okay, thank you very much. Who is on the LORG?
So the LORG actually does not exist yet. Okay. It is part of the process of creating Homes New South Wales, which, as I said, comes into existence in February next year. From my recollection, the membership of the LORG is, a representative of the kind of Land and Housing Corporation within Homes New South Wales, someone from Property and Development New South Wales, someone from Landcom, someone from Treasury. There may be others on it. I can take on notice. It does not exist yet because Homes New South Wales does not exist yet.
So do we expect not to see any movement in terms of the land audit until February of next year?
No, we are going to try and do a first tranche this year.
So how can you do that without the LORG being in
We'll just have to use the other processes, myself, Minister Camper, the ERC, the Cabinet, to make decisions, whilst the kind of other structural parts of the operationalising of the land audit and the 30% social and affordable housing are put into place.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So, Minister, considering that's the case, have any recommendations been submitted to you as of yet out of the land audit?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, with respect to the land audit, so Minister Camper the other day told estimates that there were thousands and thousands of properties that had been reviewed as part of the audit, and specifically he said that the land audit is comprehensive, it sits across all government land across New South Wales, it's identifying opportunities right across the board. Have you advocated for any golf courses to be turned into housing?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Okay, great. And have any golf courses with expiring leases been reviewed and deemed suitable for housing?
You'll have to ask Minister Camper. I have.
And what about bowling clubs? Are you aware of any of those?
No, I'm not.
Tennis courts at all?
No.
No? Minister, if I can ask, with something that sits across both your portfolio as the Minister for Mental Health and also when it comes to Homes New South Wales, Macquarie Mental Health Hospital, have you put that forward through your department for housing to be put on that site?
We're just not at that point yet. So every single piece of surplus land is going into the land audit.
So that has gone into the land audit?
I can check with Health Infrastructure New South Wales. So just to be clear, the mental health branch is not doing the land audit for New South Wales Health.
That's New South Wales Health.
That New South Wales Health Infrastructure are doing that. I mean, if it is surplus land, then I expect that it has gone into the land audit. That would be my expectation. Obviously, there's going to be a substantial amount of land that goes into the land audit that's not suitable for residential housing. Of course, we accept that. But the whole point of doing the comprehensive audit is to actually get all of that information in one place so that we can comprehensively go through it and identify which sites are suitable and which sites aren't suitable. But the first step is everyone has got to come and be part of this process and identify sites that are surplus to their needs.
So, Minister, you wouldn't rule out housing development on the Macquarie Mental Health Hospital site?
I'm not ruling anything in or out at the moment.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, now turning back to the Waterloo South project and development on that site. With the increase of social and affordable housing in the Waterloo South renewal to 50%, what additional financial contribution is the state government going to pay to this project?
We're still working through the sort of procurement process with our delivery partners and finalising how we are going to deliver that. And so the answer to your question is TBC.
Okay. So has any work been done on the viability of the project with the change to 50% social and affordable housing and the cost?
Absolutely.
Yep. Okay, and what was the development projected to cost the taxpayer before the changes were made?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And what is the development now projected to cost the taxpayer?
I mean, that is just not clear. Okay. And the reason it's not clear is because we don't have a delivery partner yet. We don't know who is delivering that project for us. And until we do know who that partner is, obviously we're unable to finalise exactly the scope of that project.
And have any of the development consortiums pulled out now with the changes?
My understanding is that they have not.
We've narrowed it down to the...
So, but have any, we have done that, but did any pull out of the process?
We referred it down to 2.
Yeah, so the Land and Housing Corporation has
so
preferred it down to 2.
Now? Yep. And in terms of those 2 finalists, when will the contract be awarded?
Do we have a time frame on that? They're targeting the middle of next year.
Okay, so development's still slated to begin by the middle of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And is it still estimated that the project will deliver around 3,000 new homes?
That is the estimate, yeah.
Yep, okay, fantastic. Minister, when did you request an updated feasibility study on Waterloo South about the change in cost of the development when considering the changes that you announced on the 21st?
I'll have to take that on notice. I have to say, on my very first briefing, incoming government brief with the Land and Housing Corporation, I said, I'm not delivering Waterloo South with 30% social and affordable housing. Forget that. This is a major project, a prime piece of government land. We have 55,000 people, 57,000 people on our social housing waiting list. If we're going to do this, we are going to do it with 50% social and affordable housing. And, I need you guys to work with me in order to make that happen. So I suspect it was that the process of discussing how we could deliver on my priority of actually uplifting social and affordable housing through these projects kicked off from my first meeting with the Land and Housing Corporation.
Okay, thank you, Minister. And Minister, will you provide that feasibility study to this committee?
I'll have to see whether that is a document that I can publicly release.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, there's a minimum of 15% of all new social and affordable homes dedicated for Aboriginal people. Does that continue?
Yes,
in
it
this
is.
proposal? Yep. And is that included with the 50% target of social and affordable housing, or is that in addition to that?
That's included within the 50%.
Okay, so effectively that's 7.5% of the total development.
15%
of 50%, 7.5%.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And what's the current number and percentage of Aboriginal people in the Waterloo estate?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And how detailed are the changes which need to be made to the plans for the redevelopment with these changes in the ratio of affordable housing? Can you elaborate on the exact changes that need to be made?
Well, I mean, I don't think any changes are being made to the planning framework. I mean, obviously, as you say, that there are changes to the delivery specifications, because I'm indicating that if we're going to do this major piece of work, that lift from government has to deliver a lift in social and affordable housing. But that's not a change to the planning framework for the site.
Okay. And Minister, with respect
God, I don't
to...
want to open that can of worms again.
I think that might be my time. But Minister, with respect to it, are you still committed to a salt and pepper proposal, or are they going to be distinct blocks of social, affordable and private housing?
Again, I need to work with our delivery partners on that.
Thank you, Minister.
Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Morning, Minister. I wanted to start with some questions around mining and water, if I can, and because some of it is relevant to the water portfolio. Firstly, are you aware that the CSIRO has undertaken some new research into the water tables, groundwater connectivity in the Narrabri region in relation to the Narrabri CSG project? The CSIRO has recently published that new research.
Look, I'm not aware of that new research.
So the research has shown that there is an increased likelihood of connectivity between the coal seams that are targeted by the Narrabri coal seam gas project and the Great Artesian Basin. Has DP Water, your agency, engaged in that research at all?
I'm not aware of that. Amanda, are you aware if your department has engaged in that?
I'm not aware to take that on notice.
So, Minister, is that something that you will commit to having a look at, given the fact that, I mean, the research is suggesting, therefore, that there is a greater chance, as a result of the coal seam gas project, there is a greater chance of the Great Artesian Basin being impacted by that project. So as Water Minister, is that something that you think you should get across?
I can commit that we'll take this research and have a look at it, and that's not a problem.
And respond to it or advise at some later point?
Well, it's difficult to know what I'm going to do about it if I haven't seen it.
Yes.
But you've brought it to my attention, Ms. Fairman, and I've indicated that I'm more than happy to have a look at it and have the department have a look at it as well and see, to the extent that it's relevant to us in our decision making and our work, that we will take that into account.
Okay, thank you. Again, on the subject of mining and water, are you aware, have you come across the proposal, the project that is essentially constructing a gold mine, a massive tailings storage facility? It's McPhillamys Gold Mine by Regis Resources, literally on the headwaters, smack bang on the headwaters of Ballubula River.
I am familiar with that project.
As Water Minister, what is your view on that project? Are you concerned about it? Have you looked at the risks to basically the Murray-Darling Basin?
Look, I mean, I would say, I think it is important to emphasise, Ms. Fairman, that I'm not the Minister for Natural Resources, that I don't make decisions about mining proposals in New South Wales. However, to the extent that proposals do require water licences or, approval in relation to water use, obviously we do look at that. I may ask the department to supplement on the detail, but my understanding is that those proposals in relation to water use for that project have been looked at by the department and are under consideration at this very moment.
Just to be clear, this was kind of fast-tracked, if you like, by the previous government. It was a decision that was made in the caretaker period, McPhillamys Gold Mine, as was the Louis project in Bowden Silver Mine near Louis. Again, massive impact on water. Ballubula headwaters, about 24 natural springs will be concreted over to build a massive tailings facility, again, that won't be rehabilitated, again, on the headwaters of Ballubula River. Do you think that the current, if you don't have a degree of a say in that,
Do you think that's good enough? I mean, this was all undertaken under the previous coalition, but there are serious projects going on in New South Wales that will have serious implications for water quality and quantity downstream that it seems you can do nothing about. Is there something wrong with our...
No, I mean, it's not a fair characterisation that we don't have anything to do with it. In fact, we do. And as I recall, you are correct in that special access licences outside of the normal framework of water licensing, special licences were created specifically to facilitate that project by the previous government. So I am aware of those issues. My understanding is that there is further consideration of the impact of that project on waterways that is right now occurring within the department, and I don't want to...
That your department...
That's right, the DPE Water is doing. Amanda is nodding, so I'm taking that as that I'm broadly on the right track. I don't want to prejudice those considerations, but I just want to reassure you, yes, to the extent that there is potential impact on water sources, we do have a role in that, and we take that role seriously. We don't do mining approvals over in DPE Water, but we do look after water resources in New South Wales. And Amanda, I may just ask, do you want to... I know that it's under active consideration. I don't want you to cut across that, but is there any more information you could provide, Ms Fairman?
I can confirm that we have been asked for advice from the Department of Planning about licence consideration for that project, and we have provided that advice to planning.
So that's just in relation to licence considerations around where the water is going to come from in terms of their operation.
Whether it's feasible that licences can be given.
And how long ago was that, though?
It's current.
Right, they're still
It's still under active consideration. I can confirm that we have provided advice to the Department of Planning.
Okay, just in terms of the time, I might come back to that later today. Again, mining and water. This is in relation to the mining that's taking place in Sydney's water catchment, possibly a little closer to home for you. Are you aware of the extent of... There's been an independent analysis undertaken regarding the metropolitan coal mines' environmental performance, extensive fractures opening up beneath the streams. This is all the Warrenora Special Area. There's been a kilometre of perennial stream called the Eastern Tributary going dry since early 2017. There's cracking, underground diversion of streams, and the discharge of dissolved metals in a vital water storage. This essentially indicates that it is beyond what was originally submitted to planning in the EIS. We know that underground mining in water catchments always results in a certain degree of subsidence, which isn't ideal in itself, but this is far worse in terms of this research and what it's uncovered. I understand that this report has been sent to the Independent Advisory Panel for Underground Mining 7 months ago. Has it come to your department, Ms Jones? Have you seen it?
I'm not aware. I'll have to take that on notice.
Again, Minister, is this of a concern in that it seems that whether the right people are getting this information, whether they're acting on it, again, in terms of the degree of destruction within Sydney water catchment as a result of underground mining, what is happening from your end, at least in terms of getting on top of the extent of the issue?
I mean, look, as Amanda said, it may well be that, people in her team have seen it. There's 900 and odd people who work in DP Water. She's taken on notice the extent to which we have been included in those conversations. We take our role as custodians of the state's water resources really seriously. We don't do mining approvals. That's not our job. But to the extent that we engage with the people who do, that's a role we take seriously. The one thing I would add is, again, to the extent that people have approval to do certain works and they don't do them correctly, our agency, NRA, has been proactive in engaging with those breaches, including in areas to which you have described. So, we do take those obligations seriously, including our regulatory obligations. I think it was the biggest enforceable undertaking NRA's ever engaged in relation to one of those projects. So, you know, we take it seriously, Ms. Fairman.
In the time that is remaining, I will ask a question about NRA, but just in relation to the extent of water theft that has gone on from coal companies. Maules Creek Coal Mine, Boggabri Coal Mine, Dendrobium Coal Mine reveals systematic and long-term take of water. I do understand that NRA is looking at some of that, but will you commission also an independent inquiry? Are there changes needed in the regulatory space to ensure that coal companies are reporting what they're taking in terms of water, and all mining companies for that matter, and to ensure that there is a stricter regime to make sure that they aren't taking more water than they should?
I have full confidence in NRA, and I think that the enforceable undertaking that they achieved, the largest ever in their history, is indicative of the fact that they do take these things seriously, that they are robust in exercising their regulatory function in relation to these matters. If there are other concerns, absolutely. NRA is an independent organisation. I support their independence and want them to have the powers that they need to do their job. But I think the evidence is that they are engaged on these matters. I don't know if the bell went, but...
It did. It's all right.
Sorry, Grant.
I'll allow you to finish answering the question.
Obviously, Mr. Barnes will be here this afternoon, so may be able to...
I won't be here the whole time. I'm literally supposed to be chairing another thing.
I'm happy to allow the question to be answered before I go.
Grant, did you want to add anything?
The mining and extractive industries are required under the Act to hold a water licence for the take of water, as I know you appreciate. You've mentioned a number of circumstances where allegations were made against some of those companies that they weren't either the holders of a licence or their actions had exceeded the entitlements within those licences. They were extensively investigated and have been resolved by way of those enforceable undertakings. The one the Minister announced, just mentioned, was with respect to Illawarra Coal Holdings, and $2.8 million now must be spent in restitution. We are committed to enforcing the law and make no distinction from whether you're an irrigator, a local council, or in this instance the mining industry. They will be held to account, and we will investigate them. Any new matters that you might have to hand, I would gladly receive them from you.
Thank you.
Minister, the Albury project implements a community of schools and services approach which is locally driven. It's a shift from a crisis-driven system to an early intervention approach. This is low cost. It costs less than $500,000 per year. It's demonstrated to be working. Will you extend its funding beyond December 2024?
I mean, look, Ms. Conn, I enthusiastically welcome representations in relation to effective programs, particularly those that are low cost. I have to say, I'm not as familiar with that project as evidently you are, but I will take on notice having a look at it. As an example, the Universal Service Support Project, the Albury project in relation to early intervention in youth homelessness, received a representation, great project, delivering great results. Credit to Justin Clancy, member for Albury, for bringing that to my attention. We continued its funding. So I just point to that as evidence that we are willing to receive feedback about things that are working and try and find ways to continue them. So I'll have to take those specific details on notice.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I look forward to your answer on notice, and note that for particularly not-for-profit-led programs, have that requirement to constantly reapply for funding is actually taking resources away from service delivery.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, which is why we've committed to moving to 5-year funding contracts for a range of those organisations because of exactly that proposition, and it is a real challenge for them.
Thank you. I'm glad that you'll consider applying that to this project as well. I understand that the Department of Communities and Justice currently outsources management of maintenance works, and that residents often experience poor communication and accurate reporting of works completed, but that contract is due to expire on the 30th of June 2024.
That's not the that's done by the Land and Housing Corporation, not the Department of Communities and Justice, but nonetheless, everything else you've said is accurate, including the poor maintenance outcomes.
Yep. Who is running the tender process for a new asset maintenance services contract?
Who's running the tender, Michael? The Land and Housing Corporation.
Thank you. What's the expected timeline for this process?
Well, as you say, the current contracts expire in the middle of next year, so we'll have a new contract to announce then. And I want to indicate right off the bat that the performance of the current contracts is completely unacceptable to me. Obviously, I hear a significant amount of feedback about poor performance. We are reasonably regularly exercising breach of contract provisions with our current contractors because they have not done the work that we require them to do. And so as part of that recontracting, we are looking at bringing as many elements of that back in-house, including contact centres, which will be done centrally through Homes New South Wales. I want the government to be playing a more direct role managing maintenance for people who live in our properties. We should not be the worst landlord in the state.
Thank you. In 2018, the previous government introduced the controversial inner city allocation policy, which excludes anyone with a conviction for a serious drug offence in the prior 5 years from being allocated a Land and Housing Corporation property in Surrey Hills, Redfern, Waterloo or Glebe. How many people have been turned away from homes in the Sydney inner city as a result of the policy since it was introduced?
Look, I mean, I will have to take that on notice. I'm not sure if anyone here has that at their fingertips. We'll get that information to you, Ms. Con.
Thank you. Does the Minns Labor government plan to abolish this discriminatory policy?
Look, I mean, I am up for reviewing eligibility criteria as part of the creation of Homes New South Wales. Again, that's one of the agenda items that I'm keen to put on the workload of that new organisation. But having said that, antisocial behaviour is a problem in social housing, and I need the people who are tenants of the New South Wales government to have safe and secure and stable places to live. And to the extent that they're unable to achieve that goal because their neighbours are acting in a way that negatively impacts on them, that's a problem. It's a problem for me, it's a problem for those communities. And so I will take seriously how we can ensure that particularly some of the bigger estates in the inner city, Northcote Estate, which I have visited and seen, you know, some of the amazing people who live there and some of their great stories, but also some of the dysfunction. I want those places to be a success. I want them to be great places where people live and thrive. And I need to make sure that as we're doing tenant allocations, that we're doing that in a thoughtful way. But I am happy to review eligibility criteria to make sure that it is meeting the goal that I've just articulated and isn't discriminatory.
Yeah, thank you. And what I would ask perhaps for you to clarify is whether people are being excluded on the basis of behaviour that's been challenging for neighbours or whether that's on the basis of prior criminal convictions.
Yes, yes, I understand, and good point.
Thank you. How many upgrades are being planned for energy efficiency and thermal performance in social housing?
I might ask Michael if he's got that figure at his fingertips. So he's saying about 9,000, but he's confirming
Sorry,
that.
I did have a request from through Hansard that if the answers are
Sorry.
coming from the back row, we need you to speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry, Michael. May perhaps just pop it. Apologies if, you know, we've got the many people here. Michael was saying about 9,000.
Thank you.
And we can come back to you to confirm that number.
Yeah, thank you. And while you're following it up, can you please confirm how much money's been allocated to that in the 2023-24 and 24-25 financial years?
Yes, we can do that. And also I should indicate to you, Ms. Con, that we are actively in discussions about how we can take advantage in New South Wales of the Commonwealth's initiative in relation to co-funding of energy upgrades for social housing, and that is something that we're actively working through. We want a piece of that pie, and so we're just finalising our plans to get it.
Community advocates and architects have put forward a redevelopment plan for 82 Wentworth Park Road, which avoids the demolition and redevelopment previously proposed by the government. How are discussions with community advocates, including the Glebe Society, progressing about plans for 82 Wentworth Park Road, and will the current DA for demolition be withdrawn?
So I have met with those community advocates, including the Glebe Society, and arranged for them to have dialogue with the Land and Housing Corporation, which Michael may be able to provide an update on where that's up to. But I would say this, because I said to them, we have 17 current dwellings at 82 Wentworth Park Road. We're able to turn that into 43. It's not just the uplift in dwellings. Those new dwellings will be energy efficient, as you know, important. They will also be disability accessible, as you know, also extremely important. And I'm not prepared to compromise on those principles. And so I have obviously encouraged the Land and Housing Corporation to engage with people who have alternative suggestions. But I'm not interested in alternative suggestions that don't deliver an uplift in social housing that is energy efficient and disability accessible. So, Michael, I don't know if you have anything more to add about where those conversations are up to.
We have met with the Hands Off Sleep Society. We've provided feedback on both ours and their proposals. We explained that we are looking across all of the needs in Glebe to best meet the needs of the people that are in that area, and we undertook, they have provided us with some additional information which we're reviewing, and we've said we will come back to them. At the moment we are not withdrawing the DA because that will delay any outcomes for delivering homes for new.
You've said there was a review with some of that information. What's the time frame for that?
We expected we should be able to go back by the end of this year.
Amount of time. Does the government have any questions? Oh, thank you. In that case, we'll have a break until 11:15. Thank you. Thanks so much.
There you go. Oh, good-o, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll be starting with 20 minutes to the opposition.
Thank you very much. Minister, are you familiar with the National Mental Health Workforce Strategy?
Look, not in detail, but yes, its existence.
Well, it does report that there's currently a 32% shortfall in mental health workers compared to 2019, and this figure is expected to grow. Do you have figures for New South Wales vacancy in relation to mental health, particularly psychiatrist, adolescent?
I can ask the officials if they've got figures at their fingertips, although I would indicate that there is absolutely a shortfall, and we acknowledge that, and there was a discussion earlier about the workforce challenges. If there are figures, Deb, that you had at your fingertips, perhaps you might provide them, but...
I don't have any figures on me.
We'll take the exact figure on notice, but the premise of your question is accepted, that there are shortfalls and that we are facing real workforce challenges in mental health.
And when taking on that question on notice, can you also provide breakdown psychiatry, as I said, adolescent, adult, psychology, mental health nurses, as well as other allied health professionals? Minister, are you aware of a case from the Northern Beaches involving a 14-year-old male person who was reported as being violent and a danger to his family and himself when he was treated by paramedics? The young person was transported to Northern Beaches Hospital only to be told that there were no child or young psychiatrist on duty to see him and that he would need to be returned home. This matter occurred in September. Are you aware of this case?
No, I'm not. And it concerns me because we indeed have had a child and adolescent psychiatrist on at the Northern Beaches Hospital since earlier this year, so I'm not aware of that incident. It does concern me.
Ms Wilcox, are you aware that there was no adolescent psychiatrist on duty?
I'm not aware of the case that you're referring to, but there is a child and youth mental health psychiatrist on staff at Northern Beaches Hospital.
And is that person on duty all times?
No, they wouldn't be on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but there would be on-call arrangements and there would be registrars and residents on shift who would then be able to access that advice.
So it is possible that this young person, 14-year-old boy, who was identified as a danger to himself and his parents, were turned away and told to go home?
Look, I'm not aware of the specifics, but there have been a range of challenges with the Northern Beaches Hospital, and my efforts to resolve those challenges have been hampered by the fact that it's not run by the New South Wales Government. It's run by HealthScope. It's a public-private partnership, not the way I think health should be delivered, but nonetheless, the situation I've inherited. So I'm not aware of the specifics, but I'm concerned by it, and I am concerned by what I consider to be ongoing reports of issues at the Northern Beaches Hospital, and have already raised other concerns that I have in relation to delivery of projects and healthcare services with the CEO. I'm happy to take on this particular circumstance and raise it with him as well.
So you have met with the CEO?
I have, yes.
And have you talked about beds at the hospital?
Absolutely.
And is there a shortage of beds, or have all beds been delivered?
Well, I have talked to him about the delivery of the the budgetary commitment in relation to the 4 beds there. And there are currently 4 short stay beds that are available. There are not currently 4 inpatient child and adolescent beds available. This is extremely frustrating to me. It is very disappointing to me that a commitment was made for delivery at a hospital that is run by a private operator and therefore not within my capacity to control or direct. Again, I reiterate, this is not the model to which I think healthcare should be delivered. Nonetheless, it's the one we've inherited. And the CEO is well aware of my frustrations.
When will the beds be delivered?
What we do about the delivery of that commitment is still under consideration. As I indicated, I'm not able to direct that hospital in relation to its operations. It's run by HealthScope. It's run by a private operator. It's not run by Northern Sydney Local Area Health District. And that does provide a real limitation on my capacity to ensure delivery of state public health commitments. I think
so, Minister, are there any shortfalls of beds in any other hospital across New South Wales for psychiatric patients or for young adolescents?
Look, I mean, I'm sure that there are more beds that could be provided. I mean, to be clear, one of the big priorities that we have is the delivery of community mental health, because that is a far better treatment plan and model of care for almost all children and young people. Children and young people experiencing acute mental health crises in our hospitals often find that a very traumatising experience, and it isn't always conducive to their healing and their recovery. Community care is far, far preferable. Having said that, as I said, we acknowledge that there are shortfalls and gaps in the provision of mental health, including in the provision of child and adolescent mental health. We've got a series of programs in order to systematically identify, prioritise and respond to those gaps. So you're not going to see me coming in here saying, yes, everything's perfect, everything's great. That's not the case. We have not enough staff doing an incredible amount of work, the most professional, lovely, wonderful people in difficult circumstances. But are there gaps? Are there, areas where we can do more? Absolutely.
Minister, you mentioned that more support needs to be provided, particularly around community health. This brings me to specialist homelessness services, and particularly the support that's provided. And we know that quite often people will present to specialist homelessness services with mental health challenges. What programs, you referred to programs, early intervention, what exactly is being provided to support SHSs to address and deal with people that are presenting with mental health challenges?
Well, I mean, we increased their funding in the budget to allow them to try
Exactly
and...
how much did you increase the SHS funding to?
It was part of the 224 essential housing package. So I think there was, I can't recall the exact figure within that $224 million package, but there was additional
You don't know how
funding.
much funding you're providing to SHSs?
Oh, I mean, overall, we fund them, what is it, $300 million? Is that the...
$328.2
million. I was close.
And the additional funding that was provided?
About $5.7 million.
5.7 million.
Just for a
You
year.
don't remember $5.7 million?
Just for a year, we've boosted their funding. I know that more needs to be done. I mean, we have recommissioning that we're actively engaged in, and that is going to be a big piece of work to chart the future of our specialist homelessness services. But in the meantime, whilst that is underway, we know that they are experiencing, as you say, more clients with complex needs, and we have provided them with additional money in order to try and ensure that the services and support that people need are there when they walk through the door. Is there still gaps in relation to that service provision? Absolutely. All of the SHSs that I meet with talk about exactly what you're talking about and say, we are seeing more clients, they're more complex, they're more difficult to house long term, there are intersecting drug and alcohol, mental
just
health.
over $7 million to support them to address the increased capacity workload that we know they're trying to meet demand. Do you know how many are working above capacity?
Look, I imagine it would be almost all.
And all you've given them is $5 million.
We've boosted their funding for 12 months as an emergency injection to, address some of that demand. Do we know that more needs to be done long term? Absolutely.
And where's that $5 million going? Is it across all of them? To some?
Look, I mean, Anne might have detail about exactly where every single one of those dollars is being allocated. Obviously, it's being prioritised to areas of highest need.
We can go that into detail later on, but you're not actually where that money is going.
Well, I mean,
now,
we have hundreds
actually,
of specialist homelessness
Minister,
services.
the sector has actually said they need around $50 million, some of them say more, each year to just meet demand and stop them turning people away. What are you saying to those providers?
I'm sorry that you've been underfunded so chronically for 12 years that you are now in a desperate situation. I'm sorry that the housing crisis is so severe that the most vulnerable people are turning up in greater numbers with more complex needs at your services. I'm sorry that 12 years of neglect and delay has caused this crisis,
Minister,
but I
you are now the
acknowledge
Minister. You are in a position to be able to seek funding. Are you aware the NCOS had a breakfast last month in which the Treasurer addressed the sector?
I am aware of that breakfast.
Are you aware that he said that there is no money coming in next budget?
No, I mean, as I...
Are you aware that he said there is no more money?
Minister attempting to answer, and she was spoken over.
Oh, well, I think she can answer the question.
Look, the Minister's able to redirect the question per our previous hearing if the Minister could at least start answering the question before the...
I wasn't at the breakfast. It's difficult for me to make early morning functions with my kid drop-off responsibilities. So, no, I'm not aware of what the Treasurer said there. I am aware of what he said in the budget speech, in the Parliament, which is that the $224 million essential housing package was a first step and he acknowledged more to be done, and that's on the Hansard.
But he said at the breakfast, and that's actually also online, it's probably been recorded, that there will be no funding for the sector in the next budget. What is your response to specialist homelessness services, to the staff, to the volunteers who are now being told there is no money coming?
As I said, I wasn't at the breakfast. I'm not aware of those comments. I am aware of what the Treasurer said in the Parliament, which is that he acknowledges this is a first step for which many more will be required after. And if you have questions about the Treasurer's view, you should have put it to him yesterday.
So basically you don't care. Have you seen the Ernst & Young evaluation?
That's a disrespectful.
Have you seen the Ernst &
Yeah,
Young evaluation?
I'll uphold
Still
that.
being heard on the point
Yeah,
of order.
I'll uphold the point of order to that.
I'll move on to the next question. Have you seen the Ernst & Young evaluation of SHS services?
I have seen the draft report and I considered the fact that, as Minister, you spent $800,000 commissioning Ernst & Young to produce a report on the functionality of SHSs based on the draft report I've seen to be a complete waste of money.
Then you will release that report?
When I have the final report, I'm happy to release it.
Why won't you release the interim report?
Oh, I'm happy to release the interim
Thank
report.
you.
I've got no problems with releasing reports, and I think when people see it, they will see $800,000 to the Big Four for this. What an unbelievable waste of money.
Minister, have you read the 2023 street count technical paper?
Look, I have seen the street count results. I don't recall reading the technical paper.
That's okay. It's only about 10 pages, but that's all right. And most of it's a graph
that I'm
of a
not
breakdown.
across
So,
the
Minister,
details.
are you aware of how many rough sleepers there are currently in the Clarence Valley?
Not off the top of my head.
That's okay. Does anyone else have those figures?
Someone got the street count figures per LGA? We can look that up.
I think I do, I don't have it, but I can provide it this afternoon.
That's okay.
300 in Byron, I think, but I don't recall all of them.
All right. So the figures for 2023, the Clarence Valley are 69.
I need to hit the point of
I
order.
think it's moving too quickly. The information was being sought through the Minister to the officers, and I, as far as I can tell, the information might be present now.
Well, no. Mr. Tibble was just confirming that when I said it was 300 in Byron, that I was correct on that. So I was just indicating that I am
We'll get to
aware
Byron.
of the ones at the top of the list, the most pressing. But no, I don't have in my mind the street count for every single LGA.
No,
but
no,
we are
I
looking that up.
understand you've got a very, very big number of portfolios, but I do have a copy of the spreadsheet and the count that was provided on your website. So in relation to Clarence Valley, for 2023 it was 69 and 2022 it was 11. As you said, Byron was 300 this year and 138 last year. Now, recently you announced additional community outreach support for the region. How much was that for?
$11 million.
And is that across, or how many LGAs does that cover?
I think it covered 5. I can't recall the exact number. I think it was 5.
Do you know which ones?
Look, we'll take it on notice. It was definitely Byron, Ballina, Lismore, and I think it was Clarence and Richmond.
I think you're right, Minister.
We will clarify. That is my recollection.
Okay. How many rough sleepers are in Eurobodalla LGA? Do you have that? Are you aware of it?
No, I'm not aware. I mean, I do know Eurobodalla has a particular challenge. Every time you fly into Moruya Airport, you can see the homeless encampment there. It's clearly a challenge. I've spoken to the Mayor about that on a number of occasions. One of the first things that we did when I was Minister, and thank you to the Department for collaborating with me, was snap up the opportunity to grab a few cabins that happened to be for sale in the area in order to provide temporary emergency accommodation. I'm not pretending that's a long-term solution, but I guess I'm just saying I know there is a problem and we are trying to pull every lever we can when they're presented to us to respond to it.
Well, like Byron, it had 300 this year and last year 138. What community outreach services are you providing to that LGA?
So we're working really closely with the Eurobodalla Shire Council in relation to that community. And
Any additional funding?
We did extend a number of programs down there, as I recall, Ms. Campbell. I can't remember the names of those programs, but
happy to take that on notice.
there were programs that we have extended into the Eurobodalla in order to try and deal with the increase.
And how many SHSs are funded in that LGA?
Again, I'd need to take that on notice.
But there's been no additional funding of the SHSs or any new outreach services funded since you've become Minister in that LGA?
Not that I'm aware of, although, as I said, we have extended funding for a range of programs. You know, every opportunity that we have, I've met with the Mayor about it on more than one occasion. It's a real problem.
So, Shoalhaven LGA, they had this year 19 recorded and last year 11. So Shoalhaven saw an increase of 8 people sleeping rough compared to Eurobodalla, which had 162 people sleeping rough. Can you explain why the South Coast electorate received $500,000 for 2 SHSs and Eurobodalla receives nothing?
Well, my recollection is that one of those services was in fact located between the Eurobodalla Shire and Nowra, so in fact was servicing people from the Eurobodalla community, is my recollection of where I think it's the the Safe Haven facility is. But
So they're not based in Nowra?
No. One of them is based in Ulladulla, is my recollection, and services both the Shoalhaven and Eurobodalla communities. So my first proposition is that your question is incorrect, that in fact one of those services is servicing the Eurobodalla community. But secondly, both those services were about to close their door. Both those SHSs were about to shut down because your government hadn't funded them properly.
Okay,
and
but
I'm
you
not
have
going to
8
let
people sleeping rough
services shut
versus
their door.
300 people in Eurobodalla. You have a tent city that you said you visited, and yet you're providing no funding
Well,
to that
as I
area.
said,
no
I-
funding whatsoever.
I just corrected
and
you
asking the
that we
entire
were
state
providing funding.
to divvy up $5 million.
I'm
Is that
sorry.
correct?
I'm sorry if $500,000 to keep much needed services in regional New South Wales open is offensive to you. I think that's my job.
You don't seem to be doing much. Now, Minister.
Disrespectful for those sorts of asides.
Minister, on your department
Yeah.
website.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll move on.
I'll uphold that point.
Anyway. Minister, on your department website, which has been updated in the last few months, it states the New South Wales government has committed to reducing street homelessness in New South Wales by 50% by 2025. How are you tracking with your target?
I'm pretty sure that was the Premier's priority from the previous
But it's on your
government.
website, which was updated only a few months ago. Do you
well-
not know what you're actually putting on your website?
Well, no, I don't know if you know this. I don't do the website.
But
In
you
my
should
list
be
of
aware-
job descriptions,
You should be aware
in
if
my
it's
list of-
referring to a...
I just fundamentally disagree with the proposition that my job should be trawling the Department of Communities and Justice website for text content in there. I've got serious issues in the housing crisis. I've got serious issues with homelessness.
So what is your
Checking the
target?
website doesn't feature in my top
Minister,
50.
Okay, well, we'll accept that the website that was updated is incorrect and out of date. Minister, do you have a target to reduce homelessness in New South Wales?
Our goal is to make homelessness rare, brief and non-reoccurring.
So you have no target?
Well, I mean, rare, brief and non-reoccurring is the framework that I think best meets the needs. The problem with something like a 50% reduction is that as numbers go up, the percentage value of that reduction gets smaller and smaller. 50% of a number that is exponentially growing doesn't meet my vision for a state in which homelessness is rare, brief and non-reoccurring. That goal, that ambitious goal, I concede, ambitious goal, is one that is baked into the work that we are doing on the new homelessness strategy and our planning. And that is to be honest, much more ambitious goal than a 50% reduction or a 60% reduction. That goal seeks to fundamentally change the way that homelessness is approached in this state. And look, I mean, it is ambitious. It's significant. It's going to require more resources, but that is what I am committed
But
to.
how are you going to measure whether or not you've actually achieved anything? By the sounds of it, it's just motherhood statements. You may not like having targets because it means that you are accountable, that you are transparent to the people of New South Wales. But at the moment, you're not providing any funding. You're talking about you just want to see reduced, but you don't know by how much. You don't actually know how many people are homeless at the moment. You're not measuring. Are you intending just to sweep this under the carpet?
No, I mean, that is absolutely not my intention. As I said, the problem with a 50% target by 2025 or something like that is that assumes that there still will be a significant number of people who are homeless. It might be less, but it is still significant. That's unacceptable to me. A significant number of homeless people, and we just accept that. That's not the way that I see
Won't fund it,
my
won't
role.
measure it.
The inquiry into community outpatient mental health services being conducted by this committee, which we've mentioned earlier this morning, has received some really distressing evidence about the quality of the mental health access line in local health districts where that's been outsourced to Medibank services. Will you bring this critical service back to public management?
Look, I mean, I have to say, Ms. Connor, I found that that evidence really interesting, and I thank you for commencing the inquiry and hosting it. I wasn't aware of the different service delivery of the mental health lines across the local area health districts and the challenges that people had been experiencing until that evidence was provided to the inquiry. I have now asked for more information on that. Currently, those decisions are being made at the LHD level. The local health districts are making decisions about how that access line is delivered. But I can say I'm aware of that evidence. It does concern me. And I have asked that we look into what options might exist to ensure that that is being consistently delivered, but accepting that currently it's not the mental health branch and the Ministry for Health that is making those decisions. It is the LHDs.
On the 10th of October, I asked you in question time about what's being done to ensure the safety of patients and particularly women admitted to mental health services, and that was in the context of reports of sexual assault and harassment in mental health facilities. Mm-hmm. You indicated at that time that relevant protocols would be reviewed. I'm interested in understanding the status of that process.
Absolutely. I mean, it's still ongoing. That's not something that we've been able to turn around particularly quickly. I might ask either Dr. Flynn or Dr. Wright or to just reflect on what work is being done to ensure that that's the case.
Thank you. I think you're referring to the guidelines on sexual safety in mental health inpatient units, and that's a document that was first produced approximately 10 years ago, and it's up for revision at this time. By way of context, I would say that the issue of sexual safety in inpatient units is a really, really important issue to us, and every single instance of an identified sexual safety incident or allegation of a sexual safety incident is investigated thoroughly, up to and including referrals to police and sexual assault services where that's deemed necessary. And the issue of trying to improve the way our services firstly identify people who are vulnerable in those settings and manage their inpatient stay in a way which prevents those incidents from happening is a combination of identifying in the individual the issues, training the staff in being able to identify vulnerable people, and also in de-escalating situations which might be deteriorating, and separating individuals who might be showing behaviours which put other individuals' sexual safety at risk. It's a complex matrix. It's about the skills. It's about the policies and procedures. It's also about the built environment that has a significant role in it. And then, from our perspective, it's about the investigation of incidents, the collation of that information, and trying to drive change through a monitoring process. But I do take the point that the guidelines are now a decade old, and that it's really important for us to go through the process of updating those.
Thank you. I agree it's very important that be reviewed. Who's involved in that process of review? Who are you consulting?
Yeah. So I can't give you the details of the program. The all the individuals and organisations involved. But within the ministry, there's a team within the mental health branch which has ownership of the policy, but they would be consulting widely both within the ministry, including PARVAN, and other parts of the ministry, including health infrastructure, HETI, which is the Health Education Training Institute, the local health districts who are delivering the services, and other peak agencies, both for consumers and carers across the board. So it's a complex and large task. It's actually it's a very large and complex document, and that's why I make the comment that there's a large number of factors which contribute to either a safe or less safe environment, and we aim to update that with what we've learnt over the previous decade.
Thank you. And appreciating both the complexity of the issue but also the urgency of it, what's the expected timeframe for that work?
My understanding is it's probably about 12 months. Is that?
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions about the mental health acute assessment team.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that was operating with only one crew in Western Sydney, but that there were early indications that was hugely successful, and I understand it's been particularly supported by paramedics working in that program. Why has the government not committed to expanding the funding of that program and expanding it further?
I mean, look, I would suggest that when it came to a range of those programs, the reason that we haven't made longer term funding commitments is because we're assessing how a range of overlapping services are going to work together in the future. I mean, as you know, and as this committee has explored, and as I have been clear on the public record about, the way that we respond to acute mental health crises in New South Wales needs to change. And that process of exploring what that could look like is underway at the moment. And as a result of that, we will look to implement a new approach, and elements of what we are currently doing that have been successful will feed into that. There are some things that we're currently doing that work a little bit but not a lot. How can we make them work better? And so happy to take on your feedback and feedback from others about the success of some of those programs and provide you the reassurance that we are looking to roll out a new approach to some of these challenges in New South Wales.
Thank you. I'm interested in understanding mental health support for paramedics, particularly for PTSD and psychological injury at work. I understand that there's data showing that it's only less than 1 in 4 paramedics who don't feel burnt out by their job at this stage. And the budget included, for example, online mental health assessments and a self-guided app. What work is the government doing to actually reduce the incidence of psychological injury for paramedics?
Yeah, I mean, it is a significant issue. I've met with representatives of the Health Services Union in relation to that matter specifically, and they have articulated to me exactly some of the challenges that you have outlined. One of the things that we are doing is looking to connect them up with some of the services that exist. I can't recall the name of it off the top of my head. Brendan, you may. Hunter New England have a particular program in relation to that, and I in fact met with the project sort of delivery team for that program, specifically in relation to mental health for paramedics recently, and talked to them about their work. Interestingly, I'll get Brendan to give a bit more detail, but interestingly, Ms. Conn, I would say one of the challenges they identified is paramedics don't always they see themselves as caregivers, and so encouraging them to be care receivers is something that has been challenging, and that's why engaging with the Health Services Union to engage paramedics in a way that actually connects them with the services that exist is really important. But Brendan, do you just want to add briefly in terms of that particular program?
Thank you, Minister. And look, I can't add a lot about that specific program. It's not delivered by H&E LHD or by any of our LHDs, and I don't have visibility around some of the programs that exist within New South Wales Ambulance. But I do certainly endorse the the concerns that mental health for first responders is and for all of our staff is a significant issue. And I do think that we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that first responders can access mental health care across the spectrum. That can be difficult for people, any health employer who works in an environment if they are acutely unwell, coming to a hospital perhaps where they're known or where they've worked. So we're sensitive to those issues, but a lot of the other care can tend to happen sometimes within the private sector as well.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to suicide prevention training. I understand that a large proportion of the state's funding for suicide prevention training is being delivered by Living Works. Can you tell us what percentage of that training is being delivered regionally or rurally?
I can't off the top of my head. Do you have a sense of that, Brendan?
I would have to take that on notice, Minister.
We're happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And is there a measurement or KPI in place to ensure that that training is being delivered equitably across the state?
Is there a measurement of that in place, Brendan?
I believe there is, Minister. I would need to take that on notice as well. But I do understand that discussions with Living Works are ongoing.
But just absolutely can recognise your point, which is that we do see significantly higher presentations of mental ill health and suicide in rural and regional New South Wales. And it would be my expectation that programs that we are delivering are going to areas of highest need, and that there is a particularly high need in rural and regional New South Wales, particularly as we see drying conditions, as we see bushfires. We acknowledge that that is of real concern, and it is my expectation that programs that we deliver would meet those particular and acute needs.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that that's your expectation, and look forward to the answers to the question on notice as to whether that's actually happening
Understood.
at the moment. 2010 was identified as the suicide prevention training provider for the LGBTQI plus community living rurally and regionally in the New South Wales LGBTQI plus health strategy. I understand that program wrapped in mid-2022 and now refers back to the Community Gatekeeper Training Initiative, for which Living Works is the primary training provider. Were there any findings of the program being delivered by 2010 before it ended?
Look, as it ended in 2022, and that was prior to my time as Minister, I may ask Dr Flynn or Ms Wilcox if anyone is aware of that or had anything to add. Otherwise, we will have to take that information on, provide it to you on notice.
No, look, I think so. I'm aware of that program, and I think to specifically answer your question, Ms Cohen, we need to take that on notice.
Sure, thank you. I look forward to the answer to that question on notice. I understand that ACON has been funded for in-person community-based suicide prevention and aftercare services for people of diverse sexualities and genders in Sydney and in Newcastle, and that people in other areas of the state can access virtual services. Has the evidence been evaluated for the success of the virtual model, and are there any plans for expansion of in-person services elsewhere?
Look, I can again ask the officials if that evaluation has occurred. I suspect it hasn't. I suspect that as the program delivery is ongoing, that there is has not yet been an opportunity to assess the relative merits of the in-person and virtual provision. But perhaps, Dr Flynn, are you aware if that assessment has been done at this point?
I'm not, and I am also of the view that it's the virtual component of that work is relatively new, so it's unlikely there's been any definitive evaluation for that program. It is very important, and it has been a priority within our suicide prevention initiatives to make sure that we're meeting the needs of that vulnerable population group.
Thank you. And while I'm on my line of questioning about regional areas, of the $700 million statewide mental health infrastructure program, what proportion of that sum's been confirmed for locations in rural and regional areas?
I can take the proportion on notice, but just to reassure you, Ms Conn, that there is a significant amount of investment in rural and regional areas. I can think of two significant ones off the top of my head: the new Banksia unit in Tamworth, which I was pleased to visit with the member, Kevin Anderson, and really excited to see that new facility getting off the ground. There is obviously the new Maitland Hospital site as well, which also has an integrated new mental health unit there. And again, really hopeful that is going to provide improved quality care for that community. So those are just two. In terms of the overall percentage, Brendan, what am I missing?
I don't have the overall percentage and could take that on notice, but I would certainly add the new mental health unit that will be part of the new Albury-Wodonga hospital. I would add Broken Hill, which is getting a new mental health unit, and I would add that some of the beds that are being built are statewide beds and are going to be, and particularly I'm thinking of the forensic beds that would be available to consumers no matter where they live across New South Wales, but would be prioritised for those beds.
We'll take the exact percentage on notice, but I mean, as you can see, there are a range of significant projects in key regional areas that feature as part of that program.
Yeah, thank you. Look, appreciate your answer qualitatively and look forward to having the numbers on notice. I think Ms Sue Higginson had a question before I continue.
This one, Minister, on the 19th of September, following the tragic and wrongful death of Krista Koch in Stockton, the Police Minister called a press conference in which she threw her support behind the PACER program. The next day you came out and said otherwise, and that it wasn't going to be funded beyond 2025. Did you speak to the Police Minister before you made that comment?
I don't recall not supporting the PACER program. So, no. In fact, my comments have been that it is a worthwhile program that is delivering positive results. I mean, we're doing a big piece of work about what's next. In and of itself, PACER, in its current delivery framework, is not up to the task, and we acknowledge that, and we know that we need to do more. But I do think that PACER has played an important role, is a welcome program, both from health and police. And I don't recall not indicating that I did not think it had added value.
Are you aware, is it funded beyond 2025?
It's not funded beyond 2025, Ms Higginson, and that is because what is funded into the future is going to be different to what is delivered now. And I think that's a good thing because there are opportunities for us to review where programs have done well, where they haven't done well. I mean, you rightfully have identified a number of instances where the system has failed.
Did you speak to the Minister before you're making your comments, whatever they were precisely, the following day?
I have met with the Police Minister in relation to these matters and had a number of conversations with her. I can't recall whether those conversations were before or after those specific events that you have identified. But yes, I have spoken to the Police Minister about these matters and look forward to continuing to do so.
So there's been 15 deaths in 12 months at the hands of police responding to mental health situations in New South Wales. If police were called out tomorrow, have we changed any processes based on what we have seen over the past 12 months and those 15 deaths?
I think that's a question that you have to put to the Police Minister because I'm not responsible.
But these are people experiencing acute mental health. If the police were called out tomorrow to address and respond to somebody experiencing acute mental health crisis, would anything be different to what it was the day police responded to Krista Koch and killed her?
If you have a question about police operational response, you'll have to put it to the Police Minister.
Have you been invited to feed in as the Minister for Mental Health?
Yes, so we are, as I said, directly collaborating with Minister Catley and New South Wales Police in terms of their review, in terms of what comes next, in terms of a reform agenda. Absolutely, we are involved in those conversations.
But is it your understanding if we were called out in an hour, tomorrow, the day after, anything would be different, or you're not aware to what it was the day we responded to Krista Koch?
I'm not aware, and if you have questions about police operational response, you'll have to put that to the Police Minister. But to reiterate, we accept that there needs to be a new model. Those conversations are ongoing.
Do we know when we might have a new model?
My understanding is that the review that the Commissioner for Police is leading or has initiated is due to wrap up by the end of the year. That in and of itself is not going to be adequate because that has not been informed by consumers. That has not been informed by their advocates. I think it is excellent that police are so open to acknowledging that things need to be done differently. I think that's we are very excited to have that collaboration opportunity. So I would imagine that leading into next year, there will be that opportunity for dialogue and elements of co-design, I would hope, with consumers about how we might do things differently.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one last question, which is about the housing crisis, which I understand is exacerbating shortages of healthcare workers,
Yes.
particularly in some rural and regional areas, but widely across the state. I've heard really distressing reports of paramedics being forced to sleep in their cars or shipping containers to be able to actually continue their work supporting regional communities. What work's being done to support key workers?
Well, as part of Homes New South Wales, a team that was previously in regional New South Wales and dedicated to delivering key worker housing has been moved into the new agency, is to be moved into the new agency once it comes into existence. There are over $100 million associated with that project alone, but also we are collaborating very closely with Health Infrastructure in relation to what they can do with us to ensure that there is more housing for key workers. I mean, the point that you make is absolutely valid. So there is a project team and money behind it that is directly looking to deliver solutions for that problem.
Thank you. I look forward to you being able to update us on that next year.
So do I, hope.
Minister, when will applications open for the 2024 Regional Youth Task Force?
I'm not sure.
So are you planning to continue the Regional Youth Task Force?
I haven't made definitive decisions in relation to what the future of the youth portfolio looks like. Currently, we have the Regional Youth Task Force, who I've met with on a couple of occasions and look forward to seeing them again in Broken Hill in a few weeks. And we have the YAC, and I've also met with them. So the existence of these two overlapping advisory committees, I'm not sure does necessarily meet
Just with respect, Minister, it's now November. Last year, applications for the Regional Youth Task Force opened in September. It sounds like you're not quite sure what you're going to do. I would put to you that actually Regional Youth Task Force has a specific role to represent young people in regional areas where there are more challenges. You're also the Minister for the North Coast, which is a large regional area. Can you say today whether that task force will continue?
I haven't made decisions about how we're going to deliver and drive.
It's meant to start next year. You should be having applications open now if it's going to happen next year. So it sounds like it's not.
Well, I mean, as I said, we haven't had a Minister for Youth in this state for over a decade.
Well, we've had ministers for regional youth.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm sorry that kids in Western Sydney didn't have a voice under your government, but I mean, they do under ours.
With respect, Minister, I'm asking you about the Regional Youth Task Force. If you want to go toe-to-toe about the disadvantage in regional communities, I'm happy to do that any day of the week. This was a specific program. You say you're meeting with them out in Broken Hill. What are you going to tell them in a couple of weeks about the future of that task force?
That isn't it exciting that we now have a statewide Minister for Youth who is looking to
So you just want to lump regional
elevate
people in with the rest of the state. That's what you're saying. You don't appreciate there's a difference for those kids and what their challenges are that's worthy of its own task force. Under Labor, that goes. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, when are applications opening then?
What I am saying is that I have not made a decision about how to deliver on the elevated statewide role and voice for young people. There has been a decade without a Minister for Youth in this.
Point of order, there actually was a Minister for Youth, and under the coalition we also created the second one, which was the regional youth, to ensure that there was a focus based on metropolitan regional.
Mrs McLaren-Jones, sorry, it's not a point of order. The Minister can answer the question as she sees fit.
So, Minister, when will you be making a decision about the future of the Regional Youth Task Force? Can you give young people living in regional New South Wales right now an answer as to when they'll be able to have a voice, if at all, under your government?
No, I haven't got a clear timetable in terms of how we are going to look to roll out a new centralised, elevated voice for youth.
You're moving to a centralised. You're not going to have that's it. You are not going to continue a regional task force. Because
I mean,
if
you're
you were,
looking-
why wouldn't you just open the application?
You're looking for a definitive answer.
Yeah, I
and
am. Well, we're here at Budget
unfortunately-
Estimates. That's what it's for.
But unfortunately, I don't have one yet. Because
okay,
as
well,
I
we'll
said,
tell
we've-
the thousands of people in regional New South Wales and those young people that their voice is going. So thanks for that. Let's move. Well,
more in the nature of
it's-
commentary.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
to the
but I
point
mean,
of
you're
order,
from the
can
regions.
the
You
member
should
get
care
to a
about
question,
this
please?
too. Minister, can I ask you now, just briefly again, about the Argyle estate? Can you advise the committee why you had, I think, the entire Labor branch there at the announcement with you, including the former candidate?
Well, I had Councillor Tony Judge in
the
attendance.
council's supportive of the project, so why was he there?
Well, you'll have to ask him that.
But
He
you
wasn't.
invited him.
You put him on the press release.
Well,
he was
I
on
mean,
he was on your press release. Is that standard procedure that you'd put failed Labor candidates on press releases?
I mean, Councillor Tony Judge has been an excellent advocate for the Coffs Harbour community. I thought it was important to have a local voice, and
council
he
support the
is
project?
well. I mean, that's on council. He's an excellent advocate for the community. I wanted a local voice. I don't think that's a problem.
Okay, well, I think the community probably sees differently. In terms of the social
Pretty
housing
sure the community is
providers,
supportive of my decision.
the social housing providers, when were they told about the decision of that announcement or the decision that you'd made about the Argyle
Do you
estate?
have a more specific
When
provider
how
in
long
mind?
before the announcement did you tell those local social housing providers that you weren't going ahead with the project?
I'll have to take it on notice.
Was it the morning of?
I don't know the details of when we alerted any particular.
Okay. So did you speak to any of those providers up there, the social housing providers?
Well,
about
I've
the announcement.
As I said, I don't know who you are referring to. Which
Did you talk to
social
Mission
housing
Australia?
providers? Mission Australia.
Hmm.
I've met with Mission Australia many times in relation to a range of matters.
Right. But my point is, you can't remember?
Did I
when you
personally
had
call Mission Australia?
Did you have conversations with providers there about the decision to cancel that project prior to the morning of the announcement? Did you speak to anyone at all locally on the ground in Coffs about that issue?
Absolutely. I have consistently engaged with representatives in the Coffs community in relation to those projects. And no, I did not call Mission Australia and let them know that I would not be proceeding with that redevelopment.
Okay, did you speak to any social housing providers? You can take it on notice if you don't remember.
Well, I mean, I speak to social housing providers every single day of the week.
Right, but you just said you couldn't remember who might have alerted people locally about that announcement, so it's just a bit unclear. I'm happy for you to come back on notice.
Yeah, I mean,
in
I
terms
may
of
have
the
to take it
timeframes.
on notice,
That's fine,
but as I
that's fine.
said, I absolutely stand by my decision as the one that has the support of the Coffs community, and I think that that has been clearly demonstrated.
Thanks, Minister. I just want to move on to some questions around your water portfolio. Obviously, as the Minister for Water, can you tell me how much of the state at the moment is classified as being drought impacted?
I think we're at 49% as drought or drought-like conditions.
Just over, according to the DPI, so just over 50%. What role do you play in terms of drought preparedness? How often do you meet with your colleagues and make sure that that side of government policy is being looked at from the water perspective?
Yeah, I mean, Minister Moriarty plays the lead role. I play a significant role. We have already engaged at cross-water agency meetings in relation to our drought prep over in Team Water, and those meetings have kicked off and already have an action plan associated with them. I know that Ms Jones has briefed the entire Secretary's Board in relation to our work, and so, you know, across the public service, we are playing a lead role in terms of agency preparation and leadership. You know, I mean, it goes right from the work that we're doing in Sydney, our engagement with Sydney Water, our plans to expand the desalination plant. It goes through the Hunter, our plans to deliver the Belmont desalination plant. It goes right through all of our local water utilities, engaging with every single one of those in relation to their risk profiles. We've delivered money in the budget for a range of our key high-risk regional towns.
Well, thanks, Minister. I might just take you to that. So it sounds like you're saying you can see that this is a looming and, in fact, current issue for particularly lots of regional New South Wales.
I
where
do
we're seeing
concede
drought
that,
conditions.
yes.
Can I ask you, in terms of the Safe and Secure Water Program initiatives, I note in one of the glossy brochures for the budget, it says $217.5 million to support regional communities dealing with town water supply quality and safety risks. Can you just confirm that $217.5 million, is that over 4 years?
Is that over 4 years?
So our current budget, the current year's budget, we have about $251 million that we're spending in regional New South Wales on water security. So it's a mix of not just the Safe and Secure Water program, there are some drought projects. We're also spending money on operational support to local water utilities. We have additional funding to provide both technical support, which we've done in Walgett, as the Minister referred to previously, as well as supporting councils identify their preparation for drought. We're also providing support for capacity building, so training opportunities for water operators in regional towns. So there's a significant, it's over 25% of our budget is directed at regional water security.
Sure. So, but just specifically that 217.5 that's called out in the budget papers for safe and secure water, is that over a 4-year period, that allocation?
Safe and secure, the projects, there's over 270 projects, they run out to 2028.
Yes, yeah.
So you're talking about an annual figure that we're spending. There's about another 300, up to 300 million to allocate over that period out to 2028.
So my understanding is $1 billion allocated to that project, that program back in 2018, and then the former government actually topped it up $90 million in last year's budget, because the call-out figure from last year's budget was $369.6 million, which included that additional 90. I guess what I'm trying to find out from you, Minister, is have you put any extra money into safe and secure water this year, or is it just continuing that $1 billion that was already allocated?
We've put
that specific program.
We haven't topped up the safe and secure water.
So you haven't
fund.
done any.
No.
We're at 50% of drought affected. You're basically just still riding on the coattails of the money that was there by the previous government. You just said you didn't put any additional money.
It's entirely inaccurate. We didn't put any additional money into that fund. We spent a considerable amount of money through various other initiatives. Now that fund is fully allocated. When I came to government, it was fully allocated and rolling out projects. I mean, some of those projects are good projects. I'm not trying to knock, that work. We need that work to happen. I mean, I think my biggest problem with that work is that some of those projects had a funding commitment going back to 2019 that hadn't even started. So actually putting some fire to the feet of projects under that fund is a key priority. I mean, to be sitting there for 4 years and have had no progress, it's pretty frustrating to me. So we are getting that program moving. And then in addition to the Safe and Secure Water Fund, specifically delivering programs for a range of our most high-risk regional communities, Tamworth being an obvious example, but there are others.
It's not a dam in Tamworth, though.
As well as a range of other initiatives that Ms Jones has mentioned, our capacity building, our town water risk reduction work, our support of local water utilities to do their dam management and dam assessment, which, as dam levels drop, decisions around dam management become more and more high pressure and high risk. And so engaging specifically with them to ensure that those decisions are well made. That's all of that is work that sits outside that fund in addition to it.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. So, but you have confirmed there's no additional money that you've put in under Safe and Secure Water. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes. If you're asking about drought funding, there is additional money. As the Minister said, there's $10 million for dam safety work over the next 2 years.
Yeah,
there's
but
also
safe and secure is what I was
There is, as I said, there is so much work that is happening across a range of programs. The main thing that I am trying to do in relation to the Safe and Secure Water Fund, just one of the components of that piece of work, is get projects that have been sitting there since 2019 with nothing happening, no action, no movement, and get them moving.
But I would put to you, Minister, that the former government understood that there was more supply, or more needed, like the demand was high for that project, those programs. So that was why there was an additional $90 million put in last year in recognition of the fact that those local water utilities wanted this support. But from what I can tell, there's no additional money coming from your government for that particular program. So I think we've probably covered that. But I want to talk to you now about, you just mentioned dams. I'm assuming that you would know in terms of water security, particularly the challenges in the Lachlan Valley. Why
I met with
then,
Lachlan Valley Water yesterday.
Why did you scrap the raising of the Wyangla Dam wall? What was the rationale behind that?
It was unfunded. It would never have received regulatory approval through the planning process. It would not have solved the flood risk issues in those communities. And the water security benefits, which it was allegedly to deliver, were being delivered to a very, very small number of landowners and not to the significant needs of the major towns across the Central West. And for the billions of dollars unfunded that could have been spent on that project, if it ever received regulatory approval, which it never would have, there is so much more that we can do to meet critical human needs in our towns.
Thanks, Minister.
I mean, if you have read the business case for that project, which I released...
Well, not the
you could
unredacted one. Would you release the unredacted business case?
The only reason we made redactions was because some of the information was cabinet in confidence to the previous government, which supposedly I can't access. I didn't realise that. So anyway, so we had to redact that. And then a number of sort of small, commercial... as I said, we released absolutely everything we could because I wanted the information out there, because the information that came through the Water Infrastructure New South Wales business case and the other assessments that were done through Infrastructure New South Wales were absolutely definitive that that project did not stack up and would never have been approved.
So, Minister, will you release the review by Infrastructure New South Wales that you've just mentioned?
Look, I'm actually not in charge of deciding those matters. They're for the Treasurer.
Will you seek to see whether that could be,
I will,
take that on
absolutely,
notice? Given that you're, convinced that the advice that you have stacks up, it would be good if that's in the public domain as well. Once the Lachlan Regional Water Strategy public exhibition period finishes, I believe that's due to conclude in a couple of weeks, will you publicly release the feedback from that exhibition period?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a date as to when you would expect that to be available?
That should be available before the end of November. All of the regional water strategies, all of the feedback we get from community is all available online.
So before the end of November.
Okay, thank you, Minister. I want to take you to the Murray-Darling Basin Plan now in the few minutes that I've got left. Do you support water buybacks for water recovery?
No.
Thank you. And in terms of the new agreement with the Commonwealth, you did sign up to that though, is my understanding.
Yes, that's right.
But doesn't that include water buybacks?
No.
Right. Do you have any proposals in terms of any further water infrastructure programs that your government's proposing in order to deliver that Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full? How are you going to meet those requirements?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we absolutely do. So there's sort of two components to that. One is the SIDLAM components, the 605 gigalitres. Mm-hmm. There are two projects in that suite of works that are, going to need to be rescoped. Menindee Lakes, Yanko Creek, rebadged Better Barker, Better Bidgie. They're going to need to be rescoped, and we are going to need to look at alternatives for them, try and get the Commonwealth to accept their projects.
Have you got a time frame for that work?
Well, I mean, entirely dependent on the legislation passing, the Commonwealth legislation this is, because without this is the whole reason that I signed up to extending the plan. Without more time and more money and project scope, we are on the edge of a cliff. July 2024, the whole thing ends. Any water that has not been recovered under SIDLAM projects must be recovered through buybacks. What a disaster that would be for New South Wales. I could not, in good conscience, crash New South Wales into that cliff. After a decade of inaction, of neglect, we are facing a cliff. So we do need the opportunity to rescope those projects, to get Commonwealth approval for them, to get more time and money. But that is dependent on us having the opportunity to do that through the plan being amended. So at the moment.
And then I suppose, Minister, in terms of timeframes, and I appreciate what you're saying in terms of the federal legislation, but would you anticipate if/when that is passed, you'd be able to provide more information to the community about what some of those infrastructure projects will be and timelines of delivery?
Absolutely.
Because this is a massive issue in
I do.
the regions
And I want to assure people we're working on it anyway. The department is actively working on alternatives. And so if the legislation passes, yes, I would hope that within the first half of next year we would have the opportunity to look at what those projects could look like going forward. But it is contingent on that. The other thing that we are doing is, we don't want to see buybacks in New South Wales. I accept that they have a negative impact on communities. So when being proactive in putting forward a suite of alternatives for the Commonwealth to consider, to say to them, no, there are projects in New South Wales that can deliver environmental benefits, that can deliver water recovery, that are supported by stakeholders. And the work to collate that plan, that proposition, is also underway and is anticipated to be completed by the end of the year.
Yes.
So that's the sort of specific water infrastructure, efficiency projects, rules-based changes, etc. That's which is the New South Wales alternative to buybacks plan. We're not just sitting back. We're proactively putting alternatives to the Commonwealth, and it is my expectation that they will take them seriously.
Well, we look forward to seeing how that eventuates for you, Minister. Just in the last minute, I want to briefly ask you, in terms as Minister for the North Coast, what involvement or role do you have in terms of the Reconstruction Authority? Obviously, I know that it's under Minister Dibb, but yesterday we heard that the board of the authority hasn't actually met yet. Does that concern you? And what do you do in terms of advocacy for those flood-impacted communities?
It does concern me. The rollout of the flood response in the North Coast absolutely concerns me. I mean, my role structurally is limited. Well, is limited to nothing. I have no formal structural role. What I do have is a loud and annoying voice. And I do use that internally to advocate, pressure, cajole, encourage my colleagues, not just in the ministry, but in the departments as well, to take these matters seriously.
Will you use your voice to try to get a meeting of that board sooner rather than later?
Absolutely.
That would be useful for those communities, I'm sure. I think that's my time. There we go. Thank you.
Perfect timing.
Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I wanted to turn to the issue of water sharing plans. Very big issue, specifically to start with the Gwydir regulated river water sharing plan. Have you been keeping a kind of watching brief on the revised changes to those water sharing plans in terms of flow targets and other things?
I have, yes.
Are you confident that the flow targets in the revised Gwydir water sharing plan will be effective to protect the environment and downstream users, particularly from the extended floodplain harvesting that's been undertaken?
No, I'm not. I mean, you would be aware that I have publicly stated that the downstream targets for Northern Valley water sharing arrangements, specifically the 195 gigalitres at Menindee Lakes, are inadequate. I've been on the public record in relation to that.
And so what is your power as Minister to do something about that 195 gigalitres?
Well, we're doing the expert panel on connectivity right now. It's had 2 meetings, 3, someone couldn't tell me. Anyway, it's had a number of meetings, chaired by Amy Duha from the Natural Resources Commission, 5 incredibly eminent scientists and experts. Their whole job is to move me from where I am now, which is to answer your question, no, I'm not confident that those arrangements deliver the connectivity outcomes that communities and the environment needs, to a position where I am. I will be using their expert evidence, their scientific knowledge to provide that roadmap. That work is happening right now. I expect it to report probably preliminary findings by the end of the year, but more comprehensive findings early next year. And look, there probably will need to be amendments to water sharing plans as a result of that. There's a consultation process for that, as there should be. There's an engagement process for that. Of course, we're committed to that. But that is my power. My power is to say, I've asked the experts what we need to deliver connectivity, and then I'm going to engage with communities to update water sharing plans to deliver that.
Okay, I just wanted to just hand something, if we can, to the Minister while that is being handed out. So basically I've done extensive calls for papers largely in the last government that they're just 2 documents, multiple copies. Yeah. that, as you're probably aware, quite a bit of documentation has come back. And while that's being handed out, I just wanted to check the... you were on the floodplain harvesting inquiry with me. You heard the evidence in relation to the Healthy Floodplains Review Committee. What has taken place internally to review those decisions since you've taken over as Minister, to review the decisions that did get made by that very secretive committee? That really, it was only the work of our inquiry that uncovered what what was happening with that.
Two things. I've discontinued the Healthy Floodplains Committee. And secondly, I think we've engaged Maddox, is that right? Yes, we've engaged Maddox law firms in order to review previous decisions to ensure that they are legally robust.
Is that every decision that was made in terms of the requests by irrigators for an increase in what was assessed in terms of floodplain harvesting, which we understand via that work of that committee, that was quite extensive. So Maddox law firm is undertaking a review of all of that.
Yes, it is.
Is that going to be made public?
Look, I mean, I suspect if I don't make it public, you'll just pass an SO52 about it. So, I mean, you know.
Learning very fast.
I have really tried to be as transparent as I can in relation to every review document report. I went through all of the ones from the previous government that I could release that hadn't been released. You know, we put them up on the website. So, you know, I don't have the report. I don't know what's in it. I'm not certain as to what the substance of it is going to be. But yes, if I can make it public, I will.
Because this, the emails that I understand you have now, the first one is from 13th of July 2022. It's from somebody within DPI Water, the Director of Healthy Floodplain Project Delivery, that essentially says to somebody within the Minister's office that the alternate, this is in relation to Guida, the alternate in-valley relaxation targets are about improved optics, brackets, in response to concerns from environmental and downstream water users. They are not about improved water management. Does that concern you?
I mean, I would imagine that outcome is what had been requested by the former Minister's office. So it does concern me that that type of approach characterised decision-making under the former government. But as I said, my view is that public servants follow the direction set by the Minister. That's certainly my expectation and experience. And unfortunately, previous ministers set expectations around the way decisions were made that were very problematic.
So the second, I agree with you. The second email is talking about the targets that were set, saying that they have been pared back as much as possible and present the lowest possible requirements to meet ecological requirements. They are unlikely to significantly impact harvesting other than in extreme dry periods. Was that, do you, from your inquiries internally, what you've done so far since you've become Minister, was that what, are you satisfied with that the targets won't impact harvesting, floodplain harvesting? And I can tell you there probably isn't going to be any floodplain harvesting being undertaken in extreme dry periods anyway. These flow targets seem to have been set to literally not impact floodplain harvesting at all.
No, I mean, it does concern me, and I am of the view that that is what occurred, that previous ministers gave directions about how these targets should be set, how they should be talked about, how they should be characterised in a way that did not deliver on the principles under the Water Management Act, did not deliver on, I mean, it's not just the environment, which I care about and I know you do too. It's downstream users, it's downstream communities that are negatively impacted by this approach. But as I said, it's my view that that approach characterised the instructions and the directions that were given by the previous government, and that's changed. and we're giving different instructions, different directions, have set up independent expert processes specifically to provide different advice, and that is going to characterise decisions going forward.
So when is that advice? That's very good to hear. When is that advice? Say, for example, let's talk specifically about the 195 gigalitres a target in terms of Menindee. We know that that's incredibly low. I think it was, that's almost what was there when the fish kill happened.
I think it's less, actually, Ms. Fairman. Less. Oh, sorry, I
176 or something.
Right,
I think
okay.
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
Okay, well, anyway,
So,
yes, the point
yes.
you're making is fair. It's approximate, yeah.
So when, what is the recommended contingency storage is around 400 gigalitres, in fact. So this review you're undertaking, the directions you're providing internally, when are we going to see that actually play out and make a difference in terms of water sharing plans in operation?
Well, as I said, we are anticipating recommendations from the inquiry early next year, the panel early next year in relation
What's
to...
that panel called again?
The Expert Panel on Connectivity.
Yep.
Mate, that's right. That's what I call it. So I guess that's what it's called. The Expert Panel on Connectivity. Then, if it does indeed recommend changes, which, as I have conceded, and I think you know it is going to, there are processes in relation to consultation on amendments to water sharing plans that we have to follow and we should follow. Because if we are changing the rules, then people should have an opportunity to engage in that process and have their say. But nonetheless, those processes will kick off and the water sharing plans, if they need to be updated, will be updated. And communities will have a chance to have their say over that, but that process will kick off once we have an understanding of what the expert panel has suggested is necessary to deliver connectivity.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check whether you are aware of there's licence conditions on all floodplain harvesting licences in the Barwon-Darling at the moment. This is from Mungandai to Louth, which includes a condition that allows extraction from two floodplains, so from the Namoy and the Barwon-Darling. So that if a property within the Barwon-Darling floodplains and the lower Namoy floodplains, they can essentially take from both. Are you aware of that?
Look, you are really stretching the limit of my understanding of the operation of floodplain harvesting in specific valleys.
I just want to make sure that you are aware of it and get your thoughts on this, though. So that is the case, and there's only one property that is upstream of the confluence of the Namoy and Barwon that meets that criteria, which is Mercadul. I think that's how you say it. But that property is owned by Peter Harris, who has, we know the history of Peter Harris, and I want to make sure that you're aware of this condition that has been allowed for that. Does that concern you to hear that? And do you think you should have a bit more of a look in terms of how that originated within the department, the decision-making process for that?
Absolutely, Ms. Fairman. As I said, I do take seriously all specific examples of where decisions may have been made that are inconsistent with the principles of the Water Management Act, inconsistent with the obligations that we have to protect our water resources. I'm more than happy to take that on notice. Obviously, the specific property, the specific example, I'm not across, but I am now, and I'm happy to look at it.
Because it's one, just to be clear, it's a condition that relates and benefits one landholder with that track record that that landholder has. Wanted to get to the fractured rock water sharing plan. So there's a Northwest fractured rock water sharing plan that I understand that the proposed long-term average annual extraction limit is higher than in the current water sharing plan. Does that concern you, that we've got reviews being undertaken, and this one is actually coming, I understand, from the Great Artesian Basin? Does that concern you, that there's increases to that long-term average extraction limit? being approved in water sharing plans at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, it does, except to the extent that those long-term average annual extraction limits and the other bases on which those plans are determined, are based on modelling work that is done, that is peer-reviewed, and, is genuinely often, I mean, models aren't perfect, but the best available information that we have about what those figures should be. So, yes, it does concern me. I am obviously of the view that as we enter into a climate uncertain future, that extraction limits should generally not be increasing. And so that does concern me. But as I said, those figures aren't just made up out of nowhere. They are based on models, which are imperfect, but are the best scheme we have for determining what those figures should be. And I would add, on top of all of this, this is another reason why it's so important that we get our water resource plans in, so that the sustainable diversion limit framework is also applicable and enforceable in New South Wales. I would add that too.
Yes, I agree with that. Now, just in terms of the modelling, you raised it with the peer reviews. Are you 100% confident in terms of the modelling undertaken by your department? As you said, it all comes down to the modelling, and there was a lot of concerns raised about the modelling, again, in the floodplain harvesting inquiry. What have you taken, what have you undertaken since becoming Minister to give you 100% confidence in the modelling that is undertaken? And you mentioned peer reviews. Who's undertaking that?
So I would say two things. Am I 100% confident in the models? No. The models are imperfect. They are not intended, in my view, to give you 100% certainty. That is not
as confident as you...
Am I 100% confident that these models are the best effort that we can make to deliver quality planning? Yes, I am. And I have... Interrogated is perhaps an overstatement. I have really clearly questioned the department about exactly these matters, Ms. Fairman.
Who's doing the peer review? Sorry to interrupt.
I might take that on notice. I can't recall. I think it's more than one peer review, if I am correct.
We can provide that information, so that there are different, depending on the catchment, depending on the model, there are different independent experts who do the peer review.
But it is true that there are, on occasion, more than one peer review that occurs for a model. Is that right?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we'll take on notice who's doing the peer
Thank you. Will you be issuing floodplain harvesting licences for the unregulated and regulated Namoi rivers, and when watershed plans?
Eventually, yes. Eventually, yes. As you know, I support the licensing of floodplain harvesting. When I am going to do that I am still working through, because I don't want to do that in a way that further exacerbates the problematic nature of decisions that have been previously made and that we have discussed. But on the other hand, I do need to keep moving. I support licensing, and in particular, Ms. Fairman, I can't finalise the Namoi Water Resource Plan until I have finalised the Namoi Water Sharing Plan, until we have completed the licensing of floodplain harvesting. So there are consequences to delay that have a negative impact on New South Wales. We need our water resource plans in, but I don't want to rush decisions in a way that, as I said, embeds poor planning. But I do need to keep moving on licensing.
Has the department worked out or assessed the financial value of the floodplain harvesting licences already issued?
If they have not provided that information to me.
I'm not sure that we've looked at the financial value, but we've looked at the water brought under the
of course,
yeah, that's right.
The quantity.
The volumes, yeah.
So on average, that's about 60 gigalitres at the moment, having licensed 4 out of the 5 valleys. The water price, of course, moves. So
Sorry, what was that figure?
I
60
said that's about
gigalitres
60
for 4 out of the 5
gigalitres
valleys.
For 4 out of the 5 valleys. As you've remarked, the NAMO is yet to be done. And the water price moves around, so we could do evaluation on that, but it would be at a point in time.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
In the time remaining, I've got a few other issues to cover. I just wanted to get an update about the progress towards cultural water. We know how much that's recognised in the Water Management Act, yet little progress has been made, if any, to give First Nations people literal water and water licences. New South Wales has got the agreement of 3% of water returned to Aboriginal people under the Closing the Gap agreement. How much water in New South Wales has been returned to First Nations people, and what is your target to return water to First Nations people, and how are you getting there?
So I don't know off the top of my head how much water has been returned. I would imagine, I think the last briefing I had was something like 0.2%. It's a very a small and inadequate number. Amanda, is that?
There are only 2 cultural water licences.
Yes, so a very small number. What is our... I am, like you, committed to delivering the 3% by 2031 under our Closing the Gap commitments. What are we doing about it? Well, we are trying to progress our Aboriginal water strategy and our cultural watering plans alongside that. We have established local groups of First Nations people to be involved in that collaboration. As I indicated to Ms Higginson earlier, unfortunately, the status of that work when I became the minister was stalled and underdone, I would say, and in particular, Ms Fairman, not owned by Aboriginal people. They were expressed to me really clearly when I met with them that they didn't feel as though that strategy and those plans reflected their views and priorities and interests. And I'm not interested in putting out a New South Wales government Aboriginal water strategy or cultural watering plans that is not informed by and supported by Aboriginal people. I mean, it's a ticker box for me, yay, I did it, but that doesn't deliver on the aspirations that we have for this work, and it is important work. So we've really sort of put our shoulder behind re-engaging, listening again, talking to, making commitments and delivering on them. Unfortunately, because of this has been delays. You know, there has been not enough work done, and then the work that has been done has not built the trust that we need going forward. But as I said, we've got a handle on that now, I think. We've got a plan going forward. We're recommitted to listening, and we hope to have the strategy done by next year.
So thank you. So at this stage, there's no particular target by a particular point in time in terms of how much water to be returned, if you like.
You mean between where we are now, which is inadequate, with a 3%?
Yes, because the 3% essentially doesn't have a time target, does it?
2031. I thought that was the time target.
2031, did you say?
Yeah.
So, okay, let's stick to this term. Let's stick to the next 4 years then. Is there any milestones, any interim targets to reach that 2031? Or is this waiting on your review? Or
Well, it is waiting on our review, and it's waiting on our dialogue and collaboration with Aboriginal people as to, you know, how they want that process to roll out.
What about in the current, because you've got the water sharing plan, the whole process that you've mentioned in relation to the inadequate targets, that would feed into that, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, the point of, as I said, the point of having the Aboriginal water strategy and the sort of cultural watering plans and other elements that sit underneath it is to do exactly what you were describing, to provide that substance so that as those other decisions are being made, we know that we have a plan to reach our goal and that we're on track to do it. That is exactly what we need to do, but that does not exist now, and that's a problem. But as I said, that's partly the reason why I didn't want to just release a plan that was a series of sort of generic motherhood statements that did not have the kind of support and buy-in and substance to actually deliver that.
Thank you. In the 2 minutes I have, I did just want to touch on the federal, the Restoring Our Rivers bill and what's happening federally. In the government, New South Wales government's submission to that inquiry, as has already been talked about, you state that the New South Wales government does not support buybacks and rules-based projects should be considered. What does the government mean in terms of rule-based projects, in terms of what is being considered? What, if you're saying they should be considered, what are you referring to?
Well, I mean, I think as we have previously discussed, there are changes to our rules framework in New South Wales that we are actively considering. We are putting time, energy and effort behind. As a consequence of some of those changes, there may be water returned to the environment, and those are exactly the kind of things that should be considered in the alternative to water buybacks.
So as part of the 450 gigalitres, making up a component of that, is that New South Wales's argument?
Our argument is that those types of changes should be considered as part of that, and that there is a genuine opportunity to minimise buybacks in New South Wales, which we don't want to see and we do think have a negative impact on communities, and embed and reflect the work that we know we have to do on connectivity.
So in terms of returning that, are you suggesting that rules-based projects, returning the water by rules-based projects instead of buybacks would return an equivalent amount? Is that on your radar? Is that the work the department is doing? Is that there is significant, let's say, 200 gigalitres, that you think that there is that much that can be returned to the environment via rule-based projects as a rough figure?
Look, I mean, that level of sort of detail is not currently in our planning, partly because we're still waiting on the expert panel, but also because, as you can see from that submission, we want the Commonwealth to accept that this is up for consideration and dialogue. And look, at the moment, we're not clear on their response to that.
There's 4.5 minutes for the opposition before lunch.
Thank you very much. Just on the Albury project, which has been given an extra 12-month extension, I'm just interested to know whether or not you've also funded the Mount Druitt project.
For a funding extension? No, we have not.
Can I ask why a program that has proven to be successful in supporting young people, particularly those at risk of homelessness, has not been funded in Western Sydney?
Because it was not proven to be successful in its operation in Western Sydney. So Bernardo's, who had the contract in Mount Druitt, unfortunately did not see nearly as many positive outcomes, or to be perfectly honest, many positive outcomes at all from their work. Look, yes, Unlimited down in Albury did do fantastic work. Absolutely, no doubt. They proved that the work that they were doing in that community...
So has something replaced that program, and has that funding been rediverted into another program to support young people at risk of homelessness in Western Sydney?
So we are looking at what alternatives programs other service providers, particularly more locally place-based service providers in that part of Western Sydney, may be able to deliver. We haven't identified a project partner yet, but we are actively looking at that.
Can you update me in relation to Enmore Park and if there's still Tent City operating?
My understanding from the latest information is that there may still be 1 or 2 people who are sleeping in Enmore Park. They are engaged with us. We are aware that we're aware of who they are and what their needs are. We've offered accommodation assistance on more than one occasion. That offer at present has not been taken up, but we will continue to engage with them to see whether there are services or support that we could provide that they would be interested in taking up.
What about the DY Tent City?
My understanding is that that encampment, from the latest, although I haven't checked in the last few days, that encampment has been removed entirely, that there are not people who are there anymore, but we ensured that when that action was taken by the council, that there were some of our service providers, Bridge Housing and others, as part of that, there on site to try and connect people in with services. I understand I could take on notice exactly how many people took up those offers. It wasn't everyone, but we were there alongside council as that encampment was removed, to ensure that people, if they were interested in service support, that it was available to them. Thank you, I think.
Thanks. Minister, I just wanted to ask you about the issues around the harvestable rights on the coast, which I raised with you in the House a little while ago as well. You gave a response to, I think it was Rod Roberts, in relation to the catchment by catchment assessment. And you said in that answer, and I've got the Hansard here, that you're accelerating the catchment by catchment assessment up there. But then in a written question back to me on the same day, you said that this methodology will commence in priority catchments within the next 12 months. So I don't see how doing it within a year is accelerating. Can you explain how that makes sense?
Well, I mean, you should have seen the original timetables. Allow me to assure you that this work was not due to be completed on the initial timetables that I had seen until
but some
2029.
Of this work won't start within the next year from the answer that you gave me. What kind of assurance does that give farmers on the North Coast?
The assurance that I can give them is that we are absolutely prioritising that work. There are 15 coastal catchments, Amanda, is that right? I may not be getting that number off the top of my, correct off the top of my head. There are a number of coastal catchments. Some are higher priority than others. Will we have all 15 done within the next 12 or 24 months? Probably not. They're big pieces of work, these assessments.
So how long will they take?
We are doing everything we can to get them moving. What the assurance that I will give is that, particularly for priority catchments where we know that there's a real interest in people taking full advantage of harvestable rights, and in particular where we may be able to have a higher number that is sustainable in that catchment.
Above the 10%,
Absolutely. There may well be areas, catchments where we can go to 20.
Go back up to 30?
Potentially up to 30,
Right,
absolutely.
but you don't know the time frame of how long that
Well,
work
I mean,
will take.
no, I don't have a definitive timetable on every single one of those catchment assessments, but we are prioritising that work and hope to have it done as soon as possible.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the government?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. We'll now break for lunch until 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Everyone?
Fun afternoon. Thank you for the reminder. I'm interested to understand from you guys if there's
teams to engage with rough sleepers and then to engage other services and opportunities which are available to them for housing and other supports.
And is it about 12 months or less? Is it?
I think that's right, yes.
Do you have any sort of data from that at the moment? How many people have been entered and?
Not on hand. I can take that on notice. So specifically.
And is it possible to get it by sort of region or by month?
We can certainly get
Or
it
how
by
it's
month.
collated.
And we can see what we can get. I'll have a look and see what can be broken down from that data. Yeah.
Just in relation to mobile regional outreach project, which was rolled out last year. Interested to know, because that was sort of being trialled for about a 12-month period, if there's any update on how that project worked, where it went to?
Well, the assertive outreach programme is continuing for rough sleepers in New South Wales, and last year there were 3,000 patrols with 4,900 engagements with rough sleepers, which they led to the housing of 340 individuals off the back of those assertive outreach patrols, and they're continuing this year.
And that's the mobile regional outreach project, the one that was covering or planned to visit Murrumbidgee West, Far West areas.
The areas covered were there was a Tweed assertive outreach in Ballina. There are other assertive outreach activities which happen in Eurobodalla and in the Bega Valley as well.
But I'm actually more interested in the actual mobile outreach project, which was announced last year in Albury, run by the district, and it went into 40 townships looking at not only homelessness but also housing operations.
Right, apologies, I was
No.
I misunderstood. I misconstrued the question. Those activity, which is a housing support activity with teams that are going out to regional towns and meeting people on the ground in those towns, that continues and continues to have success. I can take on notice the outcome of those activities, but they continue to have success in engaging people with housing outcomes.
And if you're able to take on notice, the towns that it went to during that period, and the I suppose the number of people engaged, and the success rate of transitioning them into homes or into housing.
Yes, that's fine.
Now, currently, now you mentioned Tweed and Eurobodalla as doing outreach programs. Do you have a list of the LGAs that where all outreach programs or outreach services are provided? And the patrols are actually undertaken?
I don't think I have an actual list of that, but I can be provided on notice as well, yeah.
And yeah, if you can list it by LGA and also the number of patrols that have occurred over a 12-month period. I might actually move to some questions in relation to mental health. How many safe havens are currently in operation?
20? 19.
19.
19 currently.
And is that the original target or number that was set?
Yes, well, we didn't have a target as such, but that's the original number, is that right? And we've
yeah, look, thanks, Ms Wilcox. The target for the number of safe havens, I guess, has varied with what's been able to be delivered with the funding provided. There are 19 currently open.
Yep. Have any opened since April this year?
I think I would have to take that on notice to be definite, but I believe that one has recently opened at Gosford. I'm just not sure whether or not that was since April.
Yeah. And are there any plans to open any additional ones?
Look, at the moment, the funding for that program is currently expended. We know that it's well received. We know that the utilisation is very good, but we don't have plans to expand it beyond the current program.
I could just add, member, if you don't mind, there were 4 pop-up as part of the wellbeing package for flood-affected communities, as well as the 20 that are currently running.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
And has there been any evaluations done or cost analysis on the effectiveness of safe havens?
Yes. Look, I don't believe a cost analysis has been done. The suite of initiatives in the Towards Zero Suicide program, which includes the safe havens and the suicide prevention outreach teams, that they have not, as I'm aware of, had evaluation completed, but it is built into those programs because we're very interested to see if it is what we believe an effective way to to decrease emergency department attendance for people who would find that more distressing than a safe space.
There's been some work and research done in relation to people presenting to specialist homelessness services and their interaction with the mental health system. I'm interested to find out if there's any work that's been done on the support or the cost effectiveness of the intervention from a mental health perspective, preventing people then seeking homeless support on multiple occasions.
I'm happy to take that.
Yep.
So I'm aware of mental health service initiatives with specialist homeless services, but they can differ in their local delivery. So I'm aware of one on the North Coast that is specific, and I don't know that has specifically been evaluated. Apologies, I may need to go back to the question. But there are some other overlap areas that are primarily funded by mental health, and an example of that would be Project Embark, which is for people with an intellectual disability who are either sleeping rough or at risk of that. It's a promising program.
And how long has that been running?
I don't know how long it's been running. I don't know. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
The other is the Mental Health Homelessness InReach program. Is that currently still in operation?
So I'm aware of an example of an InReach into a homeless service, and I'm sure there are probably more than the one example that I'm aware of. In terms of a specific mental health funded or LHD or network delivered mental health service for homeless consumers, I'm not aware that we have partnerships, but we don't necessarily have standalone services.
Are you happy to take that on notice?
Absolutely, yes. Yep.
And if you can also identify where it's being provided and how it's being funded?
Yes.
At the moment?
Yep.
The other question in relation to mental health is that in the budget they announced an additional 250 school counsellors to support students with mental health needs. Do you know where these are being allocated?
No, I don't. I have to take that on notice.
Yep, that's fine. Back to homelessness and youth. Currently, how much is allocated in the current budget to support young people experiencing homelessness?
I'm happy to take that, Michael.
Yes.
Okay. So under the Youth Initiative program, the budget for this year is $13.9 million. The Rent Choice Youth is $12 million. And the Housing Youth Assistance Program is $12 million.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that adds up to 24, 34, about $35, $36 million.
And did you say the Premier Youth Initiative, is that?
It's called the Youth Initiative. It was the Premier's Youth Initiative.
And it changed to youth?
Yeah.
And if I may just supplement that, half of our SHS clients are young people aged under 25 years of age.
Thank you very much, because that's going to be my next area of questions. So how many are over the age of 18 and how many were under the age of 18 that was supported in the last 12 months?
I can answer that, Secretary.
You're ahead of me.
Okay. So aged under 25, for women or women without accompanying children, 8,665. And for men, it was 5,781. For people aged 25 to 54. For women, with or without accompanying children, 9,986. And for men, 868. 55 plus, 854 women with or without accompanying children, and 105 men. In terms of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, 5,463 women with or without children, and for men 2,118. And for people from culturally and linguistically diverse communities, for women or with or without accompanying children, 2,043, and for men 299.
And do you have the figure for unaccompanied children 12 to 15?
I think it's about 2,300. It's gone down a little bit,
yep,
but it's still a bit too high.
And do you have that breakdown by regional LGA?
I can get that for you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
In relation to Aboriginal Specialist Homelessness Services in particular, what work's being done to support ACOs, and is there any funding in the current budget to support them or grow them?
Yes, there is $12 million, I believe, committed over 3 years from 2023 to 2026 under the Aboriginal Homelessness Sector Growth Project for the delivery of new homelessness services designed and delivered by 6 ACOs.
Okay. And do you have the names of those ACOs?
We can
provide those on notice.
And
if I may just add to that, that's obviously separate to the 16 ACOs in total delivering specialist homelessness services currently in New South Wales.
Okay. In relation to the SHS funding, the $5.9 million, where has that been allocated?
It's been allocated across all the contracts in SHS proportionate to the funding.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how are you, I suppose, monitoring or knowing where that fund needs to go? So what data are you relying on?
We use data that comes through what's called the SIMS database. Obviously, we collect regular data in terms of specialist homelessness services. Essentially, the $5.9 million was to ensure that we didn't reduce service delivery given the increased costs of service delivery for specialist homelessness services.
In relation to a question on notice I asked the Minister in relation to how data is collected, I was advised that the department doesn't keep or track SHS numbers based on region or local government area. Is that correct?
We tend to, and I'm happy to take this on notice so it's an accurate answer, we tend to collect it by LGA. And often the questions are about a specific suburb or whatnot, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide a response.
Yeah, so the question was breakdown by each LGA and how many SHS providers are there and how many people have been supported.
Yeah, and I think where the tricky bit is sometimes a particular service provider goes across a number of LGAs, so that makes it difficult to disaggregate. I think that could be the issue, and that's not uncommon for an SHS provider to go across a number of LGAs. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn now to Land and Housing Corporation. Thank you very much for being here. I'm just wanting to see what is the number of new social housing dwellings projected to be constructed over the forward estimates. So we heard one, I think it was 750 this financial year, 1,000 next financial year. Have you got it for the outgoing years?
That's correct. We're currently, we continually work on our pipeline beyond that. But we do also deliver social housing through partnerships, and we currently have a series of projects that are delivered under partnerships beyond, and they can extend up to 10 years, and we have a pipeline of about 5,639 of social housing through those partnerships.
So 5,639 through those partnerships. Okay. Do you have a yearly breakdown of those, or?
I can take that one on notice.
If you can take that on notice, that would be great. And what is the number of new affordable housing dwellings projected to be constructed over the forward estimates? Do you have any oversight over that, or?
Through our partnerships, we do have 474, but there is obviously the HAF funding that is going to come into effect, and that is going to be the key driver for the delivery of affordable housing. So we're unable to. We have been looking at that, but we will work with the CHP sector to see how many houses can be delivered out from the HAF.
Okay. Now, with respect to the increasing cost of building materials, you'd acknowledge that has been a key driver in recent years. What do you envisage the escalation cost will be in terms of construction over the forward estimates?
I will take that
on notice. Yep. And should building materials continue to get more expensive, has LAC got any strategies in terms of being able to find additional funding to be able to support social housing development?
I'll just reiterate what the Minister said in that there is, she recognising that there is a lot of work to be done on more funding for social housing, and we are working on those strategies to increase the supply of social housing, bearing in mind that with escalation and increasing costs will be factored into that.
Okay, thank you. And just turning to, with a little bit of time that we've got remaining, and this is for both you and for the Aboriginal Housing Office as well. Of course, there has been an announcement in terms of self-assessment that both the Land and Housing Corporation and Aboriginal Housing Office will have. Now, have you taken on any planners in order to conduct this self-assessment?
We already have a significant amount of resources in-house.
Yep.
We already have self-assessment powers. And our workload and our pipeline sort of has those resources to do those self-assessments.
Okay. So you believe you're adequately staffed in terms of planners to be able to do those self-assessments?
At the moment, yes. And
okay.
as we develop new strategies and new funding strategies in the forward years, we will look at the resources needed to deal with that.
Okay. And with respect to the Aboriginal Housing Office, is that the same situation, or is there a need for planners in order to be able to do those self-assessments?
Look, at this point in time, I'll have to take it on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you. I just wanted to advise the committee's made me aware that we have no further questions for Mr. Thomas, so you're excused. Thank you very much for your time and attendance today. I'm interested in discussing the mental health acute assessment team program in further detail. I did ask a couple of questions about it this morning. I understand that when that program was initiated, it functioned with an extended care paramedic who have an extended set of clinical skills to be able to provide treatment outside of hospital, and that was then downgraded to a regular paramedic. I'm interested in understanding why that decision was made.
I'm going to take that on notice. If I can just clarify, if you're mentioning, Ms. Cohen, the particular team in Western Sydney?
Yeah, so I understand that trial at the moment is in Western Sydney.
Yeah, so I might take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. And while you're taking that on notice, I'm also interested in who was consulted as part of that decision.
We can put that as part of the answer. Thanks.
Thank you. On a different topic within mental health, with reference to 15 and 16 of the budget measures statement, I'm interested in the planned expenditure to ensure aftercare is available to people who have survived suicide attempts, and how this compares to spending in the previous year, please.
Okay. You happy for me to? Yes, yeah. So aftercare is a core part of the bilateral funding, and I'd have to look up the exact amount, perhaps now or in a moment, but the key activity for New South Wales Health this year is to expand aftercare to make it genuinely universal across the state, which is one of the abilities that the agreement and the schedule that sits under it has allowed us to do. In the last financial year, our priority has been to extend the services in New South Wales that already had aftercare, and now the priority is to work with PHNs, districts and networks to get the extra services on board.
Thank you. And just to check, you mentioned the agreement. Are you talking about the co-funding with the federal government?
That's right, the bilateral, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, were you about to
sorry,
say?
Ms. Khan, I was just going to add that allows us to extend from the existing 9 sites up to 35, and the 4-year funding from 22 to 26 is $60.65 million under the bilateral agreement.
Thank you. And with that agreement, so the $60.7 million from the previous financial year, can you detail how that's been expended to date?
Can you talk to that?
I can say that we have extended our contract with the existing providers to make sure that that's the first thing we've done, but extra expenditure since then I'd have to take on notice. It may not have happened yet because we're in the process of working with our partners to get the right providers on board to extend it across the state.
Okay, that's right. And look, I'm happy for you to take that on notice so that the detail's correct. And in doing that, I'm particularly interested in as well in how that expenditure's broken up by region or by local health district as well. If that's right. All right. So coming back to housing now. So it's a very broad hearing that we're having today. I'm interested in the Blackwater Bay development. Will any of the over 1,000 units in that development be set aside for public housing, given that that development is taking place on public land?
That development is not part of LAC's responsibilities, so that is actually under Infrastructure New South Wales. I'm not familiar with the details of that particular project.
Could I just ask you, speak into the microphone? I did hear you, but only just. I'm sure Hanside's having trouble as well. How long will the 30% of units that are allocated to affordable housing under the Bays West Precinct's development controls remain as affordable housing?
Again, that's not under our jurisdiction. That is under Department of Planning. I'm not familiar with that project.
I will ask those questions to planning. Over the last financial year, how many properties belonging to the Land and Housing Corporation were sold to a private owner?
We'll take that question on notice, if that's all right.
Sure.
I might be able to get back to you before the end of the session.
Thank you. While you're looking on notice, can I just add some extra detail to that question as well? So I'm interested in how many were sold to a private owner and how many were transferred to registered community housing providers as well, please.
Okay.
In the last financial year, how much money did LAHC spend on legal representation responding to cases brought against them by tenants in NCAT?
We'll definitely have to take that one on notice.
That's all right. I understand with the quantitative questions you're trying to get us an accurate answer. So with that question as well, I'm interested to understand that quantum of expenditure, also how that compares with the expenditure on the same line item compared to the previous financial year.
Okay.
I'd also like to understand if you engage private solicitors for that purpose or if there's in-house resources.
As far as I'm aware, generally they're dealt with in-house resources, but we'll take the details on notice.
Thank you. I'm also interested in understanding how many cases brought by tenants are currently active in NCAT and how many of those relate to maintenance issues.
Again, I'll have to take that one on notice.
With the current staffing levels for housing, how many tenants are there per client service officer?
I would take that on notice, but in broad terms, it's around about 300.
I'm interested in understanding the trend with that over time. Are you able to tell us if that's increasing, is it decreasing? How does it compare to, say, 5 years ago?
I'll take that on notice in terms of the trend over time. Thanks.
Sure. How many vacancies have you currently got for those positions?
I definitely have to take that on notice. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. And while you're taking that on notice, how many of those staff are permanent as opposed to contractors?
I'll provide that information as well.
Thank you very much. for those who are currently on the social housing wait list, how much was spent in the past financial year on providing either temporary accommodation or private rental subsidies?
I would need to take that on notice as well. Thank you.
Okay. I've got plenty more numerical questions, so I'm just going to get them all on the record now, and then you've got all afternoon to look them up for me, please. It does. So at the end of September 2023, as I understand, there were 57,411 households on the social housing waiting list.
That's correct, yes.
Of those, how many have been on that waiting list for more than 10 years?
Well, we can provide that. We'll take that on notice.
Yeah, thank you. So interested in how many have been on the waiting list for more than 10 years, more than 5 years, more than 2 years, or more than a year? And how many of those require properties with 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, or more than 3 bedroom? Certainly wouldn't expect you to know that one off the top of your head.
Thank you.
So I also understand as at 31st of August 2023, there were 3,416 LAHC-owned public housing dwellings vacant in New South Wales. How does that compare with the number of vacant dwellings at the same time last year?
Vacancies vary over time. We have up to between 8,000 and 10,000 people moving in and out of the houses annually, and the number does change, and the number changes at any time, and it depends on the normal process of tenants leaving or moving to other accommodation. So the vast bulk of vacancies at any one time are that regular process of a tenant leaving and moving to another accommodation. So the number does go up and down, but it hovers around that over a period of time.
Okay, thank you. It's helpful to understand. Are you able to tell me how many of those have been vacant for more than 6 months?
We take that question on notice, yeah.
Thank you. And I'm also interested in understanding, look, I understand some of the vacant properties are either habitable or not habitable.
Yes.
But how many of the non-habitable properties have been vacant for more than 6 months, and how many habitable properties have been vacant for more than 6 months, please?
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Has there been any costing done for how much it would cost to house all approved applicants on the social housing list, whether that's through the construction of new properties, acquisition of existing properties, or head leasing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, it hasn't been costed.
The total wait list
Yeah.
in the 57,000 people, no, we'll take that on notice, but I'm not aware that it has been done because to understand each of those applicants' needs in terms of bedrooms. So I'll take that one on notice and confirm.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm just interested. We had that commitment from the Minister this morning about what the aim is for housing in the state, and I would imagine that trying to understand how much it would actually cost to house everyone on the wait list would be part of that work. Thank you. What is the land valuation for the Waterloo public housing estate?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question? Sorry.
Sure. So the question was about the Waterloo public housing estate.
Yes.
What's the land valuation for that estate?
I will take that one on notice.
Okay, there's 2 more of these. I'm also looking for Waterloo South and Explorer Street.
Yes, okay.
Thank you very much. This year, as I understand it, DCJ has spent about 47.9 million head leasing properties on the private market for approved applicants on the social housing wait list. How does that figure compare with the amount spent on head leasing in the previous financial year?
I can provide on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm creating a lot of homework for you. How much money is budgeted for head leasing in the upcoming financial year?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice as well.
In November 2022, it was reported that DCJ are head leasing units in the private development at the site of the former Rachel Foster Public Hospital in Redfern, which is, I understand, was sold off under the IEMA Labor government in 2007. Can you confirm, firstly, whether that's the case? Is my understanding correct?
We do have a head leasing. I would have to be asked for help on whether we're thinking about the same building. I'm not sure what was there before. Apologies.
Okay, thank you. While you're looking that one up on notice, can you advise us what the current expenditure is for head leasing properties at that particular site, and how many apartments that is, and for what duration, please?
Okay.
How much money is budgeted in the upcoming financial year for air conditioners or solar photovoltaics?
In this current financial year?
Yeah, please.
If you just give me a moment,
Sure.
I'll get you that number.
It's one that you don't then have to take on notice.
Yeah. So, I might have to take that one on notice. Next financial year is $10 million.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
This year, I think I just need to check.
Yeah, thank you.
for this
And
year.
with that budgeting for next year,
Yep.
can you tell me how many properties that will cover?
That will cover, as I said this morning, I said about 9,000. It's actually up to 8,800.
Thank you.
Yep.
I've got some questions for Ms. Robinson.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. You do need to speak into the microphone, otherwise Hansard gets very cross with me. Thank you. I understand that your office has recently done some work with young people looking at their attitudes to vaping.
Yes.
And I'm interested in what recommendations for government have come out of that work.
Yes, thank you. So, yes, we have just released a report on young people's perspective on vaping. The qualitative includes 231 children and young people who participated in this, as well as quantitative work around it as well. Some of the recommendations that they talk about is support around cessation, so an app to assist them, but they also talk about there being access to further education in schools. They also talk about peer-to-peer support, so being peer-led in that response as well. And I suppose probably one of the recommendations that people have read with great interest is they have suggested that smoke detectors are not an appropriate investment in terms of trying to solve the problem of vaping. They also talked about the cost of them and that they are quite accessible. But then they also made an overarching statement that perhaps there should be more work done by adults to stop children and young people getting access to them so easily.
What was the consultation process that you went through in developing those recommendations from young people?
Yes, so we went, obviously this is a particularly difficult kind of report to do because you do actually require young people to acknowledge that they may be vaping or have vaped. And so firstly, we had to create a space where children and young people felt like they could come forward and do so in a way that didn't have judgment necessarily. So we do have a reflection in there that talks about children and young people who didn't vape and could talk about why they wouldn't vape, children and young people who may have vaped, and children and young people who were talking about their peers and what they've seen amongst their peers. We also made sure that we covered off both metro and regional areas as well, as we do in all of our work, and I can come back to you with the exact schools. That is not top of mind to me in terms of that breakdown. And we ran it in terms of ACYP running it, so there was our staff in that room who are qualified in terms of social work and support. And as you will see in the report, as we do in all of our reports, there are verbatim quotes from children and young people themselves. So we have used their words in terms of describing it, and it's their recommendations. So we actually asked them, what are some of the recommendations you have for government? And they are their recommendations.
Thank you. Look, I think this is of particular interest for health bodies who are obviously trying to reduce the rates of vaping amongst young people. Did you explore what some of the reasons are that young people are actually taking up vaping?
Yes, we did. And it talks there about their own stress and anxiety, so using vaping potentially as a tool to calm themselves. They also talked about peer pressure and seeing their peers do it. There is an acknowledgement also that there is risk-taking behaviour that happens, and so children and young people experimenting. But I think in terms of the focus for us on this is when you hear something as an example that they're using it to calm themselves in terms of anxiety, there's obviously an underlying issue there that we also need to address as well. But they're probably some of the three high-level things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, given that finding around young people vaping to relieve stress and anxiety, which I'm sure most of us find quite concerning, have those findings been shared with the health department or people working on mental health? Have you spoken to each other about this?
Yes. So we sit on a cross-government group that is looking at this particular issue with our friends at Health. We have shared our findings. We have done a presentation to Health. We are attending the Deputy Premier and the Minister for Health's roundtable and providing a presentation on this to that as well. We've shared it with Education and our colleagues across government, and we continue to work very closely with various departments, agencies and community, and I want to acknowledge the Cancer Institute and their work that they've done across this. So we work with all of them.
Thank you. And sorry, in that answer, I think you mentioned presenting it at the Premier's roundtable.
The Deputy Premier's roundtable on vaping, yes.
Yeah, thank you. When is that happening?
16th of November.
Right. I'm not going to raise a whole new topic with 1 minute to go. I have to go back to the opposition.
Can I just follow on, just while I've got you, just in relation to those vaping report, have you met with any of the ministers about the report?
We haven't met with the ministers since the publication of the report, but all ministers have it. I would suggest I'll take it on notice in that we have sent it to everyone, but we haven't met with ministers since then.
And then just to clarify, the minister you've met with is the Minister for Youth?
In terms of specifically about vaping, since the report has been released, we haven't met with her specifically about that. She has spoken to our Youth Advisory Council and has a copy of the report, and we met with the Minister for Health prior to the report being published in terms of discussing his portfolio once he'd stepped in. But we haven't had any specific meetings since the publication of this report.
Sorry, I'll ask on that. No. And you mentioned you're going to the Deputy Premier's roundtable. Have you met with her to talk about this issue or any others in relation to her portfolio?
I haven't met with the Deputy Premier.
Okay. Have you requested to meet with her?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow on from that, you've made a number of recommendations. I think you says he consulted hundreds of young people aged 13 to 18 across New South Wales, regional as well as metro, and you made a number of recommendations around, particularly around schools. This roundtable that's been established, do you feel it's just going to duplicate the work that you've already done?
I think it gives an incredible opportunity. There are young people who will be attending that roundtable as well, so I think it's a great opportunity to bring both staff, students, members of government together to discuss some of the findings both in our report and across other reports as well. And my hope is that obviously we hear what children and young people have said in terms of designing a solution that will help them and provide a positive outcome. I don't feel like it's a duplication. I think it's an important avenue to ensure that children and young people are heard.
And has any, either your Minister for Youth or any of the ministers come back to you about those recommendations and a timeline of when they intend to respond to them?
I'll take it on notice. I haven't received any specific update from my text. Sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Wheatley, back to you. Just some more questions around Waterloo, and particularly Waterloo South. Will there be allocated portions of Waterloo South for essential workers such as health workers, teachers and police? Is that envisaged?
The details of the final proposals may come up with those, but we'll assess those as they come in. At the moment, we are planning on social and affordable. We're not specifically addressing key workers, but however the proponents may and are open to submitting proposals that include that.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect to Waterloo Central and Waterloo North, is there any timeline envisaged for those developments at this stage?
No, at this stage we are focused on ensuring the outcomes for Waterloo South.
Okay, and the parameters, would you be considering a 50% social and affordable split when it comes to those as well? Is that what you're working under the view of? Or?
We'll continue to maximise the outcomes on those projects in the future.
Okay. And with respect to Waterloo South, is there any work that's been done so far on the mix of apartments and needs in terms of 1, 2, 3 bedders and the like? We
analyse across all our portfolio the needs of our social housing tenants. There is a clear need for more one-bedders. We're working closely with the AHO on the needs for Aboriginal families because they have quite different needs. That information is part of the proposals, and how the proponents respond will need to adequately assess and put proposals forward that address the needs of all the potential tenants, both non-Aboriginal and Aboriginal.
Thank you. And with respect to Waterloo South, how many people will be displaced and require temporary rehoming by the redevelopment?
Well, there are 750 homes, existing social homes. So the important thing is that everyone will have an opportunity to relocate back in to the redevelopment. We've made that commitment. So people can be relocated temporarily, and the two developments, the Waterloo Quarter and the Bridge House, Elizabeth Street, will provide homes in the immediate area for the duration of that relocation, whilst the social homes are being rebuilt. The other part is this is not all going to happen. It's going to be progressive over the 10-year life cycle of it.
And have any relocations commenced as of yet?
No, they have not. We are working to commence discussions, and we're engaging with the community, and what we have said is that we'll start talking about relocations from the middle of 2024.
Okay, so beginning that discussion, and when do you expect that those relocations will conclude?
The relocations is a really important process. It takes time to do it right and to do it with the true consideration of the tenant's needs, and we don't like to put hard timeframes on it, because we have to work with each of the tenants to find, with DCJ, to get the right outcome for those people being relocated.
Thank you very much. With respect, now back to, excuse me for a second while I get to the next pages, we heard the Minister talk before about what is referred to as the LORG, and how that will be set up with Homes New South Wales and it coming online in February. Has Land and Housing Corporation had any insight at the moment into the land audit, and have you made any suggestions with respect to any properties?
Firstly, we're going to do this separately, but I'd just like to correct earlier what the Minister said. The LORG has actually been established, okay, and they have met, and they are considering the first tranches of the property audit. There is Land and Housing and other housing agencies have the ability to review the recommendations of the land audit and identify properties that will be suitable for housing, and we'll be given the opportunity to select those properties that are suitable for social and affordable housing.
Okay. And so you're part of that at this stage?
Yes, we are, and we're currently going through that process.
Okay. And how many meetings have you had as part of the LORG so far?
The LORG is a property is run by DPE, looking at all the property. Before it gets to the LORG, there is a housing committee, a housing focus committee and that was what the Minister was saying about being set up.
Okay.
We have been working with the Department of Planning. They have been providing us with the thoughts and the outputs of the audit for us to identify properties that would be suitable for social and affordable housing.
So is that part of coming to the short list in terms of what's been referred to as the short list?
Yes.
So the long list is, I believe, 2,600 homes that we'd heard, or 2,600 properties that we'd heard, and then that's been refined down into a short list. Is that correct?
I'd have to defer that to the Department of Planning.
Okay. And in terms of the role that Land and Housing Corporation are playing with that, how does that work for Land and Housing Corporation in providing that advice on what properties should go from that long list, so to speak, into a short list, and the suitability of development on those sites?
The Department of Planning show us the list, the short list. They will be doing that in terms of initial desktop study of what properties they believe are suitable for housing. They give that to us. We look at them and go, yes, this really does suit our needs for social housing in these areas, and then we advise them that we have interest in those sites.
Okay. And what are the parameters you use in terms of determining what is suitable for your purposes?
We use a range, but predominantly we look at the needs, the wait list and the needs in those particular areas of those sites.
Do you look to the proximity to public transport or to
yes, we do.
other
and
amenities?
amenity, and its suitability for social and affordable housing, which includes its amenity, proximity to transport, and amenity, and general infrastructure, including health and education facilities.
And I imagine you look at the suitability of the site for development as well,
Correct.
whether it's an easier build, flat block and the like, rather than if it's a difficult, complex build potentially as well.
At the moment, we are not ruling things out. We're looking at all opportunities, and we will assess which ones are best suited for us.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And are you looking at particular, with respect to a frame around high density or medium density, are you classifying them in those sort of categories as to whether it's suitable for high density development or suitable for medium density or, for instance, duplexes or the like as well?
Yes. Well, we deliver housing across all those high density, low density, medium density, seeking to get the best outcome of what's suited. So yes, we do assess the sites as to the most appropriate form for social housing.
And when you're putting that lens across them, are you looking at existing zonings that exist in that area, or are you looking at the potential that you see in the site?
We take advice from the Department of Planning of what is suitable densities and zonings for each area.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just turning to a few more questions with respect to some of the existing projects. Now, how many new and replacement dwellings have been completed by LAC between January 2022 and present?
I can just give me a moment. I can confirm those figures. I might have to take that one on notice.
Okay, that's fine. And when you take it on notice, if you could also...
sorry, the 2021-22 we completed 516. In 2022-23 we completed 663. That's social housing.
And how many were replacement dwellings in each of those years?
When you say replacement dwellings?
So where, for instance, like a site might not have been suitable for use anymore, but you constructed a new property on the same site, replacing like for like effectively?
I'll
take that on notice.
Take that one on notice,
Okay,
yep.
thank you very much. And is the government planning on pausing any major developments of existing social housing estates at present? So, for instance, we already know about the decision in terms of the Argyle estate. Are there any others that are...
We're having no other discussions about pausing.
Okay. Has there been any discussion about changing the mix of social, affordable and or private housing in any existing LAC projects that are on foot? The Minister has talked about Tilapia. We are looking at that because we would like to see if you can get more social and affordable housing there. That's the only development that at the moment we're looking at what our options are. But as I said, we're only looking at what our options are at the moment under the existing agreements that were signed 4 years ago. Okay. And with respect to that Tilapia development, how many? What's the current breakdown in terms of social, affordable, and private dwellings on that site?
The Tilapia, the deal that was agreed 4 years ago, set it at 22% of social and affordable housing.
Okay. And in terms of those agreements and changing them, is work being done on the amount of compensation the government might have to provide in terms of any changes?
We're not doing any. We're assessing our options. That information is commercial in confidence, but no.
Okay. And what's the process in terms of, so you're currently looking at your options. Is there any engagement that's happening at present in terms of the consortium or the like that is delivering that project?
There is an agreement in place,
Yep.
and our priority is to honour that and comply with that agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Now, just turning to the modular housing trial. So, of course, $10 million was allocated for the modular housing trial. Now, the budget, am I correct in saying, provides $1.5 million in this financial year for modular housing?
Yes.
Yeah. And how many modular homes do you envisage you can deliver for that amount?
We are forecasting as of that $10 million commitment. We are looking at a pilot of around about 20 homes.
Okay, 20 homes from the 10 million.
Yes.
So that $1.5 million will start you on a portion of those 20 homes, will
Yes,
it? Or?
start both the planning and the preparation and of those homes, yes.
Okay. And with respect to that planning and preparation, is there any site that you're looking at the moment in terms of the delivery of those modular homes?
We have just started to assess the sites. Our first step is to assess what forms of modular homes are most appropriate to pilot and to prototype, to choose some modular home types that best meet the needs of the portfolio and the wait list, and then once we've established those ideal product types that will give us the best outcomes, we'll then go to site selection.
Okay.
Some of site selection and planning will be is being done in parallel with that.
Okay. And is there a view to having that in metropolitan or regional areas? Or?
Both. It's important. We see modulars quite.
So they're not going to be 20 that are going to be located together. There's going to be separate developments. Okay.
Yes. Yep. And modular is quite important and an effective solution for regional areas.
Yeah. And when do you think that the first people will be moving into these modular homes?
I'll have to take that one on
notice. Okay. Thank you very much. So I take it then that the cost of the modular home would be $500,000. You're estimating?
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, yep.
And again, the cost of a house or of a dwelling is dependent on the type of dwelling.
Yep.
It does all average out at about the 550, but it can range from a small one-bedroom modular to a unit that's part of a high density development. So the average is 550, but it's within a band that could be from 450 through to 650, for example. So it very much depends on how the housing is being developed as to what the actual price is.
Thank you. And what amenities are you expecting to include in each modular home?
We believe that the modular homes will be meeting the needs of the tenants, commensurate with a traditionally constructed modular home. Modular home is an interesting term. We use the term of modern methods of construction. It's more about how the dwelling is constructed rather than the quality of the development.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the modular homes, what sort of, are you expecting an improved time frame in terms of their delivery?
That's one of the core reasons for doing the pilot, to prove up the speed at which a modular can be both fabricated and installed on the ground. So core benefit of modulars is its speed.
Yep.
And we believe the pilot will show that.
And so what does success look like for you in terms of the pilot? Have you got any parameters that you're assessing it against?
We're currently finalising all of those success factors and criteria, and that will again determine on the ultimate types of products we choose and how they best meet the needs of the wait list.
And of course, there sort of have been there have been the rollout of modular homes in a sense, particularly following the floods and that. Have you got any feedback from that is feeding into your modular home trial?
Yes, we are. We're establishing an advisory task force to sort of help formalise that feedback. That will include industry, but it also includes the experiences from the flood. So yes, we're absolutely engaging with industry and other agencies on all their experiences to bring it and identify the lessons learnt and also the challenges in delivering it, so we can work across the whole of government to remove those or mitigate those challenges.
Thank you very much. I might just turn to my colleagues now if they've got anything.
Sure.
Ms. Pyle?
I have mine are water questions, so I'm not sure if any of the water people at the table have only got a minute to go. But I might maybe just start with a quick one, maybe to you, Ms. Jones, seeing as you're seated there, and heads up for the others to maybe come up for the next session. I just wanted to ask in relation to the harvestable rights work that I was asking the Minister about earlier. In terms of the decision to go from the 30% back to the 10%, was there any hydrological modelling that was used to inform that decision, or is that the work that will happen over the next 12 months in the catchments?
So the answer is that yes, that is the work that we need to do. I think the context for the coastal harvestable rights decision is actually that for the coast, unlike everything west of the Great Divide, which comes under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, where there are sustainable diversion limits actually set, the coast, we don't have sustainable diversion limits, so that means we don't understand the amount of water take that is sustainable in the coastal catchments outside of the metropolitan areas. We also don't have really state-built infrastructure. We don't have big dams in the coast. They're very flashy systems. That means when it rains, the rivers run fast and it runs into the ocean.
Yeah.
And we have very low metering data. So part of the challenge and what the Natural Resources Commission has recommended to us over the last few years is that we need to start with the big picture, which is how much water take is sustainable, and then rights such as coastal harvestable rights need to fit within that framework. So what the Minister's actually decided to do is a bigger decision than just coastal harvestable rights. It's we really need to, as fast as we can, move to understand what the sustainable limits are for the coast.
Okay.
And so to do that without metering data, the first piece of work is to really identify methodology that we can use quickly to undertake the modelling. So we're trialling at the moment a method that uses satellite imaging as well as other metering data that we can acquire to see if we can prove up a methodology that will help us fast track this work.
Okay, thank you. I might come back to this, but I think we've moved on.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Higginson.
Thank you. I've got some water questions to start, if that's okay. Just to start, I did ask the Minister earlier about the Dunoon Dam, and I know that she said, it's a Rouse project, and I understand that. I just wanted to know, though, is the department cognizant of where that's up to in terms of Rouse?
So it's a project that the local water utility is, I understand, investigating, and we'll continue to work with Rouse to look at how that project might fit into the overall regional scheme in terms of water security.
And so are you aware of what stage that project's up to?
I'm not specifically aware of where Rouse is up to with that work. We can report back to you on that.
Thank you. I'm interested in whether whether any costings, or because obviously it would have to be a state injected funded project, and I'm interested to know whether you've looked at what that would cost, or if we've got to that point at all, or we've got that on the road.
I'm not aware that we've undertaken any costings on the project, but I can confirm that for you.
Thank you. I mean, it's such a it's such a controversial project. It's been on the books since a long time ago, and I think the fact that it was taken off the books for a long time because it wasn't a viable project, and then it popped up. I'm curious. I think it was in a previous regional water strategy of some sort produced by Water New South Wales.
I understand it. It is in the mix in the regional water strategy for that catchment, and so are a number of competing ideas or complementary ideas. So whether that dam is the most viable option, or whether other interconnecting pipelines or reuse or other projects are more viable is something to be proven up.
So just on that, what is the department's view? What's the primary option for increasing water security on the North Coast?
I think that we're still doing the analysis and working with RAS to prioritise which is, and it mightn't be one option, it might be that there are a number of opportunities, including water efficiency, that could be complementary to actually deliver the best outcome for water security.
Has the small scale desalination been considered as part of a security option?
I have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Groundwater?
Groundwater is potentially an option as well.
Okay. I mean, if you could, I would love to know what the department has been doing, because we sort of have a view of what Rouse is doing.
Yeah. So the regional water strategy is on the website, and we have gone through a process of multi-criteria analysis and some economic analysis on a range of options, including policy, so water plan changes as well as infrastructure options. So that is available. Just the next step would be to decide which is the best mix of options, and that obviously would need to involve both government considering that as well as working with RAS.
Do you have any particular time frame that you're working in to actually say? Because I think the position at the moment is it's very, very unclear, and for decades we in the Northern Rivers have been literally having things dropped on our community, and then we all run around saying, but we don't think that's the best. And I think we're desperately looking for some leadership. We've seen strategy document. There's been some, I'm just wondering how long this might go on for.
The next step would be for us to work to develop some advice to take to government now that the strategy work has been completed. So that would be the next step.
Thank you. And are you aware of some of the incredible work that has been done by some of the civil society organisations there and the science community that is, I think it's fair to say it's been working really clearly with Rouse, but is the department aware of that work as well?
The people working on the strategy in this area, yes, absolutely. They've
Great.
had close relationships with the community, yeah.
Thank you. Just on, staying in the Northern Rivers and looking at water, just the health of the Richmond River. I think it's one of the most tragically studied rivers in the state, in terms of it just keeps returning report after report as being, since 1987, I think I've got pages of government reports just identifying how sick the river is. And then back in 2014, there was a study done by UNE that rated parts of the river. It gave it a rating of F, which is the lowest possible health rating any water source could have. What do we do about that? What is the department doing about that? And I accept that, we've got a new government, and I'm going back to 1987, but obviously the flood really identified just how sick our river is.
Yeah. So the question you're asking actually goes to a question that the Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer was asking around the Malindi situation and the state of the Barker. And I think the answer to that question is partly in the recommendations of that report, which is that we need to look at what regulatory or policy changes need to occur to make sure that land use planning and managing what happens on land and water management can better come together to deliver better river health and river outcomes. So our Department for Water, will lead the whole of government response to that. So I'd suggest that perhaps some of the answer to the question you're asking for potentially all rivers in New South Wales might come from that.
Is there, I think all of these studies just keep referring to we need a serious investment into, I mean, we can, you know, there are things, absolutely we need regulatory change on certain things, but we also just need physical river health measures in place, including things like perhaps, you know, acquisitions of riverine areas to generate filters and protection. Is that, I mean, are you looking at that? Is that something the department...
So it's not something directly within our control, but it's definitely something that we are looking at now that we've been asked to produce a response to the Office of the Chief Scientist's report on the fish deaths in Menindee. So what you're suggesting about the health of riverbanks and the protection of what happens on land adjacent to water is, yeah, it goes to the heart of those issues. And, yeah, we will definitely come back with work on that.
So is there something actually, something specific? I appreciate the whole state is potentially suffering in different environmental consequences, but the Richmond itself, is there a body of work? Is there something? I'm aware of some things around the estuary work, but is there a plan for a whole of catchment to help that poor system?
So I think whole of catchment is the key wording in your question. I'm not aware of specific land care work in that catchment, but that is part of that's got to be part of the answer.
Is anybody leading on? Like, I'm just curious. You know, it's like, what does someone in the state do if they're literally ringing an alarm saying our river is dying? If it's not the Department of Water,
so that's why I referenced the response, the whole of government response. We've been asked to bring back to government with respect to the Menindee fish death report, because it's asking the same question that you're asking, but about the barker. So I think it does take government joining up on some of the land care work that is the responsibility of some other agencies, but it's really about water management and land management becoming more closely aligned.
And so how then is the Department of Water doing that? Where does that happen in the instruments of the machinery of government? What is happening?
So for major developments, like the mining developments that we were asked about this morning by Kate Fairman.
I understand that. Yeah. I don't mean in terms of where do you feed into harmful projects to make them less harmful. What I'm talking about, do we have anything in the water agency that is actually working on recovering, say, the Richmond River? Is there any, like, could you point to anyone to say, hey, this person here has a project and it is how to recover or revive the Richmond River?
So in the State Water Strategy that you referred to this morning, there was a key action out of that, which is about this question of bringing land use management and water management more closely together. And we are about to release some work that we've been undertaking on a roadmap to improve that, those policy areas becoming better aligned. So happy to provide that to you as soon as we finalise that work.
Okay, and so how will that manifest? Will that be in a...
It will suggest steps to be able to make sure that that the planning, so steps under the planning law, even PEPs that haven't actually been used under environment law, and the water management work that we do, how they're better aligned for whole of catchment outcomes is what it's looking at.
I've just got this terrible feeling that when I'm dead and buried, someone may be sitting in this seat asking precisely the same questions. So do you give me some assurance that that's not the case, and that we won't just be adding to this list, and that we will have some river health outcomes?
No, it's certainly our ambition that that's not the case.
Okay. Can I just go to one project that is very local to here, the Parsley Bay project, and I know that there's been a bit of controversy around that, but I'm just wondering if there's anybody that could just give me some understanding of some of the community has been talking about the North Bondi treatment station and whether it can cope with the additional long-term load. Is there somebody who can talk to that?
Roxshiro.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Jones. And I must say, it's not my, it's not my locality, but I visited there. I'm not a city girl, but I visited there not long ago, and holy heck, it's beautiful country, isn't it? It's a beautiful little spot. Parsley Bay, incredible ecosystem there.
It's indeed a very beautiful area. So the situation in Parsley Bay is that we still have 3 outlets in this part of Sydney that are discharging untreated raw sewage back to the ocean. So this project started back in 2018, and the objective of the project is actually not to have anything untreated going back to the ocean, but everything pumped back to Bondi, where we've got a water resource recovery facility that is currently operating and collecting and treating the wastewater from most of the CBD of Sydney. So this facility has got the capacity to collect and to treat the about 4 million litre that are produced per day in this area.
Has it taken into account the proposed and soon to be imposed urban expansions of Waverley and...
Absolutely, yeah. So the capacity of Bondi water resource recovery facility is not an issue at all. So the project goes back to 2018. We have been engaging with the community a lot through a number of different forums. We had a customer reference group. We had something like, I think it was 11 newsletter going to 13,000 homes in the area. We've done door knocking to talk to the people living in these areas. We have had many forums online during COVID and face-to-face.
It was a bit of an issue for people.
But there has been a lot of engagement with the community, and the engagement was very positive. So the consequence of it is, for example, we've reduced the footprint of the pumping station at Parsley Bay by something like 80% compared to the original design. So we've completely taken on board the feedback from the community and changed the plans to make sure that the outcome was...
Do you accept that there's some serious, I don't know what it is, but there's some real mistrust there? I've been sent a massive petition with 5,000 signatures, and I think the call is that the community is looking for an independent environmental impact statement and something more comprehensive. Is that something that you can take on?
So there has been independent review of the review of the environmental factor that we did.
I think that was one of the issues too, that it was a REF and not an EIS.
Correct, but there has been independent review, and we've said to the community that we have actually commissioned another independent auditor to review again the ecological impact of the project.
Now?
This is happening this week.
Right.
I met with the lady leading the Save Parsley Bay on Monday morning, and we had a good conversation about the project. I think there is also a lot of misunderstanding of what we're doing and why we're doing it, and why we're doing it in this specific location.
Okay, thank you. I think that I met with some people there, and there was a serious trust deficit. I think one of the issues as well is there some guarantee that that incredible rainforest ecosystem that I think has been assessed by somebody like Robert Koyman, who's one of the world's leading rainforest experts, who said it's incredibly unique, whether the guarantee that there will be no harm to that ecosystem or that...
That's something that has been taken into account from the start of the project. It's, as you said, it's a lovely place. We know that it's cherished by the community, and we don't want to change that. Actually, the project is going, as I said, the footprint is very small, We're talking about something that is not going to put the ecosystem at risk, but that is actually going to improve the ecosystem, because that's not the untreated sewage is not going to go back to the ocean anymore. It will be pumped and treated before it's discharged. So this is going to improve the environmental ecosystem in this area.
Thank you. Can I just ask as well about NRA and the functions of the NRA? Thank you very much, Mr. Chirot. Just curious about, you know, when NRA first started, obviously it was charged with a particular, very broad but fierce mission of bringing the state into compliance. Has anything changed in terms of NRA's internal kind of philosophy around prosecution and, you know, incentive-based regulatory action, or, you know, has there been any kind of cultural change given the life and the age of NRA?
May I just start in acknowledging yourself and your former colleagues. I think NRA exists
because of our
in
work.
part because of that work leading up to the Matthews inquiry, and we hold that legacy quite dear when it comes to what now the people of New South Wales expect in terms of the fair and firm enforcement of water laws. We've learnt a heck of a lot in those 5.5 years. In being a firm and fair regulator, we deploy a full suite of tools. Many water users that we encounter find compliance a quite a vexed and challenging situation, some of which is embodied in how sheer complex the regulations themselves are and the water law system. They often are needing our advice and guidance, and we're in a position now with the team that we do have to provide that advice and guidance for the willing, and in most instances that helps to correct minor non-compliance with very little intervention. So through this work, we understand that the vast majority of water users are honest operators and they want to do the right thing. That's in fact 70% of our encounters determine full compliance. There's instances of about 25%, and I'm talking over 5,000 inspections per year, so it's a lot of outreach into rural New South Wales. And when we're engaging with farmers, they are looking for help. And so I've got in our team capable, really skilled folk who can provide that advice and guidance. But there's some that aren't responsive. Their culpability is such that it warrants a more stricter response. There's an expectation that the sanctions applicable are in line with the harm that's being caused. And that's as a, us as a regulator, where we will apply the full force of the law, and with respect to prosecutions, we've done so on 38 separate occasions, and there's a pipeline of work before me at the moment where we will continue to prosecute. So I don't think it's a situation of and or. Sorry, it's not a situation of or. It is very much and. It's a full suite of enforcement tools that are being applied with a good understanding of harm, of risk, of culpability, of public interest, and attitude to compliance.
Do you think any of the the current regulatory settings are providing difficulties or hurdles when it does come to prosecutions? I'm thinking in particular the Harris proceedings that were very long and protracted, but perhaps not even referring to specific ones. But do you think there are currently, do you think we've got the regulatory settings in a sweet spot, or do you think that we need to be doing better?
I think if you take it from a perspective of water user and their behavioural insights, there are two factors that are at play here. The risk of getting caught and the consequences of criminal behaviour. So within NRA we have highly sophisticated means of detection. There is little chance that a water user can take water that they're not entitled to without our surveillance capability flagging that. Water users appreciate that, and they understand that there is that broad-scale surveillance. What needs to work equally and in partnership is that where we find instances of criminal behaviour, where there is a high benefit accruing as a result, that there's appropriate consequences and appropriate sanction. And I think it wouldn't be for me to question the judgment of the judiciary. I think other commentators have certainly done that themselves. But when we look at of the convictions that we have secured in the local court and the Land Environment Court, I think a case can be made that in some instances those financial penalties weren't sufficient to act as a specific deterrence, which is a concern, but more broadly, is it acting as a general deterrence?
Just on that surveillance and the tools that we have now, what are some of those tools that we're using?
So it is primarily the use of satellite imagery. That in of itself is not new.
Yeah.
But being able to overcome some of the computational challenges using machine learning and to some extent artificial intelligence, we're able to track the movement of water through the landscape. The taking of that water, the storage of that water, the application of that water to crop, and then the subsequent change and the optics of that crop. And in that information, we're able to then apply it back to the water licensing system and determine whether or not that crop of cotton has been grown in accordance with the user's entitlement. If it's not, it flags a red in our system, and we will deploy our investigators out on farm to raise some questions, ask some questions.
So all those sleepless nights were probably worth it.
Very much so, and again, my thanks to you and your colleagues.
Thank you. That's me, Chair. I've run out of time. Chair?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm happy
To the
talk about that.
opposition.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. So just in relation to temporary accommodation, interested, how many people were assisted in the last financial year?
I can tell you that.
26,149, 26,149 households were assisted with temporary accommodation
And is that collected by...
in 22-23.
22-23, thank you very much. And is that collected by local government area or by region?
It can be provided.
If we can take it on notice, we're happy to provide it.
And if I could get a breakdown of the number of households supported by each, whether it's the LGA or by region, whichever way the data is collected. Just in relation to SHS and accreditation, are the SHSs on track for their accreditation? That's, I think, is all due by next year. Is that correct?
That's right. Sorry, lost my voice. That's correct, Minister. Minister McLaren. Tash.
Old habits
Mr.
die.
McLaren Jones. Certainly, we're looking at that at the moment. As you may know, the Minister has extended the contracts for SHS providers for 2 years. At the moment, probably, and I'll double check this, but about 60% or 60 to 70% are on track, and we're just looking at the other providers.
And what will occur if they can't get accredited? What work's being done behind the scenes, I suppose, from the department to support them more?
Yeah, we're looking closely, particularly at some of the smaller providers, just to look at what impact that will be. So I can't really say at this point, but we're cognisant that we actually need specialist homelessness services. They do a fantastic job. We know they're under stretch in terms of the demand, so we'll look at that on a case-by-case basis. We don't want to see a local area without a specialist homelessness service because they haven't yet met accreditation, and there may be very good reasons as to why that occurs.
And you touched on just that we do know that they're stretched across the state. I'm interested, do you keep any data on how they're tracking to meet, I suppose, when they reach capacity? Or is that something that's more monitored by Homeless New South Wales or only internally?
Yeah, we get it annually, as you know, in terms of last year, I think it was 68,000 people who access specialist homelessness service, 68,473, which is actually a drop from the previous year. But we also have local commissioning and planning staff on the ground within the districts who manage the contracts with those specialist homelessness providers, and they have, specifications about what they've got to deliver, what the volume is, so that's sort of negotiated at a local level. If there's a specific issue in terms of demand, that could get escalated into the sort of program area within my area to work with the district about how to support that provider.
Yep. All right, thank you. I've only got 1 minute. Do we want a minute?
stuff to do. Well, actually, in the 55 seconds, just back to what we were speaking about before with the coastal right, the time frame of that work, and the Minister said prioritising certain catchments. I'm happy if you need to provide it on notice, but where is the focus to begin with?
So the first step is the methodology to be able to identify the prioritisation of the catchments.
Mhm.
So we prove up the methodology, we identify the priority catchments, and we'll work forward from there. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's not sort of an order of catchments at this point. You're doing that initial work.
We're doing
first.
that. By the middle of next year, we'll have an order and a program.
Okay, and so then I guess for looking at whether any areas could go from the 10% up to 30, that's probably not likely in the next period of time.
Basically, as we develop the work program, we'll be able to indicate which catchments, and that will indicate whether the coastal harvestable rights will be able to increase or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of this session, and we'll be breaking until 3:45.
Very precious.
Yes.
I know. Actually, Zoe, don't.
Ration. But then you've got to live too. You've got to have 2 litres a day.
Thanks, everyone. Welcome back. I've been advised by committee members that we have no further questions for Mr. Wheaton.
Sorry.
Not Wheatley, Wheaton.
Wheaton.
Wheatley.
Wheaton.
Sorry. But Mr. Wheaton looks happy, so that's
Put the wrong label.
And were there any answers to questions taken on notice that were ready to
Yes,
come?
there were, I think, on head leasing, Chair.
Yes,
Thank you.
I have. So if I remember correctly, the questions were the budget for head leasing for financial year 22-23 was 45,276,199. And the budget for the current year is 46,294,880. The site you referred to, I now know, was the Rachel Foster Hospital site. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have taken out 110 leases, of which 108 are tenanted, and the annual rent is $6,521,736.
Thank you.
I can also just clarify some numbers as well. In terms of the vaping report, it was 261 young people. Just under half identified that they'd tried vaping or identified as current vapers. And that was 5 schools in an urban area and 4 from the rural areas. And I can confirm that the report was sent to 7,000 people when it was first released, and that included every member of Parliament.
Thank you very much.
I have one response. So this
Please.
is in relation to the Honourable Member Farlow around the self-assessment. We currently have 10 Part 5 self-assessments underway. We use external planners.
Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Questions from the opposition?
So, I
Susan.
just, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I just have a couple of questions for Ms Robinson. Interested in the Youth Advisory Council. I can see on the website how to apply. I can't see who the members are. So I wonder if you could tell me how many members and gender balance, some information about the council members.
Absolutely, and your timing is impeccable because it's just been announced this year's Youth Advisory Council. So it is 12. Every year it is 12 members of the Youth Advisory Council. And it reflects the diversity of the state as much as we can. And I do have the actual information here, so bear with me whilst I go through a folder. I should say that this year it's actually chaired by a young man from Walgett, an Aboriginal man. But I will find that information and come back to you in terms of demographics and regional and metro.
Yeah, if you could take that on notice, that's great. And I'm just wondering, in terms of the regional representatives, what support do they get to ensure that they can participate on the same basis as representatives in the city?
So we support them to be able to attend meetings. So the meetings are face-to-face and subject to how the Youth Advisory Council set themselves up. So it is very much their show to run. So it's either 6 to 8 meetings a year, face-to-face, usually in Sydney, although last year we did hold a regional one in Albury. And we support them in terms of travel. If they are under the age of 18, they're given the opportunity to travel with a parent or a carer or a guardian. If they require transport, we support that as well. So we make it as easy as possible for them to attend. We also have a social worker who will meet them at the airport if they need to be met at the airport, and who will also make sure that they're transported to and from the meetings as well.
That's great. Thank you very much. And you clearly work with young people, get advice from them. Just wondering, I mean, do you also have a panel of experts? So, for example, mental health. Do you have a panel of experts in mental health that you can draw on, as well as the lived experience of young people?
Yes. So a couple of things. We have previous members of our youth advisory councils who have suggested particular areas of focus. And so we have one member who is studying to be a paramedic and currently sits on a health youth advisory council as well. And we have another young person who has put their hand up to support a mental health youth advisory council. So if they have a particular area of interest, we would support them into sitting on another council as well. In our office, as you may be aware, we have lived experience advisors who have had particular experience in the world in which we exist, which is obviously across government and across the whole of New South Wales. We also have people who have identified through our mailing list that they might have a particular interest in an issue. So either a government department or a business or community come to us about a particular issue, we can identify key people who might want to participate in that.
So you would have access then, and you would draw on academic experts?
We do work with academics, yes.
Yes, yes. So it's not just people with lived experience?
Not just people with lived experience. Obviously, considering the remit of the work we do, it's a focus on young people and working with young people who might have particular expertise in an area. So to give you an example that might be useful for that, when there was work being undertaken by our office in the former government around consent, we worked with an organisation called Consent Labs that is run by young people who designed the program themselves. So we would work with experts like that on a particular issue.
Okay, great, thank you. And if we can just talk a little bit about the 2022-2024 strategic plan.
Yes.
And one of the goals that's identified is to decrease suicide rates for children and young people. I wonder if you could sort of address specifically what your office is doing to contribute to this goal of decreasing suicide rates.
So in terms of the way that the strategic plan runs and operates, for a point of clarification, obviously what we do when we're designing that is we lift up the voice of children and young people and their particular issues, and then we look across government to understand what is already going on in government and if there are any particular gaps. So part of what the plan does is recognise the cross-government work or the particular priorities of an agency or a department that might be focused on that area. So in this specific area, we're obviously not a lead in terms of the plans and the ideas and the particular programs and the work that's being done with that. What we would do and what we have done is we do a tracking report against our strategic plan. So we took baseline data when we launched that plan, and every year we are tracking that, and so we do share that information across government so they can know in terms of that particular priority, in terms of mental health and wellbeing, how children and young people might be tracking. And so we shared that. But in terms of delivering a project specifically, that would not be within our office, that would be within areas like health. And
so if I can paraphrase, in terms of contributing to a decrease in youth suicide, what you do is track the rate rather than engage with the problem being experienced by children and young people.
No, I would say that we're always engaging with children and young people in terms of things that are impacting on their lives. We worked with, for example, in the previous government in relation to a particular issue that was related to cyberbullying that led to...
Well, if we could perhaps focus on suicide. Sure. Are there any activities that your office is engaged in to specifically address this issue that manifests as a major issue for children and young people in our society?
So the key thing that we would be doing is working with children and young people to understand their sentiments and the data around that and sharing that with government agencies.
Right, thank you. And are you familiar with the concept of suicide contagion?
I'm not.
Oh, it's the process whereby one suicide or a suicidal act within a community increases the likelihood that others, especially young people, will attempt or succeed in suicide. I'm just wondering what you might be doing, because at the end of this month we will be introducing voluntary assisted dying in New South Wales. This has been identified as a major suicide contagion risk in every other jurisdiction which has introduced this. Suicide contagion is particularly influential for young people, and I wonder what your office is doing to proactively protect young people from the effects of suicide contagion in this context.
Having that been an important issue that you've raised, I would note that previously we've heard of examples that have been raised with us in communities. It being called suicide contagion is not necessarily a phrase that I have heard.
Sure.
So what I would say is, with all serious issues like this, our office wants to work with children and young people in the first instance to understand their needs and what they might require in terms of support and understanding, but then work with our government colleagues around what they may already be doing and across that.
That's a lovely general answer.
We're not doing anything specific in that space at this stage.
So we've got 26 days to go, and this has not been flagged as an issue by your office that needs work to protect children and young people in the society from suicide contagion.
I think there is a lot of big work that's going on to ensure that children and young people are safe and protected from a number of issues that they're facing right now. And this specific issue has not necessarily been raised with our office. It doesn't mean that broadly the things that are impacting on children and young people, which may lead to things like self-harm and suicide, are not issues that we are dealing with or working with government in response to.
So if I can paraphrase, your office has a reactive framework where you wait for the issue to affect children and raise it, rather than proactively looking at the research so that you can get out ahead and protect children from these issues.
I would dispute a lot of things in that question, in the sense that, for example, We are consistently tracking every year and have done year on year in Youth Week, as an example, a quantitative poll that consistently raises the issues of children and young people. There are things that we proactively do in terms of working with government to ensure that, as an example, what children and young people feel about vaping is front and centre.
In the suicide space, what are you proactively engaged in?
The fact that we are continually tracking children and young people and what's going on for them in this state, and have done so since the office started in 2015, and that is material that sits, for example, during COVID, at Secretary's Board. There is data that we hold, that we share across government, that I would say absolutely prioritises children and young people in a way that they haven't been before.
Thank you for collecting the data, but it's really important that that data is used for proactive programs, and an identified risk in all the academic research. I would hope that that was being proactively addressed to protect children and young people from suicide contagion.
I appreciate you raising the issue with me. I'm happy to take it back to our office and work across government, and obviously continue to lift children and young people.
Great, thank you very much.
Ms Robinson, can I just ask, you mentioned the tracking data. When's the next set of data to be released?
So that will be released in early 2024. I think the aim of the office, and I can come back to you with the exact date, is February 2024.
Perfect. And the only other area I wanted to look at was the special inquiry into children and young people. You announced in September this year that you'd be conducting a special inquiry, which is different to your other inquiries, and that's because you can hold private and public hearings. Is that correct?
Yes, we have an incredible power in terms of the formality or informality of that particular inquiry, yes.
And did you initiate this inquiry, or was it at the request of a minister?
I initiated it.
And did you speak to a minister prior to announcing the inquiry?
What you would probably understand in how the Act is actually worded is that it says that it can be at the direction of a minister, or the minister as directed by the advocate. And so in the appropriate fashion, I came to ministers with the idea, well, the specific request that I thought we should do a special inquiry into this particular cohort. And then a formal request was put through.
And I'm interested to know whether or not you have been provided any additional funding or support to conduct this inquiry, because it is a very important area, and I know you've got a sort of limited amount of time to do that. I just want to know if you're adequately resourced for it.
We operate within our funding envelope, as you are well aware, and I think it's very important for our office to maintain its independence, so we didn't actually seek additional funding for this inquiry. What we've done is reallocated some of the resources within our own office to ensure that we can meet the terms and the needs.
And are you intending to hold public hearings at this stage, or are you waiting for submissions that they're due in the next month?
So the submissions, we have put out a call for submissions, and our intention is also to sit with the children who may be in these arrangements right now. And in the terms of reference, you may have seen that we've also sought that anyone who's been in an alternative care arrangement for the past 10 years can also make an application for us to hold a hearing with them, and we can do so as private hearings. And the submissions close 17th of November, I think, and then from that we will focus on children and young people first, and obviously have the submissions.
And then finally, when is the report sort of due? Have you got a date yet?
I don't have a date, only for the concern of, with this, we want to make sure that we give the opportunity to children and young people, as many children and young people, to be heard. And so we want to make sure that we're prioritising that. But my hope is early in 2024, because as you said, it's an important issue and we want to make sure that they're heard. Before I do have the demographic data of this year's Youth Advisory Council that's just been announced, if that's helpful as well.
But yeah, thank you very much, and also for doing the inquiry, because as we all know, it is an important area and a national issue, so it's good that you're doing it. So I look forward to hearing.
And it's worth acknowledging the support that we've had from everyone. I think it's so important that this issue is supported across government and business and community as well. So thank you to everyone who supported it.
Back to water, and I'll just foreshadow, I've got some Hunter Water, Sydney Water and Water New South Wales questions as well, if we want to do some seat shuffling. But I'll just continue just briefly with you, Ms Jones, just in relation now to the review into the domestic and stock water rights that I believe is being conducted at the moment.
Yeah,
is there any information that you can provide in terms of the time frame of that particular review?
So it's not a review so much as we're consulting to try and understand better how people with domestic rights use their water, because it's an unmetered right. So we don't have a predisposition as to what we might do in response to what we find, but rather that we're genuinely trying to seek more information about how people are using those rights. So these are rights where you live by a river or over an aquifer, and it's a domestic use kind of right, but just how people are using the water, how much water they're actually using, we have no real data about. And why this is important is, while it's a small proportion of what we need to account for in our water sharing plans, it still is an amount of water that we need to make an assumption about in doing all of our modelling work. So it's really an honest attempt at trying to find out more about the take, rather than having a view about changing the rights.
Okay, so it's not looking to potentially do licensing or anything, it's sort of a data gathering exercise.
It's absolutely data gathering.
Was that something that the department initiated, or was that on advice from the Minister?
Something we initiated, something that came out of the state water strategy, so one of the priorities there.
Okay, and then I think on the website it said that people could have a survey until the 21st of November, but is there any sort of time frame for any more information? Just obviously some landholders are not, I don't know, concern may be too strong a word, but I don't think this is something that's been done before, and I think they're curious as to if there will be an impact in terms of their rights, or if they're...
that has been a concern that people have raised, and we've continually said we really are actually just trying to get better information about the way this water right is used.
Okay.
We've had enormous response, about 1,800 responses so far to the survey. So really, it's once we actually conclude the current consultation period, we'll then obviously look at what that response has been and figure out how we publish what we've heard. It's hopefully it will help us kind of make sure that the calibration in our models, the assumptions we make about this form of take, are reasonable. That would be really beneficial to us as water planners.
Okay, well we'll follow that up with the Minister in due course perhaps. Thank you. I just wanted to ask now, and it kind of probably goes to Sydney and Hunter and Water New South Wales, but it's just a broad question in terms of customers getting financial support for some of their for financial hardship, so bill support. Effectively, my understanding is that all three agencies have some sort of support for that when you're the billing agency. I'm just after data in terms of how many, A, what's available, and B, and you can take on notice, how many might have been applying for any of those hardship provisions, and how that compares to, say, the same time last year. Broad question, I know, but happy for any or all of you to provide any insights in that space.
I can start if you'd like. With respect to Hunter Water, so there's a pension rebate that is provided, and that's supported by the government. It's a community service obligation that's provided back to Hunter Water. It is $380 per eligible property, so that's for people who are receiving a Commonwealth benefit. The total cost of the rebate last year was $20 million, and it's roughly 46,000 households in our area that received that rebate. Beyond the pension rebate, we have a range of support measures that we extend to customers who are potentially under financial hardship, payment extensions, as well as a payment assistance scheme. This year, with the support of the government, we have extended that payment assistance scheme not only to residential customers but also small business, recognising the current cost of living challenge. We have seen an increase in people seeking access to the payment assistance scheme and payment extensions. I'd have to take on notice the exact numbers.
If you could take on notice the detail, that's
Absolutely.
That's fine. We're just interested in that.
It's a very similar situation for Sydney Water. So we've got a number of schemes supporting our customers when they cannot pay their bill. It includes all sort of payment plans and rebates as well. We also have seen an increase, which is about 20% compared to the same time last year. But I'll get back with the precise number.
That would be great. Thank you.
Similarly, for Water New South Wales, we have a code of practice for debt management, which is reviewed every 12 months to take into account the prevailing factors at the time. So a good example being, given the prevailing flooding across the state last year, we put in place a process to pause any debt recovery for 5 months to give our customers time to recover from the floods and get their businesses operating again. We did a similar thing during the drought, where there was a rebate in place for certain customers at the time, in agreement with the government as well. So those payment plans are available to customers. We don't have a huge spike in payment plans at the moment. I think currently we have about 190 customers on payment plans at the moment, which is a pretty small number.
Okay, thank you for that. Some Sydney Water questions now. Just I'm interested in an update on the Advanced Water Recycling Centre. It's listed obviously in the budget papers. I think it was a $1.3 billion cost. Just wanting some clarity in terms of when or how that project's tracking, particularly in terms of, I guess, the budget allocation, but also timeframes in terms of expected to be operational. I think there was some information about that in the media, but just some clarity around that would be useful if possible.
Yep. So this is a really important project for us. It's going to service a large part of the growth in Western Sydney, including the airports. So this is a project for which we have a very firm deadline, which is the opening of the airports. We have now broken ground, and that goes back to about 3 months ago. So the teams are working on site, and the progress of the project is according to plan for a facility that will be delivered early 2026.
And then in terms of wastewater services to any new homes around the Western Sydney, I think I read somewhere about you can't have the airport open without flushing the toilets, which I would agree, and I'm sure passengers would agree with that. But in terms of any support for dwellings around that new airport, is that on a same or a similar time frame, or will that come after the date of the opening?
Well, actually, it has started already.
Okay.
So we've been investing significantly in Western Sydney. To give you an idea, in the next 2 to 3 years, it will be about 3.5 billion that we will be investing in Western Sydney. We have started expanding the water and wastewater networks. There has been several hundreds of kilometres that have been laid already, and that will continue as the developments are happening.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my time for now, but I'll come back to some more water when we get another go.
Sure.
Yep.
You get a bit of a rest. I'm going back to mental health.
Okay. Sorry for the musical chairs.
As you'd all be aware, this committee is conducting an inquiry into community outpatient mental health services, and some of the evidence that we're receiving relates to specific categories of mental disorders where people have experienced particular challenges in accessing diagnoses or treatment. So I was hoping to understand what work may already be underway in those areas, or at least to try to understand the scale of the problem. So the first one on my list is ADHD. I understand that it's extraordinarily difficult for people to access assessment for adult ADHD without significant expense in the private system, and this has come up in the context of the federal government's inquiry as well. What work's already underway to understand that problem or to address that in New South Wales?
I'm happy to, yeah, you want to go, Murray?
I'm happy to start. Look, I think the issue of ADHD is one which is under discussion, I think, within New South Wales and all other jurisdictions. And that's based on the, I guess, increasing awareness and prevalence of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, both in children and adolescents and in adults. We think the increase, and that has led to increased demand for treatment, specifically around stimulant prescription, and you know there are concerns about access to prescribers because historically that's largely occurred within the private sector, and so the issue that we have is that the treatment within the private sector in the past has been largely through paediatricians and child psychiatrists. And now that there's an increasing recognition within adults, and they don't necessarily have the same access to expertise in that group, it raises the question of what role some of the publicly funded services should have. And that's really a statement of the issues as they are. It's not resolved. It is difficult, and I'm sure you've seen or heard some of the publicity around some of the private practice models that have sprung up in trying to meet that need, and there's often quite a significant cost to the individual consumer, and so I'm aware. I think actually in the next couple of weeks we're having discussions within the ministry about what can or should the publicly funded services be doing in response to some of these issues. So it's certainly a problem that we're aware of, and I don't believe that we've got a completely satisfactory solution at this point.
Okay, and thank you for that answer. You mentioned that the services were largely private for ADHD. Is there anywhere in New South Wales where you can have a public assessment of adult ADHD? Look,
I'm sure there are places because ADHD doesn't occur in isolation from other conditions, and so there are almost certainly individuals and clinicians who are working within the public sector who are actually addressing the attention deficit issues. One of the challenges, it's not just about a resourcing issue, it's also about the skill set. So rightly or wrongly, it has been a treatment that has largely occurred within the private sector, and so those clinicians who are working in the public sector don't necessarily have the expertise or the skills to make the assessment, and it is a very specialist assessment. The last thing we want is to be giving wrong information to individuals about whether they do or don't have an attention deficit disorder, or whether they should or shouldn't be prescribed stimulants. So it's not a simple matter. So yes, there's a resourcing issue. Yes, there's a cost issue for the consumer and the community, but there's also a skills training issue for the clinicians. And so the problem is certainly there. Identifying and implementing the solutions is something that the conversations have only recently begun on.
Thank you. And we've also heard evidence on the topic of ADHD from GPs, who obviously are providing holistic, longitudinal care for people, which often includes mental health care. I'm interested in your perspective on, as the chief psychiatrist, on what the role of GPs can be as part of the solution.
The other thing that's happened in the last 18 months or so has been changes to the authority prescribing system within New South Wales, and that includes stimulant prescribing, and that's been done to reduce the red tape, quite frankly. And as someone who has prescribed for some of these things in the past, it wasn't something you looked forward to doing. There was a lot of paperwork. The ministry has dramatically reduced that, and that we've had a series of consultations within the various stakeholders within the ministry. So that includes the pharmaceutical services branch, the mental health branch, and the alcohol and other drugs branch, and with input from GP expertise about how do we do this, because the regulations are there to protect the public, and what we don't want is either inappropriate prescribing, or which can be the wrong medication to the wrong person. I'm talking particularly drugs of addiction, or prescribing beyond safe amounts. And so in the past, a large number, the majority of prescribers had to go through the process of getting an approval, more or less regardless of their levels of expertise. And the issue for the GPs is one of that there are GPs who work quite closely with either specialist paediatricians, psychiatrists, or addiction specialists, and the question of do you require the specialist to get the initial approval and then the subsequent approvals from the subsequent scripts from the GP, in order again to streamline the process, reduce what might be seen as unnecessary repeat visits to the specialist and reduce the overall cost to the individual person. That process is kind of playing out now, and my view of it is that there's been a significant reduction in both the red tape, and it should help to address some of those access to service issues. But there is still a challenge with that, particularly that initial assessment process.
Thank you. I understand the overlap with the federal government here, but I'm interested to understand if there are conversations underway regarding the ability of GPs to prescribe stimulants. Look, appreciating your answer that some GPs have far more of an interest and skills in this area than others, and I would use as an example the prescription of S100 medications for HIV, which is done by some GPs.
Yeah. Look, in very high-level terms, what I would say is that when this conversation came up during some of the consultations, the feeling was that we wanted to get the process right, because it's a very significant switch from a very manual, paper-based and clunky system to a more streamlined online type system. We wanted to get that right, and to try and get the authorisation for minimal red tape from particular prescribers who had a clear and recognised expertise, and the issue in relation to the particularly the GPs who have a demonstrated interest and some expertise was considered to perhaps be a downstream issue once the process was more was clearly in place and working well.
Okay, thank you. The next as a specific condition on my list, so all of the same questions would be about adult diagnoses of autism.
Is there a specific
Same question.
angle to the question?
We've heard evidence to the inquiry that people find it extremely difficult, particularly without spending significant private funds to access assessment for adult autism. Has it been discussed what work's underway to understand the problem or to address the problem?
I'm more familiar with it being discussed in a child and adolescent context, and certainly it hasn't come to my awareness that there's a particular concern in adult autism spectrum disorder sufferers.
The only thing I would add is I did hear that evidence that was provided at the inquiry, and but I'd agree we are much more familiar with the discussions around access to diagnosis, in particular with younger people. But there is an emerging cohort of people who are getting that diagnosis as an adult, and again, traditionally that hasn't happened within the public sector. And you know, I guess the only thing I would say that I think is relevant or potentially useful is that I think we owe an explanation to people about sometimes why it is difficult to access particular services in the public sector, and really we triage by acuity and not by diagnosis, and that can make it quite difficult at times for access to a lot of these issues that may not present as acutely.
And is there any work underway to at least understand the scale of this problem?
I would say that we are always interested, and that's why we've paid significant attention to the evidence that the hearings have heard, not just regarding autism and adult autism, but most of the evidence that's been given has highlighted concerns amongst the community for what the sector perhaps could do better or is missing. There is no formal work, though, that I'm aware of that's looking into access for adults for a new diagnosis of autism, but we're happy to consider that as part of our ongoing work in response to the inquiry.
Thank you. I've got the same question. I'm happy to repeat the question if you need me to, about dual diagnosis of mental health conditions with substance use disorders.
That's an issue that we have a long-standing interest in, and I personally have a long-standing interest in. So I think that the level of firstly, there's the evidence for coexisting mental health and substance use problems in particularly people who are presenting to our public sector services. There's a very high prevalence, particularly with serious and enduring mental illness. It's over 50% would also have a substance use problem. So it's in everybody's interests for the sectors to work very closely together. And so there are well-established evidence-based models for how mental health services and alcohol and other drug services can and should work together to best meet the needs of individuals with comorbidity. The service models for mental health and AOD are quite different, and so they should be, because there's a lot of overlap of individuals who need the specialist attention of both. At the same time, there's a necessity that both mental health services and AOD services have some level of competence in assessing and providing an initial response to people who have comorbid presentations. As fortune would have it, we're holding a forum next week in Sydney with all of the directors of mental health and AOD across the state to address this issue. We've identified we've got policy and guidelines in relation to how mental health AOD comorbidity should be addressed at a service level. They're quite simple, but it's devilishly challenging to do this every single time with every single individual. And so the forum, which we're holding next week, is designed to, I guess, drive towards some agreement about some solutions which can at least improve the reliability with which we work constructively together with those individuals who require the attention of both services. In a dynamic, challenging clinical environment, it's much harder than you would think to do that every single time with every single individual. That's what we aim to do, and that's what we're discussing next week.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pleased to hear that forum is happening, and I understand that there are some excellent clinical guidelines for dual diagnosis. I'm interested to understand if there's perhaps been any audit or data collection around how that's going in practice. I know from my own experience as a GP, I've had patients come back from community mental health saying you need to address the drug and alcohol problem first, and I've had drug and alcohol services send the same patient back saying you need to address the mental health problem first, which leaves them with no services. Yeah. And we've heard that borne out in the evidence to our inquiry as well.
You'd be pleased to know that we've got a GP presenting as one of the keynotes as the perspective, and I think I know what she's going to say, but I think the attendees need to hear that, and so I'm focusing on the services that we have a responsibility for, but it's more common than not that there are other interested parties, GPs, quite often private providers with the psychology, psychiatry, the families, and the ideal is collaborative treatment planning.
Absolutely. And is there any consideration or review, for example, of those exclusion criteria from public services?
We're quite challenging of the idea of exclusion criteria. I think that I would like to think that they are more in the past than in the present. I think the idea that it was, and I'm familiar with what you're referring to, where services would see that one problem needed to be resolved before the other problem could be addressed, and that doesn't really work in the real clinical world. There are coexisting problems, and they feed on each other, and they need to be addressed simultaneously. We're very alive to that, and what we have done in preparation for the forum is to get some feedback from the districts as to how, and I can't remember the exact details, but how they're addressing certain aspects of what I'm calling the collaborative treatment planning, because it's the transfer of care from one service back out into the community is the bit which we think is the most critical to getting effective, safe care.
And the last specific condition group on my list is trauma-related disorders. I understand that's a space where there's a lot of emerging and evolving evidence, but particularly that this is a group of people for whom sort of continuity and established relationships with practitioners is particularly critically important, and where that the inquiry is hearing about fragmentation in the mental health system. I think that's particularly damaging for this group of patients. What work's currently being undertaken to address this trauma-related disorders?
I'll start anyway. Thank you, Chair. We know that people who have survived trauma are significantly overrepresented in public mental health services across all problems, or if you were to use a diagnostic lens, across most diagnoses. So I feel that it is critical that when we provide clinical care, we are aware that we need to do everything we can to not re-traumatise people, to listen to them, to not ask them to repeat their story multiple times. And I accept that one of the solutions, unfortunately, that is required in terms of some of our workforce challenges can be agency staff or medical locums, etc. And I do understand the perspective of someone with a lived experience of trauma that seeking care in that way may well be experienced as fragmented and not therapeutic. So I think it's an important issue. What we very much do try, and this is a very general statement, but we do very much try to make sure that our consumers have an enduring relationship with at least one clinician. So should it mean that there are, for example, some discontinuity in medical coverage in a community mental health team, we are very keen on a long-term case manager engaging with an individual, all individuals, but particularly those with trauma. We know that a therapeutic relationship between two individuals is roughly worth about a third of every intervention in health. That includes medical and surgical interventions, and it definitely includes mental health interventions. So we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get that first block right, which is trying to make sure that there's continuity and trust. Now that's not always possible, even with a long-term clinical relationship, but I do think it's something that we encourage our services to be aware of. And by and large, I think, even in difficult circumstances, I think they do achieve that. I did hear the evidence that was given around this, and I can certainly accept that perspective of why that's particularly difficult.
I'm really pleased to hear that that's the goal. I think it's really important. Has there been any data collection or any audit to actually see what proportion of the time that's happening in practice?
Not that I'm aware of, but I would say that that would be, I'm not against that, but I think that will be challenging just because so many of our consumers, as a proportion of those that we serve, have experienced significant trauma. So we would need to sort of go and particularly, I guess, think about our data and demographics in a different way, and perhaps that's something we should look at. So.
Yeah, and just I'm going to give myself one last follow-up.
Dr. Cullen,
Specifically, the question not necessarily of patients who've experienced trauma, but the proportion of people, patients in community mental health services who have that ongoing, enduring relationship with one clinician.
Oh, sorry, the data around that.
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I don't have that data. I would be cautious about putting that on notice because I'm not sure that I can easily access that. But I can certainly promise to come back with some thoughts around how we may best answer that question. But it would, to answer that question properly would involve an in-depth look. We have 150,000 approximately consumers of our community mental health teams in New South Wales, and I just don't know how we could check for all of them around long-term continuity of clinical care. That's not to say we shouldn't do it, but it just strikes me as something I wouldn't want to pretend I can get back to you about this afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. To the opposition.
Did you want to add something?
Oh,
Ms. Wilcox? You
yes,
looked
sorry, I
like you did.
realise we're at time. It's just to add, Dr. Cohen, we did release in February this year an integrated framework for trauma-informed care for the entire system, not just for our mental health consumers, where clearly it's a significant issue, but all staff in the New South Wales health system caring for patients. Every patient's got a story. And whether they're coming in for surgery or mental health care, it's a part of our training. We're building resources for our staff to access and quick tips for busy clinicians that they can get down off a website. So just to set the scene that we understand this is an important thing for caring for all patients
absolutely,
across
thank
the
you.
system.
And my questions
Thank
are really related to that, data and implementation.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
So mine are water questions. Again, sorry, apologies for the musical chairs. I do apologise. I have one for each of the three gentlemen who were up earlier, so I do need you all, if that's okay. I might just keep going with Sydney Water if that's okay, Mr. Shro. I wanted some more detail if possible. The budget papers talk about the smart irrigation project that I think is happening between Penrith and Liverpool councillors as well. Is there any information you can provide in terms of how much funding has been allocated to this project by sort of Sydney Water or state government? What's the cost? Is that publicly available?
So I probably won't have the number, but just to clarify, we do not get any fund from government.
Mm-hmm.
So Sydney Water is a state-owned
corporation. Yeah, no, I
corporation.
understand
So
that.
all our revenue is coming from our customers paying their water bills.
Sure.
So that's where the...
I guess I'm just keen for, I'm assuming the councils are making some sort of contribution.
Correct.
And Sydney Water is as well. That's more, sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't word
absolutely.
that very
So
well, but that's what I'm after.
In this sort of smart irrigation schemes, actually we are supporting the council, but the council will do the investments.
Okay.
So the principle is that we are supporting the council to install probes, and there would be soil moisture probes. There would be based on the weather data that is available, and based on these two information, then we've got an algorithm that will tell them it's better to water the parks and the gardens at that time of the day for this sort of time. So we are basically supplying the software to support the councils to do smart irrigation.
And because the councils are trying to have a water reduction between 10
Correct.
and 20%.
Yeah, absolutely. So
that's
the objective is actually to help the councils to reduce their water consumptions.
Okay, and are you doing that just with these two council areas?
No, it's open to all the councils. So
Okay.
that's something that we have offered to all the different councils, and
Okay.
some of them have taken that as a trial, and we are supporting them. But it's absolutely open to all the councils.
Okay, that's great. If there's anything more on notice you can provide about the sort of breakdown, that would be useful. Thank you. Now just to Hunter Water, the Belmont desalination plant. Is there any update in terms of, I think the website said a modification report was going to go to planning this year. Has that happened yet, or any update on the status of that project?
The modification report has gone to planning, and we are just confirming with planning the timeframe for a re-exhibition of the change in scope for that facility. So the change in scope being that the original planning approval was based upon the plant being a drought response plant only, and now based upon the outcome of the strategic work done for the Lower Hunter Water Security Plan, the proposal is to build that plant up front and then have it ramp up its production during drought to ensure that we can manage our water security needs. So that change in operation, there will be a re-exhibition of that planning approval. We're just confirming with planning the exact timing of that. It will be sometime early next year.
Okay, and then I know it's out of your hands when it's with planning, but it's about a 4-year construction period, is that correct? That was, again, what was available online. I'm just curious in terms of...
We are, at the moment, we've engaged a delivery partner to come up with a final cost estimate for the project and then make the decision to proceed to construction. At the moment, the timeframe is indicatively 4 years. We're still finalising that timeframe, but it's a number of years, that's correct.
And I'm presuming that you can't talk costs until you go through that process. in
Correct,
terms
we're
of the
still
public-
finalising
okay,
costs.
So we'll save that for a later hearing.
I do have the numbers on hardship if I can provide them now
That would be
quickly.
great, yeah,
So
Save you from
I've
having
got
to
three
do it
numbers
later.
just to give you some context. So April 2022, there were 850 customers on our hardship program. April 2023, 1,089, and October this year, 1,200 customers. I will also just point out our payments assistance scheme has increased this year from $300 per annum to $600 per annum. So that CSO provision from government of $20 million
Yep.
has included some increases not only to the pension rebate but also to the payment assistance scheme.
Okay, and then just one more, just on the Belmont plan, is that how many customers do you anticipate that could service or support if and when it's up and running? Is it how broad, I guess, is the impact?
Well,
you
it augments our overall supply. So
Yeah.
we manage as a integrated total system. So the 30 megalitres a day, what it does is it increases the overall yield of our water supply system, augmenting what we currently take from our two major dams, Chichester, Grahamstown, and our Tomago sandbeds. And so it will service the entire community as part of that integrated network.
Okay.
The aim of it is to reduce our likelihood of getting to very low water levels and water restrictions. So, for example, it halves the likelihood of us entering stage 3 water restrictions where we ban outdoor water use. So that's the intent of the facility.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And last one before I hand to my colleague, Mr. George, for you, just the agreement that was entered into last year about the pumped hydro scheme near Lake Burrendong, I think it was in December last year. Again, any sort of update on that project, where it's up to, what timeframes you're looking at in relation to that one?
Yes, so we entered an agreement with ACEN Australia, who are the proponent for the project, and they are undertaking the planning work to deliver that project, and we're supporting them if and when required. But that is being led by ACEN Australia.
And I'm happy if you can do it on notice, but whether there's anything that they can provide to the committee about that project, and particularly anything in terms of transmission line planning around how that will work. I appreciate that you've entered into it with ACEN, but if there's anything that we can get from them that would be useful for the
I believe
committee.
the transmission line question would be better directed to Energy Co.
Okay.
As part of the RES.
All right. Well, I'll leave that one with you then. Okay, I'll head over to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please stay there as well. I've got a couple of water questions, and then I don't know if you've got any more.
Oh, no, I'm happy to.
Okay, then we might be able to even dismiss you after them. So, just interested. So the budget papers make the note that for Sydney Water in particular, dividends and tax equivalents from Sydney Water are forecast to rise to $626 million in 2025-26 due to the gradual reintroduction of infrastructure contributions. And the forecast higher revenue resulting from the commencement of the next IPART pricing determination. How much are you anticipating to yield in terms of dividends out of the development service plans that are coming into place for Sydney Water?
So, I come back to what I was saying. We are a state-owned corporation. The calculation of dividend is basically based on the cash that is available in the company. We receive cash from our customers when we are selling water and wastewater services. And this cash is the turnover of the company, which is about $3 billion every year. We then expand this cash to run the operation of a business and also to invest into capital projects like the Upper South Creek that we've just mentioned. What is available at the end of the year will be then potentially all reinvested into the company or paid as dividends. Starting from July 24, the government, so 3 years ago now, decided to reintroduce developers' contribution. Developers' contribution have always been existing in Sydney, but they were set at 0 back in 2008. So they will be coming back gradually from 24, 25%, 25, 50%, and 2600%. The developers' contribution are financing the assets that we need to supply water and wastewater services to growth areas. So it's the pipes and additional investments that we are building to service the new developments. The relationship between the two is not direct. As I explained, this is very much a cash calculation that we're making at the end of the year, and the revenue may be coming from different parts of the business, and the expenses will be all CapEx on all OpEx. That will be what we need to basically to ensure that we've got a good service across Sydney.
But there will be an increase in dividends, which you're or at least the budget papers are attributing in part to the reintroduction of those contributions.
Well, you probably need to ask the question to Treasury.
Okay, but that's what's been indicated in the budget papers in terms of that being one of the reasons why Sydney Water dividends will increase. Just interested in terms of Hunter Water Corporation and the increasing dividends from Hunter Water Corporation, is there any view to that being partly attributable to the reintroduction of developer service contributions? And I know it's slightly different in the Hunter example as well, but...
No, well, we operate under the same regulatory model. So as has been outlined, our developer charges make a contribution towards assets that service growth. What developer charges do is when our prices are set, IPART looks at a total revenue requirement, and then we can recover that either through customer pricing, and developer charges reduce that customer pricing, but to recover a portion of that revenue from developers rather than through directly from the broader rate base. Our economic regulatory model does not take into account dividend at all. So developer charges do not directly relate to dividend, and as has been outlined by Mr. Chirot, the dividend is then determined based upon the available cash at the end of the year with dividend policy with Treasury. So our dividend is not growing because of developer charges.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for Sydney Water and Hunter Water and all the water agencies.
I don't have questions for them either, so I'm happy to dismiss or excuse the water-related witnesses. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, I've still got questions, yep. I just thought I'd get that one cleared out of the way while we had them up at the table. Just bear with me one moment. Okay. I think, Mr. Tidwell, this might be a question for you with respect to Homes New South Wales and its establishment.
Yes.
I know it falls under DCJ. Is that something you're across at all, or?
Yes.
Yes, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I certainly am.
Fantastic. So what is the expected date for the establishment of Homes New South Wales?
1st of February next year.
Okay, great. And now in terms of Homes New South Wales, and it's of course part of the Department of Community and Justice, is that intended to stay that way? It won't be moving across to the new Department of Planning or the like?
No, it will be. It is anticipated that it will be housed within the Department of Communities and Justice.
Okay. And Land and Housing Corporation will continue to exist under Homes New South Wales?
It will be
or will
a
it be absorbed into?
component. No, it will be a component of Homes New South Wales.
And the Aboriginal Housing Office likewise, or?
Ditto.
Yep. Okay. Have you got any estimated costs in terms of the establishment of Homes New South Wales?
What I can indicate, no. What I can indicate is that it will be funded and absorbed within the existing resources of DCJ.
Okay, thank you. And have any consultancy firms been engaged by the Department of Communities and Justice to advise on the establishment of Homes New South Wales?
Off the top of my head, no, but can I take that on notice?
That's
I
fine.
would
Yep.
want my response to be
and if
accurate.
so, if you could tell us which consultancy firms and the cost of that engagement. Are there any redundancies that are envisaged as a result of the establishment of Homes New South Wales?
Not at this stage. However, the structure for Homes New South Wales is clearly something to be worked through.
Okay. And with respect to the CEO of Homes New South Wales, is that intended to report to you or report directly to the Minister?
It will be a report to the Secretary.
Yep. Okay, thank you. And now the application process for the CEO of Homes New South Wales closed just last Sunday on the 29th of October. Are you able to report how many applicants there are for the role?
No, I'm not, because I have not inquired.
Okay, that's fine. Can that be taken on notice at all?
I'm very happy to take that on notice,
Okay,
yes.
and come back with whatever appropriate response. Thank you very much. And when do you anticipate that a final candidate for the CEO role will be appointed?
This year.
This year, prior to its establishment? Thank you very much. I think that's all I have on Homes New South Wales, so thank you. I might just turn back, Mr Wheatley, to you with some questions regarding the maintenance of social housing. So last year, $300 million, get my figures right, was allocated to the housing package asset improvement in the budget, and that was indeed a new program. This year's budget has indicated that new works are valued at $202.965 million. Is that a continuation of that program that was allocated in last year's budget?
Some of it is a continuation, but there has been an additional top-up to maintenance for this financial year.
And what's that additional top-up?
That was the additional $35 million.
Okay, so that's $35 million additional in maintenance this financial year. Thank you very much. And what was spent on social housing maintenance in financial year 2022-23?
In 2022-23, there was approximately $501 million spent on maintenance. The maintenance is spent in two categories. There's recurrent operating repairs and maintenance, and there's also capital upgrade maintenance.
And could you provide us with a breakdown of each?
I'll take that
on notice. Yep, that's fine. Thank you very much. How many urgent requests for maintenance to social and public properties were made in financial year 2022-23?
There were, in 22-23, there were 450,000 work orders.
450,000 work orders, thank you. And what's the average wait time for fulfilment of social and public housing maintenance?
It does depend on the nature of the request, but I will take that on notice and come back to you.
And how many maintenance requests remain fulfilled as of today? Remain unfulfilled as of today? I expect you'll probably take that one on notice.
Absolutely. That will change on a daily basis.
I can imagine.
Get you that on notice.
Thank you very much. And what's the average waiting time for a maintenance request to be resolved for a plumbing issue, for instance?
Again, it depends on the nature of the plumbing incident. Obviously, a replacement kitchen or a replacement toilet will take a lot longer, but we do categorise our responses based on the urgency and the essential nature of it. So something like a broken toilet, we absolutely prioritise, and our contracts have minimum standard times in terms of hours. If it is not an urgent thing like a broken toilet, the response time may be a bit longer. So we can look at average. I'm not quite sure we can give you an average because it does very much depend on the urgency and the priority of the request.
That'd be appreciated. And similarly, any average waiting time you have in terms of requests for mould issues to be resolved in a property as well. And how many requests for maintenance to social and public properties were made in the financial year of 2022-23?
In terms of the requests, we don't have that data, but we have responded to 450,000 requests, work orders.
Fantastic, thank you. And has there been a tenant satisfaction survey conducted with respect to maintenance on properties?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And also, if you want to take on notice, if it hasn't been done, is there one that is intended to be undertaken? Now, there was also a commitment with respect to the establishment of 3 sites for support for housing with mental health support. Does that fall under Land and Housing Corporation? Are you familiar with that commitment?
That's the Haven. You're referring to the $20 million.
For the Haven Foundation.
Yes. Yes, we have been allocated to deliver on that. Yes.
Okay. And when will the location on the Central Coast be confirmed?
We're currently working with the providers and assessing our option at the moment to select and agree the site.
Okay. And when is it envisaged that project will be delivered?
We are going through a review process with INSW at the moment, and subject to that and getting that through that gateway process to access the funds, we'll be able to confirm the timing.
Okay. And has any work been done on identifying the 2 other locations for that mental health housing?
Yeah, we're working with the provider, Haven, to finalise the other sites.
Okay. And what's the funding envelope for each of those locations?
Of
Is
the-
it an equal apportionment of funding for each location, or?
It depends on which site we choose.
Okay.
It is. I will take that one on notice. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
I'm back to mental health. Dr. Wright, I suspect you'll be deferred some of these questions. So they're just coming back to my previous line of questioning around particular conditions or particular patient groups that have come up in the inquiry. My last one is eating disorders. I'm very aware of the federal government support for eating disorder management plans, which can be very beneficial for people who can afford the gap payments for psychologists, dietitians, etc. What work's being done to improve access to eating disorder management in the public system for people who need it?
Yeah, thanks. I'll take that. Thank you, Chair. At least I'll make a start. So I think the first thing I would say is that we are trying very hard in New South Wales Health to get better outcomes for people in the community with disordered eating. We know that there have been access gaps at times, and we also know that it's work that both general hospitals and acute mental health units and community mental health teams and private practice and general practice, all groups see individuals and with an eating disorder, and what makes it particularly complex is often the communication between those groups. New South Wales Health has invested $12 million recurrently in improving outcomes, and we've got numerous mechanisms that we use to address this. There is a statewide steering committee that includes consumer representation, carer representation, the Butterfly Foundation, Inside Out Institute, which is a repository of expertise in terms of evidence-based care, where and representatives from local health districts, including at a chief executive level. So there's very senior buy-in, which is very much to progress the statewide eating disorder service plan. So this group meets, and I'm a part of that. And what we're very interested in to see is if there's a difference at district and network level in terms of outcomes. And the outcomes that our consumers tell us that matter include the emergency department experience, if that's a part of their journey, the medical part of care, so often that's in a hospital under a general physician or under a gastroenterologist, the acute component of mental health care, which may be in an inpatient unit, and ongoing community care. We've also, with the assistance of the federal government, who've contributed $13 million in capital, New South Wales is going to have a statewide residential eating disorder centre, which is going to be at Charlestown in Newcastle, and that's to provide care for a cohort of people who are not unwell enough to need hospital care, but are really not managing at home and could do with an extended stay. I've been really fortunate to visit the one at Wandy-Nerida in Queensland, which is the only one at the moment that's provided nationally, and that's provided by the Butterfly Foundation privately. But what struck me there, talking to consumers and staff, and this is what we're trying to replicate in New South Wales, is a genuine multidisciplinary commitment. So that includes the chef as a therapist. It includes significant input from different health disciplines. It also includes cover from psychology, psychiatry, and really interestingly to see how this is done is the use of peer expertise at Wandy-Nerida, which is something we really would like to replicate in New South Wales. So that's a bit of a picture, I guess, cross-sectionally. I don't know if that assists initially in outlining a response.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all really helpful information. And the 12 million recurring funding, could you detail how that was spent in the last 12 months?
Yeah. So I may pass to Ms Wilcox in a moment, but it funds our partnership with Inside Out. It funds our eating disorder coordinators, which are in every district and network, and their role is to provide expert advice, but also to capacity build. There's a very important message, I think, to get across for caring for people with an eating disorder, which is that it's everybody's business, and that every mental health clinician and every physical health clinician should feel comfortable in having conversations with consumers, and knowing that a large part of what is required is already within their skill set, but who to ask if it's not. So I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Yeah. Summarised everything.
Okay.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I'm following on with more evidence from our inquiry. It's obviously really topical. There's a significant number of consumers who've told us that they would really value the opportunity to have care provided in their own home for whatever reason, whether it's sense of safety or mobility or their domestic situation, that it's very challenging to come into a clinical setting. We've also heard evidence from the Nurses and Midwives Association who've reported some concerns of quite unsafe practices with home visits. So I'm interested if there is any planned review of the policies in place for risk management for home visits for those clinicians.
I'm happy to.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. So there is a continual delicate balance that mental health services strive to manage, which is giving members of the community care in the place that they prefer, which usually is home, and I think everybody would generally agree that when possible that's the right place, but also paying attention to the safety and well-being of our staff, and home visits are a great example of where that balance needs to work well. There have been, in recent times in New South Wales, very sadly, there has been a tragedy involving the death of a mental health clinician. So we are very conscious of the work that's involved in making sure that our staff feel safe and supported in doing that work, but also, again, not really wavering from our commitment to try and provide most care when possible in the community. The question I think that you ask, I'm happy to be corrected, is around whether there's any planned review of the risk assessment process for home visits. I'm not aware of that. That may be work that is done, again, that's probably more in the occupational health or workforce portfolio, and it may happen at a district by district level, but I'm not sure that the branch is aware of any work in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Look, it's of interest to me, I think, because of the clear benefit that getting that balance right would have for mental health consumers. And I suppose, are you aware of that feedback from clinicians, as we've heard through the New South Wales Nurses and Midwives Association?
Very much. Yep. And I'm a practicing clinician as well. I've done many home visits. Many people in this room have. It's a much better way to provide care. It's very important to make sure that we're thinking about everybody's safety in that situation. And I think I'm conscious of the evidence that was provided at the Upper House inquiry.
I also wanted to ask you about the Mental Health Review Tribunal. We heard from them that their database was actually not up to date enough for any meaningful data for research purposes to be extracted from it. I think that was concerning for a number of members of the committee. Is there any work being done to better support the Mental Health Review Tribunal?
Yes, there is. So we've had a meeting with the President of the Tribunal, Magistrate Huntsman, and we are aware of the concerns that she raised also on Monday at the Upper House inquiry. What we have done in response to that initially is to put a project officer on. That role is currently being advertised. It's not yet filled, but the intention is to assist the Tribunal essentially in terms of a digital infrastructure review and understanding what the Tribunal have told us. I think they are making a case for significant change there. we need to assess it. We need to triage it in the current sort of fiscal environment that that New South Wales government is under. But we do very much want to prioritise that work, and we have listened and have responded and regularly meet with the President.
Thank you. It's obviously potentially really important data about the value of community treatment orders in particular and how they're going. I suppose following this process, I'm pleased to hear that something is underway to do that digital upgrade. Does your department have the capacity to meaningfully use that data? Can it be used to for research purposes?
I think that would be up to the tribunal. It'd be the tribunal's data. But I agree there would be, I think there's numerous reasons that data and its security is important. We are talking about very vulnerable consumers. We're talking about often significant forensic and legal issues, and the capacity to look at some of the research that was discussed on Monday. But my view is that it will be the tribunal's data to determine where and who used that for research.
I wanted to ask about the Your Experience survey.
Yes.
We've also heard evidence that that's perhaps not as accessible as it should be to consumers. I'm interested in understanding what kind of consultation process you go through to develop that survey in its current form.
Yes. I admit that I did not hear that evidence. I've tried to attend to most of the hearings, but I didn't hear that. So I may outline what I know, and if there's anything else, I would take it on notice. The Your Experience of Service survey is a national tool that is used along with a carer's experience of service, the Yes and the SES surveys, that we take very seriously because they tell us how we're doing, both in terms of inpatient care and community care. And our community results are actually generally, there's always more work to do, but they're generally quite positive. I wonder, and again, happy to take this on notice, but I think there potentially are issues for people who may have English as not their first language, who may not, sometimes they're offered on an iPad. That may be difficult for some people. If someone has issues with literacy, the traditional pen and paper pathway may be difficult. And I guess the thing that we can do most about, which we do work on very hard, is ensuring that our staff offer Your Experience of survey option for consumers, both in their community and inpatient units to fill out. But I may be missing some information that was presented in evidence around
thank you.
other
Look, you've
difficulties.
named a couple of those groups already, and I haven't got it. I'm not open to the right page. I'm open to home visit safety. If I recall correctly, off the top of my head, it was people with intellectual disability where we'd heard that evidence.
Yes. Okay. Yep.
The last survey, Dr. Cunn, there was just over 21,000 consumers participated. So, it's a reasonable spread, but we expect there'll be many more people of the nature that you've described.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose what work is
penetration.
done to ensure that sample's actually representative. If you know you've got a certain number of patients with intellectual disability, is there any data analysis to actually assess whether you're getting the expected number of surveys from that group?
Yes. Okay. I can take that on notice. I suspect the answer may be something along the lines of the proportion of individuals who are identified as having an intellectual disability and the proportion of returns that we get. But we can do our best to answer that.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be really interested in people with intellectual disability as well as the other groups that you named yourself as well.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much. My last lot of questions are for the advocate. We have already discussed earlier today the engagement from your office with mental health issues, which was really interesting to learn about. I'm interested in any work that your office has done, particularly with the impact of the housing crisis on young people, or how we can do better to address housing issues.
So it's not yet published, but I'm obviously happy to talk about it. We've actually recently done a piece of work around cost of living and obviously the impacts that has on young people and housing, not surprisingly, and the rental market is something that has been raised by young people in that sense. So obviously there are people here who've talked today about the homelessness data and youth homelessness, so I won't necessarily touch on that. But in terms of cost of living, and this report will be public. over a third in terms of the... so in 2023, cost of living became the number one issue for young people in New South Wales for the first time. That was in our strategic plan data, with over a third, 35%, mentioning the issue unprompted. And this was up from 4% in 2021. So obviously this is in reference to our strategic plan data, which again is public. In the 2023 Youth Week survey, over half, 55% of the young people were very or quite concerned with the cost of living. Vast majority, 80%, reporting the cost of living had increased. They've also talked about 65% of young adults reported experiencing housing stress, spending over a third of their income on accommodation, and 76% in that data experienced housing stress that they talked about as well.
Thank you. I don't expect you to read the whole unpublished report to us, but does that include...
I'd be very happy to.
Does that include recommendations around housing from the point of view of young people?
It will include recommendations. I obviously don't have them here, but it will include recommendations. And there has been work that we've done previously, and a submission we've done around renting on behalf of young people as well. And there is certainly, I've got here in terms of what they're talking about in terms of rental property and their anxiety around that. So there will be no doubt recommendations that young people have themselves.
This is obviously really important data. What's the expected date for that to be published?
I have looked at a final report and my team is in the back, so I imagine it would be before the end of this year that you would see that.
Fantastic. I'm also interested in the work that your office may or may not have done around engaging young people better in local government processes.
Yes.
It's something that I've had feedback that can be really highly variable between local government areas. What should the state government be doing to improve the platform of young people with local government?
So we have done work previously with the local government, the Minister for Local Government, and actually we have run a number of training sessions for local governments who have come to us and said that they want to have a youth advisory council. So we have a very clear document that helps people set up a youth advisory council, and we've had some key councils who come to us. I can provide that list on notice in terms of those councils that we've worked with in terms of establishing their own youth advisory council. And we certainly have previously. I don't think off the top of my head we've done anything this year, but I know previously we've done a lot of work in terms of local governments sharing the information of the work that we're doing, sharing in terms of how children and young people can participate. Always there's work to be done to ensure children and young people are participating at all levels of government, but certainly we have run a number of training sessions and I can provide them on notice.
Yeah, thank you. I'd really appreciate that list of councils on notice. I've only got less than 3 minutes left for a much bigger topic, which is our response to natural disasters and recovery. We obviously had estimates hearing yesterday for emergency services, which included the Reconstruction Authority. I suppose what kind of feedback have you heard from young people with regards to disaster response and how we can do that better?
So we did our 2020 report in terms of the voices of children and young people in response to disaster, and so there were some clear recommendations that, and they talk a lot about preparedness and education and training, and obviously being actively involved in the recovery for a community. Perhaps also to a previous point from a member in terms of proactive work our office has done, we currently receive funding to work with children and young people who are in pod villages up in the Northern Rivers, and that was something that we actively sought because we knew, based on the work we had done in 2020, the impact that disaster has on young people beyond that moment. And so we continue to work in those pod villages in terms of children and young people accessing their schools, accessing supports and all that. So in terms of recommendations that children and young people have had, some of the key ones are include us in any of the planning, development around preparedness, response. There's also been work done in terms of what we do both in state of emergency and when you move children and young people into evacuation centres, and there's been recommendations around that. Children and young people have talked about themselves wanting to become volunteers, and so being actively engaged in the volunteering process. And then in terms of recovery, making sure that they're also included in decision making about what a future school could look like if it's in relation to the design of a school, parks, playgrounds and all of that. And the work that we're doing up in the Northern Rivers is ongoing, and I acknowledge my colleagues who we have a very good relationship in terms of feeding the information that we hear from those people in pod villages and how we can support young people in those villages.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really interested in the work that you're doing in the pod villages. Could you detail actually what that means practically on the ground? What is that work?
Absolutely. So we have currently 2 people who are on the ground in the Northern Rivers and a team here as well that go up regularly. We have engaged with children and young people to understand their experiences of moving into a pod village whilst they're in the pod village and some of the things that they might like there. To give you an example, we've worked to ensure that some children and young people talked about wanting to ride their bikes in pod villages, and so that has been a successful thing that we've achieved in terms of feedback with our colleagues. Connection to school, transport, So we have the practical consultations we do with children and young people to understand what they need. We also have a referral pathway now. In response to what they said, we have people on the ground who pod villages and people who work in pod villages can refer to our team, and then there is a kind of triage of what's needed in trying to connect those young people to available services that might benefit them. Noting that we are not caseworkers and we are not proclaiming to be caseworkers, it's more a connection service around that. We've also hosted barbecues, run Youth Week. We have a roundtable that children and young people themselves are leading in the Northern Rivers on the 17th of November. A whole variety of work
My
that we keep
last
doing up
follow-up just be, has any of that work been compiled in terms of lessons for future disaster recovery?
Yes, so we both report monthly to reconstruction, resilience. I think I have resilience written on a document, but I'm sure it's reconstruction. So we provide that feedback, and I also receive kind of monthly reports from the team as well, and those are issues that we then work across government to share as well.
Yeah, thank you. And have you had the opportunity yet to meet with the new Minister for Emergency Services since the change of government?
So I haven't met with him, but we do have a regular conversation in terms of other issues. So I haven't met with him in specific in relation to this issue.
Okay, thank you. I think there's a fragment of time left for the opposition. Yeah, 5 minutes for the opposition if you want to.
Just following on from the last question in relation to the villages up north, did you receive any feedback from young people about any antisocial behaviour or any challenges that they may face living in the villages?
We have received feedback in terms of children and young people from their perspective, i.e. being able to have friends come and access to see them like you would in a normal capacity of having friends over. So we've certainly had that feedback. I have more detailed notes in this folder that I'm happy to share with the committee, but I know that we've certainly heard in terms of their engagement with their friends being able to come and visit, and I think there have been matters in terms of safety that have been raised, but I can provide detail to that on notice.
That'd be fine. Thank you very much. Just in relation to youth, so following on more broadly, and these might be more for Mr Tibble, in relation to the announcement that was in the budget around the Multicultural Youth Network program. Does your department have any dealing or oversight of that? Happy for you to take on notice.
I will. My initial answer is no, but I will confirm that and report back.
And if it is under the Minister for Youth, I'm interested to know the selection process for the new network, platform, they call it, and also the budget that's been allocated to it as well. In relation to Youth Week, how much has been allocated this financial year for it?
I will need to take that on notice.
That's fine. The other thing is in relation to the youth participation and inclusion budget and also the rural and remote subsidy. I'm interested to know, and happy for you to take on notice, how many councils were eligible for the subsidy, that is the rural and remote subsidy, and how many councils took up that subsidy, and then also how much has been allocated in the budget for the youth participation and inclusion budget, and if there is a allocation of funds for the future year.
I'll take that as a notice, if I may.
That's fine. The next one is in relation to mental health and the youth aftercare pilot.
Yes.
And interested to know, when does the pilot end?
I would have to take that on notice.
Yep. And if you could also take on notice how many participated in the pilot?
Yes.
Funding that was allocated for the pilot, whether or not the pilot will be evaluated.
Yes.
And also, this is, I understand that it is or has been operating in Bankstown, Blacktown, Coffs Harbour, Tamworth, and it was announced that a new site would be up and running in Western Sydney, and whether or not that has occurred.
Okay. Would take that on notice.
Yeah,
unless there's
I
any funding.
could just add, if I may, that you're quite right, of course, 4 sites, Mount Druitt, Coffs Harbour, Tamworth and Bankstown, for young people at increased risk of suicide, as you stated, or self-harm. $11 million from 2021 has been invested as part of it, and it's a partnership between New South Wales Health and the Australian Government through the Health Innovation Fund, and the services are currently funded till 30 June next year. We'll follow up on those additional questions that you asked in the evaluation.
That'd be good, thank you. And the other one is the suicide prevention outreach teams.
Yes.
I'm interested to know the number of services that are actually operating.
There are currently 10 spot teams. Now that's rural and regionally, but I'd have to take the total number in New South Wales on notice, unless I can come up with that in a moment. But they have been, in fact, quite pleasingly rolled out since we've had the funding for those under Towards Zero. Yep.
And how long has it been funded for?
So the Towards Zero funding is over 4 years. From memory, it's till 2026. After that, we would need to be presenting its evaluation to the Minister and to go from there.
And then I'm happy for you to take this on notice, but how many people it has assisted and whether that is available by region or LGA?
For the spot teams, yep, take that on notice. Yep, thank
that's
you.
Fine.
Yep.
The only final question is in relation to the New South Wales homeless strategy, which is due to come to an end, and what steps are being taken for a new strategy.
Yes, so happy to take that. So obviously the contracts have been extended for the 2 years. We're looking at a strategy being in place by 1 July next year. And currently we're consulting with the peaks and others, but also looking at what are the outcomes from the existing SHS. So there's been an evaluation that's underway and looking at unit costings and those sorts of things.
Perfect. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the government? No questions. I do have the YAC demographics that I was asked for before, and I feel like that's a great way to end.
Yeah.
Young people. So for this year, we have a 6-6 split in terms of regional and metro, to ensure obviously represented. We have public schools, private faith schools, private independent schools, vocational education and university. Out-of-home care, disability, refugees and migrants are on this, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, people with experience of youth justice, LGBTQI+. And to correct the record, they've had their first meeting but officially haven't been announced yet, which we hope is pending as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone who's attended today and for your evidence. And the committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future about any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions.
Thanks, everybody.